waiting for the live to start. There we go. Sergeants, will you begin your recordings?
According to the computer, all set.
Recording to the cloud is up. Sergeant Lugo, you may begin the opening.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's remote New York City Council fiscal 2023 preliminary budget hearing of the Committee on Finance. At this time, would all panelists please turn on your videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you can send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Brannon, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Chair Brannon, you're on mute.
You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to today's hearing of the Committee on Finance on the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget. I'm Councilman Justin Brannon, and I am privileged to chair the Council's Committee on Finance. We have a very full day today. We'll hear from the Office of Management and Budget, the Controller, the Independent Budget Office, the Department of Finance, the Department of Design and Construction, and then most importantly, we'll hear from the public. I first want to acknowledge all of my colleagues who have joined us. We're joined, of course, by Speaker Adams, as well as Council members Hanks, Ayala, Brooks Powers, Farias, Hudson, Kagan, Lewis, Moya, Osei, Richardson, Sanchez, and Juan, and Council Member Mealy. Before we get started, I want to take a moment to thank the entire City Council Finance Division staff for their truly tremendous efforts in preparing for today's hearing, including Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Chief of Staff to the Speaker, Tanisha Edwards, the senior staff, Deputy Director Nathan Toth, Deputy Director Paul Simone, Deputy Director and Chief Economist Ray Majeski, Assistant Director Emra Adev, Supervising Economist Paul Sturm, the unit heads Isha Wright, Doheny Sampora, Chima Obachair, Krillian Francisco, and John Russell, our assistant counsels Noah Brick and Stephanie Ruiz, my senior advisor Jonathan Yedin, and all of the hardworking finance analysts and dedicated support staff who pulled everything together to make this morning's hearing possible. We're here today to examine the mayor's $98.5 billion fiscal 23 preliminary budget, which would be $3.3 billion less than our budget this year. But before I go any further, I want to invite our leader, Speaker Adams, to give her remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair Brannon, and good morning, all. Thank you, Chair Brannon, for holding the first budget hearing of the fiscal 2023 budget cycle. We welcome Director Jacques Gia to today's budget hearing. As my first budget hearing presiding as Speaker of the Council, I look forward to working with you, your team, and the rest of the administration in the coming weeks to adopt a fair and equitable budget. We are here today to examine the mayor's $98.5 billion fiscal 2023 preliminary budget. As Chair Brannon explained, the preliminary budget reduces this year's budget by $3.3 billion, largely by implementing a program to eliminate the gap, or PEG program, and budgeted city headcount reductions. While the council recognizes the importance of protecting taxpayer dollars and making strategic investments, we also acknowledge the need to find a balance between budget cuts and critical city services. The administration's rigorous citywide savings program, which includes the PEG program, introduces a mix of efficiency savings, cost and revenue estimates, vacancy reductions, and debt service prepayments that amount to $5.3 billion, representing a 3% target in savings across fiscal 22, fiscal 23, and the out years. PEGs have historically been a routine part of the budget process and have been used as a tool for managing expenses and operations at all agencies. However, as we've seen in the past, the city has generally taken a conservative approach to PEGs, by instituting them 1 year at a time rather than baselining them through the length of the plan. Before a PEG program can be baselined in the budget, we must understand the full impact it will have on the city's ability to hire moving forward and the impact it will have on an agency's ability to deliver key services. The preliminary budget is balanced and closes the previously projected $2.9 billion budget gap for fiscal 2023 by using approximately $2.7 billion in newly identified resources from fiscal 2022, coupled with the citywide savings program. Reserves are currently at $8.7 billion, up from $5.4 billion at this point last year. This includes $1 billion in the newly established rainy day fund. Additionally, tax revenues have been revised upwards, with OMB now projecting $1.6 billion more in fiscal year 2022 and $735 million more in fiscal year 2023. While these projections have produced a promising plan, the next set of challenges we must be prepared to address are the impending budgetary shortfalls the city will inevitably face after federal COVID funding runs out. In fiscal year 2022, the city received approximately $7.3 billion in relief through two separate stimulus packages, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act and American Rescue Plan Act, which must be spent by the end of fiscal year 2025. These funds were in addition to $721 million received through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief and Economic Security CARES Act, the CARES Act in 2020. Recognizing that this federal funding has an expiration date, the city needs to plan on how to continue budgeted programs after the funding runs out, particularly in the area of education. The COVID-19 pandemic brought inequity and social injustice to the forefront and highlighted the need to develop policies and programs aimed to protect our most vulnerable populations. As we continue to move forward on the road to recovery, we must ensure that this year's budget is fair and equitable for all and makes deeper investments for children and working families, workforce development, mental health, public safety, healthcare, education. I'm going to add senior and elder care, and outer borough priorities. Director Gia, today I hope to hear from you about how this budget plans for the city's future, particularly after the expiration of the federal COVID funds, and what investments the administration is making to keep us on a path going forward. We welcome you again to this preliminary budget hearing. I will now turn it back over to Chair Brannan for the remainder of his remarks.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. I also want to note we've been joined by Council members Yeager, Velasquez, Williams, and Carr. The Speaker has identified some of the many challenges of a budget that takes untested savings proposals for fiscal 22 and 23 and carries them through the entire financial plan without adequate review. While continually analyzing the budget to ensure that the city is using resources effectively is a wise practice, and I applaud this administration for undertaking this exercise, I think we must be careful that these cuts don't veer into unintentional austerity. I'm troubled that some of the proposed cuts could hinder the city's revival, making it harder to achieve a fair and equitable recovery for all. I'm especially concerned about cuts to core agencies and crucial everyday services such as sanitation and parks, and to the critical social safety net on which so many New Yorkers rely, including ACS, HRA, and the Department of Education. While I appreciate the prudence of a cautious approach to appropriating projected revenue in an uncertain time, the Office of Management and Budget has fashioned a spending plan that seems to disregard or discount the many positive indicators already evident in the city's economy and revenue collection. We shouldn't let caution cloud our judgment or immobilize us from having a more realistically optimistic picture of where we stand, especially at a time when New Yorkers are relying on their government more than ever before. For instance, collections from the sales tax, hotel tax, and the two real estate transaction taxes have been robust, with collections coming in much stronger than OMB had predicted in its November plan. Knowing this, one might expect OMB to revise its forecast of these taxes, but instead, OMB has left its fiscal 23 forecast for all these taxes unchanged, except for the sales tax. But for the sales tax, OMB has actually lowered the estimate by $196 million for next year, despite collections coming in stronger than anticipated. Given the sustained decline of COVID-19 cases and the pending order to eliminate mask mandates for schools and vaccine requirements for restaurants, gyms, and movie theaters by the 7th of March, I echo many experts who predict that economic activity and city revenues will increase as we finally turn the corner at last. Not all New Yorkers will immediately benefit from this recovery, and we'll need to help them along with smart spending on core city services and programs. The dissonance of budget cuts amid the reality of a robust recovery is hard to wrap our heads around and difficult for this council to explain to our constituents. Moreover, unintended austerity will jeopardize the progress of our recovery. I believe strongly in the covenant between our government and the people of our city. New Yorkers work hard and pay a tremendous amount of taxes and therefore rightfully expect to see a tangible return on their investment. And it's our imperative that our city delivers for all the hardworking New Yorkers who have felt overlooked, ignored, and shut out of their government in the past. If we can ensure we are spending wisely, safeguarding our financial future, and fortifying the city's social safety net for our most vulnerable, then we can deliver a budget and recovery for everyone. Because no matter if you've been a New Yorker since birth or since breakfast, you deserve to live in a safe, clean, fair, and thriving city. We'll now hear from OMB Budget Director Jacques Jiha and First Deputy Director Ken Godner after they are sworn in by the council. And I'll now turn it over to the Finance Committee Council for some housekeeping and to swear in our witnesses.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Noah Brick, and I am counsel to the Council's Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you should mute yourself after you have been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient before you begin speaking. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called upon to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses. Let me start with Director Jiha and First Deputy Director Godner. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. The other OMB guests, should they be called upon to answer a question, I will swear them in at that time. So thank you, Director Jiha. You may begin when ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, and members of the Finance Committee and the New York City Council. Congratulations to all of you on your new roles, and I look forward to working together. My name is Jacques Jiha, and I'm the Director of the New York City's Mayor's Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined by First Deputy Director Kenneth Gardner. We are here to discuss the preliminary budget for fiscal year 23. First, I'm pleased to announce that OMB has rolled out a COVID-19 federal funding tracker. We'll continue to add information and functionality to the site over the coming months to enhance transparency and help New Yorkers track the allocation and spending of these resources. Now, on to the budget. The fiscal year 23 preliminary budget is $98.5 billion, a reduction of more than $2 billion since the November modification. It is balanced and the outage gaps of the financial plan are manageable at $2.7 billion in fiscal year 24, 2.2 in fiscal year 25, and $3 billion in fiscal year 26. Our mission in this budget was to close the fiscal year 23 gap of $2.9 billion, to fund critical priorities, and to begin to address the mayor's goal of making city's government more customer-centric and efficient. Today, as we review the preliminary budget, the national economy and local economy are rising from the damage caused by the pandemic. However, while the national economic expansion has been robust, the city's recovery has been mixed. On the national front, the economy grew by 5.7% in 2021. This is the fastest full-year growth in nearly 4 decades. The country has also recovered 85% of jobs lost during the pandemic. But supply chain disruptions, coupled with pent-up demand for goods, have led to high inflation, with the consumer price index rising 7.5% in January. The Federal Reserve is now expected to raise interest rates more aggressively to cool off the economy and slow demand. Looking forward, the geopolitical upheaval caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine poses a risk to the nation's economy and the city's vital financial industry. At the local level, signals are mixed. Wall Street had a banner year with record levels of bonuses, which are estimated to reach more than $42 billion in 2021, up from $37 billion in 2020. Profits are also at unprecedented levels, estimated at $55 billion in 2021, up from $51 billion in 2020. Also, retail sales and residential real estate transactions are bouncing back. However, we still see signs of a delayed recovery. New York City lags both the US and the state in post-pandemic job gains. We have only recovered 55% of lost jobs compared with the state's 63% and the nation's 85%. Our unemployment rate is nearly 9% compared to 4% nationally. The delay in our recovery is largely the result of the slow pace of employees returning to their workplaces and the impact of COVID variants on the local economy, in particular, the tourism industry. Before Omicron, return to office had been slow but gradual, reaching a high of 37% at the beginning of December 2021. By the end of December, however, the percentage of office employees returning to their workstations in the city dropped to 11% because of the resurgence of the virus. That number has now increased to 31%. Though we are gaining ground, this rebound still lags other major cities by about 6 percentage points. When employees don't return to work, they don't eat lunch at a nearby restaurant, shop at a close-by store, or take their clothes to the dry cleaner. Our business districts in Manhattan suffer without foot traffic, and it slows the recovery. The commercial real estate market in particular suffers. Office vacancy rates in Manhattan, for instance, are nearly 20%, a record level. This is equivalent to every single office building in downtown Manhattan sitting empty. It is hard to imagine our core business district without employees and businesses, but it accurately portrays the challenge we are currently facing. Omicron also slowed recovery in the city tourism sector. Hotel occupancy dropped to 40% in January. There are signs of optimism lately as hotel occupancy bounced back to about 55% in recent weeks, but tourism is still a drag on the economy. The question now is, what conclusions do we draw from these indicators, and how do they impact the budget and our planning? Let's look at the positives first. A healthy national economy, strong corporate profits, and overall jobs recovery benefited the city's tax revenue base. We are encouraged that retail sales and residential real estate transactions are rebounding, as that adds to our bottom line. Overall, better than expected increases in personal income and business profits, coupled with a rebound in retail sales and residential real estate sales, have fueled a $2.3 billion increase in fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 tax revenue projections over November. These revenues help close the budget gap. They also fund critical ongoing needs related to youth employment, healthcare, and help strengthen the social safety net that many New Yorkers rely on to meet their basic daily needs. I will now turn to the negatives. The Omicron surge slowed our recovery dramatically. The drop in tourism, slow return to work, and high office vacancies hamper growth of the hotel taxes and the property tax base, which is our single largest and most stable revenue source. Job recovery is lagging. The unemployment rate remains high, despite dropping by half since the peak of the pandemic. This highlights that many New Yorkers did not prosper during the pandemic and are struggling to find work, leaving them in danger of falling farther behind and increasing the need for more social services. Given these uncertainties, the administration took a cautious and pragmatic approach to the preliminary budget. On the 11th day of his administration, Mayor Adams notified all city agencies that he would implement a program to eliminate the gap, a PEG. With some exceptions, agencies had to cut their city-funded budgets by 3% in fiscal year 22 and 23 and the out years of the financial plan. They were encouraged to take down vacant positions, but could not cut services or lay off employees. The PEG was a success and achieved nearly $2 billion in savings across fiscal year 22 and 23. Further, agencies generated a total of over $3 billion in savings in the out years of the financial plan. Cautious fiscal management includes planning for the future. In this budget, the administration has increased reserves to a record $6.1 billion, which will help the city weather future storms and make long-term economic recovery more sustainable. Fiscal year 22 reserves are now more than $1 billion greater than fiscal year 22, with $1 billion in the general reserve, $1 billion in the rainy day fund, $3.8 billion in the retiree health benefits trust, and $250 million in the capital stabilization fund. We appreciate the Council's historic role in increasing our reserves and look forward to discussions about adding more as the budget process moves forward. On top of savings and increased budget reserves, this budget promotes fiscal responsibility by focusing on government efficiency. In achieving their PEG targets, agencies reduced budgeted headcount by 3,200 in fiscal year 22 and 7,000 in fiscal year 23. This was done by eliminating vacancies. Not a single city employee was laid off. To promote transparency and fiscal integrity, We eliminated $500 million in unspecified labor savings from fiscal year 23 and financial plan out years. Now, I would like to highlight some of the new investments the administration made in this budget. We know that COVID had a disproportionately negative impact on the most at-risk New Yorkers. Therefore, in his first budget, the mayor took actions to improve the lives and well-being of middle and low-income members of our community. As a result of cautious planning and the successful PEG program, new agency spending of more than $525 million in fiscal year 22 and over $925 million in fiscal year 2023 is completely offset by savings achieved in those years. This budget makes a historic investment in our youth by expanding and baselining the summer youth employment program from 75,000 to 100,000 slots with a $79 million investment. We have also enhanced and baselined the Fair Futures program, which provides youth aging out of foster care with mentoring, tutoring, and other important services to help guide them to independence. We appreciate the light the Council has shined on these two crucial programs over the last several years. Additionally, for the first time, we have baselined the funding for the Fair Fares program, so low-income New Yorkers can access affordable public transportation. This $75 million annual investment reflects the mayor's commitment to this important program that was championed by the council. This budget makes substantial investments in families. The mayor is committed to putting money directly into the pockets of low-income New Yorkers with a $250 million expansion of the Earned Income Tax Credit. Under our proposal, low to moderate income families will receive a substantial benefit up to thousands of dollars every year. This will be the first EITC increase in more than 20 years. We are pushing the state to match our investment and make a total of $500 million available for this program. Additionally, because we know that finding affordable and convenient daycare options is far too difficult, the city plans to implement a new $25 million property tax abatement for child care center development and a new $25 million business tax credit for businesses that provide free or subsidized child care. The budget also funds programs for mothers and families as we focus on improving health equity throughout the city. We are taking steps to reduce maternal deaths and childbirth complications by investing in maternal, medical home, and obstetric simulation training. Further, the new family home visits program has been enhanced and baselined to ensure continuity of services and a promising start for new parents in the 33 neighborhoods hit hardest by COVID-19. Finally, in recognition of how our capital program affects the well-being of New Yorkers, the $100 billion preliminary capital plan includes more than $1 billion to rehabilitate 12 highway bridges, almost $300 million to upgrade the North River wastewater resource recovery facility, and almost $14 million to keep our watershed clean. Before I conclude, I want to thank our state and federal partners for the help they have given us to address the pandemic and our recovery. While we are making progress, we still need their assistance. At the state level, we have asked Albany to restore the city's borrowing power to pre-pandemic levels by extending the Transitional Finance Authority debt limit by $19 billion at no cost to the state. We have also asked the state to stop the proposed permanent extension of the yearly $200 million sales tax intercept for the distressed hospital funds. The state has already diverted $400 million of the city's money to this fund, but has returned nothing to our public hospitals. Additionally, we are requesting that the state restore the years of cost shifts and cuts that have specifically targeted New York City. This includes annual cuts of $204 million to TANF, which provides financial assistance to families in need. $59 million to Article 6 public health funding, which provides vital health services for vulnerable New Yorkers, and more than $30 million to the Close to Home program that helps keep at-risk youth out of foster care and detention. At the federal level, we join the state in asking that New York receive increased funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and we encourage Congress to pass the much-needed Build Back Better legislation. To conclude, the fiscal year 23 preliminary budget invests in New Yorkers, promotes efficiency, and guides the city to a strong and balanced recovery. We look forward to working with you this year to create a budget that allows all New Yorkers to thrive. Thank you for inviting me to speak today, and thank you for your continued service to New York City. I look forward now to your questions.
Thank you, Director Jiha. Looking forward to working with you to get this right. I want to acknowledge other members who've joined us, Council Members Caban, Ressler, De La Rosa, and Powers. And I now want to hand it over back to Speaker Adams to ask the first round of questions.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan, and welcome again, Director Jiha. Welcome also First Deputy Director Godner to our hearing today. Okay, let's speak about federal funding. The fiscal 2022 executive budget added billions of dollars in federal stimulus funding that must be spent down over the course of the financial plan. Of the total federal stimulus funding from fiscal 2022 to fiscal 2025, approximately $6.8 billion supports new programs, while $762 million supports PEG restorations across many city agencies. The question remains, though, what happens to these programs once federal stimulus funding runs out and/or expires? As of the financial plan, COVID funding spans across all agencies, with over 50% of funding in 3 agencies, DOHMH, H&H, and DOE. So how are OMB and city agencies assessing what programs currently funded with federal stimulus funds need baseline support once federal funding expires, and when can we expect to see these programs funded in the financial plan?
Well, as you know, Speaker, we are currently looking closely at every single one of the programs that was created as part of the recovery, and we are assessing their future. If we deem it appropriate to continue the program after federal funding elapses, we will make the appropriate adjustment in the budget. I'm not too concerned about the ROT gap, as you know, because from my perspective, the ROT gap, they are manageable. Our goal is to continue to work with the council to identify and find savings as we work with city agencies. And we will continue to make contributions to our reserves to deal with any unexpected, unforeseen events going forward. But more importantly, we believe the city's recovery will continue. And as the recovery continues, that will help us to generate the necessary revenues that would use to basically swap federal funding with city tax-funded resources.
So Director Gia, so what you're saying is that you're not anticipating right now any issues with the current agencies that are receiving but will no longer receive federal funding. Are there any of the agencies that I mentioned that draw a flag in particular, be it DOE or be it DOHMH or H&H, or you're saying that you're just going to wait and see, or are any of those agencies raising a red flag right now?
No, as I said, we are closely monitoring our budget, and we are assessing all the new programs that are created to see if they are, if we think they should continue going forward. That's one of the first decisions that we have to make. And if we believe that they should continue, at the time we make this necessary adjustment of the budget to reflect our commitment to these agencies.
Okay. Now, given the quick onset of the pandemic, the previous administration initially included funding in agencies with existing contracts to facilitate quick disbursements of services. Is there any plan to shift funding in the future to better align agency spending with agency operations?
Yes, we are, as I said, we are always assessing the optimal way to structure programs. We are reviewing them. If a determination is made in the future to shift funds from one agency into another agency to better align it with our objective, we will adjust the budget at the time.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about PEGS, or the program to eliminate the gap. In the preliminary budget, the program to eliminate the gap proposes budget savings of nearly $2 billion over fiscal 2022 and 2023. And the mayor has indicated that he intends to include a PEG program for financial plans moving forward. What will the savings target be for the executive budget? And will any agencies be exempt from the program?
We have not made any final decisions regarding any PEG going forward. As you know, PEG savings are a very important way of enhancing budget responsibility and to generate the resources that we need so we could boost our reserves and fund priorities. But at this point in time, the exact parameters of any future PEG have not yet been determined.
Okay, so as you know, I'm sure you know that moving forward, as new budget savings are identified, the council hopes to be an active partner with you to determine how the savings are going to be reallocated. And
Sure.
Of course, I look forward to more conversations about that with you.
Okay, yes.
With vacancy reductions and the vacancy reduction plan, this plan proposes to permanently eliminate over 7,000 budgeted positions across over 40 agencies. Keeping in mind that all city agencies will play a vital role in the city's recovery from the pandemic, how much of an impact will the vacancy reduction plan have on city agencies' ability to quickly hire staff to respond to the challenges we're certain to face as we recover from the pandemic?
Yeah, as you know, as part of the PEG targets, agencies were asked to right-size their headcount and to reduce vacancies. And they have done that, as I said in my testimony, without laying off any single employee. So we did reduce vacancy without laying off employees. As you know, even though we reduce vacancies, all the agencies continue to have vacancies. Okay, so our goal is to work with them to make sure that they could backfill those positions. And if they manage to backfill those positions, and if they need additional resources at that time, we will have a discussion with them, okay, to see if they need new resources to meet their mission. So we're not expecting any service reductions, okay, from this, because as I said, the agencies continue to have vacancies. We'll work with them, and if to make sure that if they need to backfill those positions, they backfill those positions. And if they manage successfully to backfill all the positions and they still have needs, we will review their needs at that time and to make an assessment to see whether or not they need more resources.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on and talk about something that I know is important to my colleagues, and you probably get a few questions on this today. And that, of course, Director, has to do with transparency in the budget. Okay, so when we're taking a look at transparency in the budget, and As you're aware, the council approves the city's budget at the unit of appropriation or U of A's. Unfortunately, not every city agency's budget is made up of enough U of A's to allow for any meaningful transparency. This is an issue for us. For example, many city agencies have the entirety of their budgets under only one or two U of A's with very little descriptions such as PS or OTPS costs. While this provides flexibility in spending, it really isn't transparent for us. So will you commit to working with the council during this budget cycle to strategically add units of appropriation to the city's budget that will strike a better balance between flexibility in spending and overall transparency in this budget?
Madam Speaker, we are fully committed to enhance transparency. As you know, we discussed it on many occasions, and we'll work with you and the council, okay, as we have in the past, to add unit of appropriations wherever it's needed.
Okay, Director, we're going to be working really closely. I'm sure I won't be the last one to ask you about that question of transparency today. So just wanted to lay that foundation. It's coming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let's take a look at something that's very serious in our city, and that's homelessness and housing and homelessness spending. The Department of Homeless Services fiscal 2023 preliminary budget totals over $2.1 billion, with 86% of this funding supporting shelter operations. The council has long advocated for shelter funding to be reappropriated towards long-term housing solutions for the homeless. As part of the PEG problem for Department of Homeless Services, hotel spending for homeless families with children decreases by $231 million across the financial plan by eliminating the use of hotels to house families. The mayor has expressed interest in converting hotels into permanent housing, similar to the cluster site acquisition model in 2019. Can the funding from the reduction in hotel spending for families with children be reappropriated towards hotel acquisitions and conversion? And if so, how quickly can this process start and be reflected in the city's budget?
This is an idea with potential, and we are looking to see if it is a viable tool to help us create affordable housing. But as you know, we have a legal obligation in New York City to house homeless person. So therefore, hotel always serve as a bridge as we build more shelter and enhance, our prevention tools. So in New York City, it's not like a one or the other. We have to do both. We have to provide shelter and at the same time invest in housing. It should be noted also that even though there has been a reduction in shelter for family, but there's an increasing need for shelter for single adult. Okay, even though there's a decline in the overall census. So we have allocated money in this budget for this purpose. But again, we are exploring this idea of converting hotel into permanent housing, and in due time, we will come back with a plan. As you know, the mayor just hire staff, housing staff, and they're working, on their own plan to come back to us with. So in due time, we'll come back to you. But this is an idea I think that has some merit, and we should explore it.
Okay, so do we, and we look forward to a continuing conversation around
Sure.
that as well. Let's talk about senior services. The council has noticed, I've noticed, as well, the preliminary fiscal 2023 budget for DFTA, the Department of Aging, makes no new investments for senior services. This is a problem, and proposes to eliminate $53 million in funding for the Home Delivered Recovery Meals Program with the expiration of federal funding that supports this program. In contrast, the preliminary budget makes large investments for the children and youth of the city, most notably, of course, $57 million for the expansion of SYEP. So what is the mayor's vision for senior services? And when will his priorities for seniors be reflected in the 2023 budget? This is something else that is of grave concern to my colleagues and myself.
Yeah, as you know, the mayor stated on many occasions that he is very committed to supporting New York City seniors. In this plan, we added baseline funding of $9.4 million in fiscal year 2023 and out to basically increase the reimbursement rate for home delivered meals. In addition, we are in the process of rolling out the comprehensive community cares program, which is funded at about $48 million in fiscal year 2023 and out. So as I said, we will continue to work with you and do an assessment of the needs going forward. And if there is a need, we understand the urgency about food and seniors. And if there is need going forward, this is, as I said, this is a journey. The preliminary budget is the first step in that journey. And as we go forward and we will do an assessment, if there is a need, we will try to accommodate it as long as there is the necessary resources available for us to do so.
Okay, we just want to make sure that
Sure.
our seniors are never left out of the
Yes.
equation and always put on the front burner. I call them the jewels, of our community. Okay, so let's talk about education. In just a few minutes, Chancellor Banks is going to deliver his address and deliver his bold vision for New York City schools. It's going to happen in about 5 minutes, right down the street from here. So the PEG program for DOE cut schools' budgets by $215 million due to a decrease in enrollment after federal revenue is applied to help adjust to fulfill the impact of the cut. Additionally, the PEG removes funding for the hold harmless policy that allowed schools to maintain their school budgets even with a decrease in enrollment. DOE is still addressing academic and learning loss due to the pandemic. So why would OMB approve a PEG that would decrease school budgets? I mean, we understand that enrollment is decreasing, but as DOE begins to address the impact of the pandemic on students, don't schools need as much additional resources as possible and education be made a priority? Where will there be boundaries, or will there be boundaries put around what schools can cut? For example, preserve mandated services like gym and art classes, or keep all social workers that this council worked so hard to get and put in place. Keep all social workers that have been hired over the last few fiscal years?
As the mayor stated on many occasions, ensuring that our children receive a quality and holistic education is an essential priority of his administration. This administration is looking forward to investment that would be aligned with the mayor's and the chancellor's education priorities, such as a summer school, after-school program, and expanded tutoring program. These are some of the things that to look out for in our upcoming budget. Regarding the PEGs, we were able to find central administrative savings also. But like you said, we have a drop in enrollment, a significant drop in enrollment. But what we've been doing is providing the stimulus money to the schools so that they could adjust to the new funding level in the meantime. So we're not just cutting, we swapping, okay, we're reducing city funded tax dollars, but we're also providing them stimulus dollars, okay, during the transition, okay, so until they could adjust to the new level. But it's a new reality. Enrollment is dropping, has dropped significantly, and our budget has to reflect that.
Okay, thank you, Director. I just wanted to make sure
But
that
again, we'll continue to work with DOE. We'll work with you in terms of to make sure that there is no impact on the education of our children in New York City.
Yeah, and again, more priorities for all of us, especially, hearing the way that you just stated the swapping out, the PEG programs versus summer school and after school, which I'm sure my colleagues will get into a little bit more later on in the discussion as well. Let's take a look at a little bit of capital planning, and then I'm almost done, I promise. DEP, Capital Commitment Plan Reduction, flooding in Southeast Queens. This is an issue that's near and dear to my heart, being a daughter of Southeast Queens. The Department of Environmental Protection's fiscal 2022-26 preliminary capital commitment plan has been reduced by $558.8 million over 5 years of the plan. Flooding in Southeast Queens has been a major issue for many years and continues to be that, even though we have had some infrastructure improvements. But will this reduction in DEP's preliminary capital commitment plan negatively impact or delay DEP's progress on flooding mitigation projects like the projects in Southeast Queens?
Let's clarify something. There has not been any reduction in DP's budget. It's just that we distributed some of the money to make sure they match the timeline of the project. Regarding Southeast Queens, as you know, we have a long and big investment commitment in Southeast Queens, about $2.1 billion in the next 10 years. So there has not been any reduction whatsoever, okay, in this budget. But more importantly, so that you put it in context, the cities also has about $8.7 billion, okay, for DEP to deal with flooding and to increase resiliency citywide. So again, as I said, this is something that is very important to us. We have not touched it, okay? And so anything that you see in DEP is just simply redistribution, moving money from 1 year to another year because the projects were not ready, okay, to start.
Okay.
So,
Thanks
but
for that.
regarding Southeast Queens, there's no reduction in the capital plan.
That's good to know. Thank you for the clarity. And finally, in looking at local events of late, dealing with Ukraine and local impacts, Russia's invasion of Ukraine could have economic repercussions globally and in the United States. This attack could push oil and food prices globally at a time of already high inflation. In the US, it will drive up uncertainty and could impact financial markets. IHS market estimated real GDP growth be reduced by 0.4% in 2022 because of this. Have you done any analysis of the impact this conflict could have on the city economy and tax revenues? And does it perchance pose a risk to the financial plan?
You know, we have not done any serious analysis at this point in time, okay? But as you said, this is the reason why we are so cautious to begin with, okay, in crafting the preliminary budget. So we are not only concerned about the fact that we had elevated inflation to begin with, but when you're dealing with the geopolitical upheaval caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that adds another risk element, okay, to our forecast. All right. So therefore, from our perspective, we have to be extremely careful as we deal with this. The mayor has expressed his support for the people of Ukraine. We continue to monitor this event and closely to see whether or not it would have a serious ramification on the city's economy. But again, we don't know exactly how this thing's gonna play out. Okay, there is a chance that rising oil prices could probably lead to even, you know, an acceleration of inflation, and in which case we don't know what the reaction are going to be on the part of the Federal Reserve. Efforts to soft land the economy usually fail because, you know, you never know how they're going to end. So therefore, we have to be extremely cautious as we approach the budget, and that's one of the reasons why we are focusing on making sure that we increase our reserves, okay, just in case there is we facing some challenges throughout the year. So at this point in time, again, as I said, caution is a word for me. We're looking at the big picture. It's not clear yet. Things would evolve, but at this point in time, we have to be extremely careful as we make decisions, as we do our forecast about revenues, because we don't know if we don't want to be too aggressive in our revenue forecast, so that in case something happens, we have to revise down our forecast down the road. So again, as I said, at this point in time is very unclear, but we have to be extremely careful as we craft the budget in months ahead.
And Director, along those same lines, and it's probably going to be the same response, but I just want to put it out there, getting closer to home, when it comes to this conflict, to this issue, are there any conversations within OMB or any of the agencies regarding the preparation, for an influx of Ukrainians coming into New York? I think that's a real scenario for us right now. The November plan added a $1.5 million for case management and legal services for Haitian refugees. And so now, when looking forward, is the administration planning to provide these services for Ukrainians as they come in, and housing assistance, economic aid in the form of cash grants?
The refugees are eligible for services that the city provides, including mental health, all kind of services that the city provides. If we are dealing with this problem at that point in time, we will make the appropriate adjustment to the budget. We will work with the council, okay, to adjust our budget. Because as I said, this is a very, very important crisis. This is a major crisis, and so therefore we have to make sure that. If we are to deal with refugees in New York City, that we could provide them the necessary resources that they need.
Thank you so much, Director. We've been chatting for almost an hour, so thank you for indulging me with all of my questions.
Pleasure. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. I will now turn it back over to Chair Brannon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. Thank you, Director. I like you saying that this is a journey. I often say it's a marathon and not a sprint, but a journey it is indeed. And we look forward to working with you. And, the council is a partner in this process. So,
yes.
Okay, let's dig into, on page 1 of OMB's financial plan details. One of the highlights of the financial plan, and I'll read it, it says, the 2023 budget is balanced using $2.4 billion of prior year resources, including $6.1 billion in resources from 2021 already in the June plan, and $3.7 billion in projected resources from fiscal year 22. So it's not the easiest sentence for us to understand. Clearly, fiscal 22 and 23 revenues will fall short of spending, and we must use prior year revenues to balance the budget. This is also true for fiscal 24 to 26, where there are budget gaps uncovered by prior year revenues of between 2.3 billion and 3 billion. So does the city have a structural budget gap of between $2 and $3 billion?
This is using prepayments, using surplus in one fiscal year and to prepay expenses in the following fiscal year. It's a practice that is commonly used at OMB in the city for forever. Okay, this is nothing new. Historically, you use surpluses in 1 year to prepay expenses in the next year. This was done in fiscal year 21 to prepay fiscal year 22. And we have done this in the past. This is nothing to do with the structural deficit. It's just a question of, before we had the rainy day fund, okay, we had no place to park those resources. Okay, so what we used to do is to basically use the surplus generated in one fiscal year to prepay expenses in the following year. Okay.
Okay, so we shouldn't be concerned. I mean, these are they're modest numbers, and each year from fiscal 23 on has at least 1.2 billion in the expense budget that has no purpose and there's no plan to spend it.
This is the general reserve and the capital stabilization fund.
Okay.
These are funds that are used throughout the fiscal year because, as I said, because before we didn't have the rainy day fund. Okay. So we're using alternative mechanism to basically park money in areas that, in case there is a problem, we could always tap into those resources throughout the year.
Okay. I mean, is the plan to eventually just put all this money into the rainy day fund and not have it parked elsewhere?
Well, it's just a question of flexibility also. Okay. As you make allocations, because if you flood the rainy day fund, with the resources, every time we're going to need it, we're going to have to go to the city council. to seek permission to move to reallocate the funding. Whereas if you have it in the general reserve, you could you have the flexibility to reallocate it throughout the year. But eventually, the goal is to continue to add money to the rainy day fund, and this is something that we intend to do at the end of every fiscal year.
Okay, sorry. I guess if we created this before we had the rainy day fund, do we still need it now that we have the rainy day fund?
Well, you still need it. Again, as I said, it's a question of flexibility that you have within the fiscal year to move to reallocate resources. And at the end of the day, if at the end of the fiscal year, if you still end up with a huge, with the reserve not being unused, you could appropriate it in the rainy day fund.
Okay. I want to move on to the education enrollment PEG. As part of the PEG program, as Speaker mentioned, the DOE's preliminary budget reflects a $375 million baseline reduction with an associated teacher headcount of 3,227 positions beginning in fiscal 23 due to a decrease in enrollment. So while the reduction in teaching positions are vacancies and align actual headcount with budgeted headcount, I guess the question is, why not take this opportunity with enrollment changes to decrease class size by hiring more teachers?
Yeah. Again, I'm going to try to clarify again. Even after this reduction, there are vacant lines that remain and could be filled. The issue of class size goes beyond the just an expense item. It has to do with also capacity and physical space concerns. So you have to increase your footprint. And this is part of something that is very much important to us. And it's something that is primarily capital budget issue. And we are working with DOE to address this issue going forward. So as I said, this is not something that is just only it's not an expense per se item. It's a lot of it has to do with expanding our footprint. Look at the need on the capital side to see if you need more space. And DOE working with SCA is looking at the needs around the city to see how best to make sure that class size is reduced. Can't hear you, sir. You're muted.
Sorry, Director. So following on that, calculating the school seat need, the process of how the previous administration calculated school seat need was opaque at best. There's very, very little transparency. So starting with OMB, could we get a commitment from the new administration to provide more clarity to the council as to how seat need is calculated in the SCA's capital amendments going forward?
Well, I would try to, we'll work with you as best as we can to provide you all the information that we need. But as you can imagine, this is something that is primarily based on the current and projected seat needs, of the school system in general. So
I guess we're trying to better understand what that formula is. And it's just been very opaque, and this is past administrations. It's been very unclear as to how the seat need is.
We will work with you. We will work with you if you have specific questions and address them. Make sure that we provide you all the information that you need and the formula, so you could see what's going on, so that it doesn't appear too opaque to you going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Okay, moving on to the earned income tax credit. So the preliminary financial plan includes 3 tax policy proposals for $300 million starting in fiscal 23, raising the city's earned income tax credit from 5% on the federal level to 30%, and then 2 tax abatements that would provide tax breaks to businesses that provide on-site childcare, and a property tax break to encourage property owners to include daycare facilities. All these programs would require state legislation. So Our estimate of the EITC expansion to 30% federal level is that it would cost roughly $574 million. But the preliminary budget only has $250 million set aside for this program. Can you explain the discrepancy?
Yeah, the preliminary estimate budget, if you take the 30% that you just mentioned, this is basically a fixed model. That is, you said, you know, you're going to take 30% of the federal EITC. So that's what you come up with the $575 million that you just raised. You just brought up to my attention. The model that we have is a different model. It is a model that is based on a sliding scale. Okay, that is, you get 30%. Okay, if your income is at a certain level, let's say less in about $10,000 or $5,000, and as your income increases, okay, the percentage that you receive drops to about 10%. So the model is different. So therefore, the cost is different. Okay, the cost is much less. But more importantly, under our model, what we're saying is the model, the model that we, the way we structure the model, we think is going to cost us $250 million, and we're asking the state to basically to match our share, so that would bring it up to about $500 million. So under our proposal, the way we structure it right now is if you earn, for instance, $1,400, close to about $15,000 as a single person with a child, you would receive about $1,200 a year, which is more than double what you call the benefit that people are currently receiving. And a married couple with 2 children earning $25,000 would receive about $1,500, okay, which is more than 7% of the current benefits that they would receive. So again, the structure of our proposal is different from the fixed 30%. That's one of the reasons we have a different cost than what you indicated to me.
Okay, I think the council wants to be supportive of these programs. I think
Sure.
We still don't have many details on them, so we look
Oh,
forward.
I'll provide them. I'll provide them to you. More than happy to provide them to you, because the more support we get to push these legislations in Albany, the better off we are. We'll provide you all the detail. Yeah.
Okay, want to talk about monitors. Over the last several years, the city of New York has appointed several monitors to oversee a variety of the city's functions. It includes a monitor to oversee NYCHA, recruitment at the fire department, reform at the NYPD, conditions at Rikers, and conditions at homeless shelters. There was an article recently that cited the city spending $111 million on these monitors, while the agencies have yet to address the issues that led them to have these monitors in the first place. So does this administration believe that it's responsible governance for the city to have so many of its functions overseen by monitors? And what's our plan to take back control of our government and address these issues that have led to the need for the monitors in the first place?
As you know, these monitors were not created at the behest of the city, but they were rather often imposed on agencies because of legal settlements or mandates. So we are working closely with the agencies and monitors to institute reforms where needed to make sure we comply with all the legal requirements.
Okay, but is there a plan to try to work towards, not needing those monitors?
Yeah, I mean, we have to make sure that the agencies comply, so that's what we're working with the agencies. Again, as I said, this is not something that, trust me, we're not looking forward to spend that kind of money on monitors. Yeah. We have to make sure that we comply with the law, okay, with the requirements. And so that's the reason why we're working with the agencies. We're pushing the agencies real hard to make sure that these things are implemented so that we could move away from these monitors. It's a concern. The concern is real and it's serious, and we're taking that into we're taking a serious look at it at this.
Yeah, it's however we can be helpful there. It's something we'd like to partner on.
We're working we're working with the agencies to make sure that they comply.
Okay. Let's talk about tax revenue forecast for property taxes FY23. OMB's property tax revenue forecast for fiscal 23 was updated to reflect an increase in assessments on DOF's tentative assessment roll. Typically, there's about a 1% decline in assessments by the time the final assessments are published in late May. These declines reflect tax commission actions as well as adjustments by Department of Finance. However, this year, OMB appears to be expecting assessments to decline by almost 3% between the tentative and final rolls. And if this were true, it would represent by far the highest decline in 2 decades. So what leads OMB to believe the assessments are going to decline this much?
2 things from our perspective. We expect to have increased property tax challenges. That's one. But more importantly, many exemptions on large class 2 and class 4 properties were not fully reflected in the tentative roll. So we expect them to be on the final roll. So again, I defer to the Department of Finance. They'll provide you more information on this. But these are the 2 things from our perspective. The fact that the exemptions on many class 2 and class 4 properties were not fully reflected on the tentative roll, and because we're expecting increased challenges.
So is that, I mean, are you being cautious or are you confident in that forecast?
We're confident that the exemption, for instance, the exemptions did not reflected on class 2 and class 4 properties. So many of the class 2 and class 4 properties. And the caution part is because of we think that given the increase in the rebound that we see in property value in fiscal year in upcoming fiscal year, that we will see some challenges by property owners in New York City, and those increased property challenges, from our perspective, will have an impact on the final tentative roll going, in when it's released sometimes in the spring.
Okay. I want to jump back quickly to the earned income tax credit. What is there a contingency? I mean, the council, I think, would like to work together to make this happen and lobby Albany to make it happen. But what is the contingency plan if we don't get the money from Albany?
Well, our shares in the budget, our part of the EITC is in the budget. We're pushing Albany very hard. Okay, I don't want to call defeat, raise the white flag at this point in time, because we still have a lot of time in Albany, okay, to lobby Albany, to push Albany to get this done. So we will appreciate your partnership to work with us to go to Albany, because we're working with the legislature to have them included in those one house bills, okay, the Senate and the Assembly, okay, so that they could be part of the budget negotiation process with the governor. So we welcome the partnership. We are looking forward to working with you to making sure that this is a very, very, very important piece of legislation that would put money directly in the pockets of poor working New Yorkers. So to the extent that we could to help them in this environment, it would be very, 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 very good. So we welcome your partnership and looking forward to working with you to make a big push, okay, before the state budget is adopted.
Right. Oh yeah, pick me up. We'll drive up there together.
Will do.
All right, I want to move on to pensions and the alternative assets in the city's pension fund. So a few weeks ago, the controller testified before the joint state legislative fiscal committees, advocating for state law to increase the cap for allowable or alternative assets in pension funds from 25 to 35%. So this would allow the portfolio to expand the amount it invests in hedge funds and private equity, private real estate investments, among other types of alternative assets. Does the administration have an opinion on expanding this particular asset type in the city's pension funds, or more generally on portfolio allocation for the funds?
As a former chief investment officer for the New York State Pension Fund, I understand the challenges the controller is dealing with here, because you feel like you're managing a portfolio with your hands are tied behind your back. So we are open to looking at ways to make sure that the controller has the tools necessary to diversify the pension fund. As fiduciaries, however, we have to be careful and deliberate in our approach. As I said, we like to have a diversified portfolio, but there's also increased risks associated with this kind of assets. So therefore, we would love to see the plan to mitigate some of those risks. And also, I also encourage the controller to make sure to monitor the management fees, because these assets also come with very high management fees. So again, we are open to it. Okay, we would, open to support the controller in this endeavor, but would love to see a plan to mitigate risk, the increased risk associated with it, and also like to see a plan to monitor the management fees.
Yeah, Director, I'm with you there. I know many assets in this category have high management fees, low liquidity, low transparency. So I'll ask the controller about that later on. Okay, labor savings. The preliminary plan proposes a baseline restoration of $500 million, which would effectively reverse a labor savings target set by the previous administration. So is this administration actively negotiating with the unions to find budget savings? If so, has there been progress from these negotiations?
We are always, working to look for savings throughout the budget, and we are sitting and we're talking with our labor partners to see where we're going to be heading when it comes to negotiations, particularly as labor contract expire. Let me ask Ken to give you an update in terms of where we are as in terms of our discussion with our labor partners. Ken?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I had to get permission to be unmuted.
Okay.
So we've been in discussions with our labor unions about savings. We have, right now our principal discussions are around health and healthcare related savings. Those talks are ongoing, and as we move into contract negotiations, I'm certain that savings will be part of those discussions as well, and we'll continue to work with our labor partners and identify and find those opportunities as we have in the past.
Okay. And has the new administration determined a labor savings target moving forward?
Ken?
We have not yet set a target. We had we addressed the $500 million residual labor savings that was unidentified, that was put in during the height of the pandemic. We have not identified a set labor savings target, but that will be a product of our negotiations between ourselves and our union partners.
Okay. All right. I want to try to finish up so I can let my colleagues ask some questions. So on NYPD civilianization, in recent weeks, Mayor Adams has made a number of statements regarding his desire to civilianize positions in the police department and get uniformed personnel back out on the streets. The preliminary 23 financial plan includes a reduction of 210 civilian positions in the NYPD. So how are these two goals not in conflict with each other?
No, they're not. I mean, we're encouraging when we're working with the department to civilianize its workforce while being fiscally responsible in terms of aligning its budgeted headcount with the actual headcount. The department has been moving officers of administrative duty and into patrol using existing resources. They will continue to do so. So we'll continue also to work with NYPD, should they need, for additional resources arise to meet their stated goal of civilization. Again, as I said, this is not mutually exclusive. Okay, you could do both. Okay, you could basically become very efficient. Okay, by redeploying resources, your resources at the same time. If don't forget the agency is operating now without those vacant positions being filled. So by taking some of them, away, I mean, this is, as I said to folks all the time, agencies always have vacant positions. Okay, this is something they all have. So we're just taking a portion of those vacancies and leave, a huge chunk of those vacant positions. So they could always redeploy their resources as efficiently as possible. Okay, at the same time, providing the city, some efficiency gains.
Okay, last question for me is about subway safety. The mayor and Governor Hochul rolled out a plan. Since the beginning of the year, there have been a number of incidents of violence on the subway. What is the estimate cost of the mayor's plan to combat crime and address homelessness on the subway system? And will the funding be allocated in the exec budget, or are we assuming that the state will kick in some funds there as well? Is there a price tag?
Currently, what we're doing is basically we're deploying our resources. Okay, we have a number of programs in place right now. What the mayor is doing is asking the agencies basically to use the existing resources to redeploy them, whether it's PD, whether it's human resources that we have from HRA, from all the other agencies, mental health. So these are existing resources that we are reallocating, to this program. And going forward, if there is a need for additional resources, we would make that decision at that point in time. But at this moment, we are basically redeploying existing resources that we have toward that program.
Got it. Okay, Director, I appreciate it. I look forward to continuing this journey with you. I want to also acknowledge Council members Barron and Rivera have joined us. And I'm going to send it back now to Committee Counsel Noah Brick to get the next questions on her. Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. If any council members have questions for the administration, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the sergeant. It tells you when your time begins. The sergeant will let you know when your time is up. I see many hands, so we are going to be strict with time. We will now hear from Council Member Barron, followed by Council Member Kagan.
Starting time.
Council Member Barron, are you ready?
Yes, I was trying to get unmuted. I do have 1,000 questions, but I understand I have 5 minutes. Let me just say the 98+ billion. And then did you say the deficit was what, 2 point some odd billion?
Yes, in the out years. Yes.
Right. So if the deficit is 2 point some odd billion, and then you already said in the preliminary piece that you balance it with 2.4 billion was from the prepaid strategy, correct?
Yes.
So that should basically cover the deficit, correct?
No, even with the prepayment, we had a deficit.
I know, but
Okay,
you just said it was what? What's the deficit? You said 2 point what?
we had a $2.9 billion in fiscal year 23 that we had to close.
Right, right.
Okay,
And 2.4 billion of that came from prepayments.
from from the prior fiscal year, yes.
Yeah, prepayments, because that's how
Yes.
they do it, because you have
Yep.
to spend all the
Mhm.
money by June 30th, correct?
Yep.
Right. So my concern is, and then the debt service is like what, 6.8, 6.5 billion, the debt service?
It's about, I would give you the exact number, but it's about, I think
About
it's about that.
6.8, 6.6, right?
Yeah, it's about that, yes.
Right.
I'll give you the
So you
exact
could
number.
still, we could still remain in good standing bonding wise, even reducing the debt service payment, correct?
The debt service, we could only reduce it by refinancing the debt that we,
Right.
the debt program, yes.
But what I'm trying to get at is that I think the agency pegs across the board, and I think it was a minor peg for the police department. Police department didn't get much of a peg. Is that correct?
They had a peg, yes, they had a peg.
Not much. It was very minor. I think they did that.
It
for
was like
benefits.
every agency had like, every
I know,
agency
but
had.
my personal belief is that was a minor peg, and they
Oh,
did it,
okay.
so we can't say we're not cutting the police
Okay.
too. Now, isn't it true that the police budget, you have it listed as 5.6 billion? Correct?
Sorry?
You have the police budget listed as 5.6 billion?
Yes,
Right. What about overtime and pension? It's not included in that.
the overtime is included in that, the pension is not.
Right. What's the pension?
Pension for NYPD, I don't have it separate here, but I could.
You know what I'm
provide that
saying is
information.
because the NYPD budget is usually, most say it's upwards toward 11 billion, not 5.6 billion. And
With
it's
all the
up-
French,
yeah,
with
when
all
you
the
put in
French
all the
benefits,
fringe benefits and all of that stuff, you're talking
Yep.
11 point some odd billion, not 5.6 billion. Isn't that correct?
Yep. Yes,
Right. So I just want us to be straight up around this budget. And when people say defund the police, they're not saying taking all the money away from the police. They're saying that it should not be over budgeted and we shouldn't be over policed when the answer to crime is more in the social services area, particularly mental health, which is not being funded according to this budget as much as it should be. And there's no way of outlining what we're doing about poverty. Many of us believe it should be a multi-billion-dollar effort toward poverty, but this budget is so scattered all over the place, you'll never be able to recognize how much is actually going, and it never is. I've been doing budgets for 12 years in the city council, and they never really outline what they're going to do about poverty because they do little or nothing about poverty. It's scattered all over the place. I think that should be addressed. And also, in terms of the council initiatives, I don't want this to be the annual budget dance. Are y'all cutting all the council initiatives?
no,
Most of the council initiatives?
no, we're not, we look forward, it is.
No rhetoric, because I don't have time. Are the council initiatives being cut?
And not that I'm aware of.
No, come on, you gotta be aware of it. You're the budget director. Let me tell y'all what happens, since he's not gonna say it. I don't have
Yes,
time,
go
I've got 28 seconds. My colleagues, don't let them turn this budget debate into council initiatives being cut. Well, how much is the council initiatives? Totally.
The council initiatives are funded 1 year at a time, okay?
I know that. How
So when
much?
Okay.
This year.
I don't have the total.
You see what I'm saying, y'all? You hear the fumbling
I
on
don't have
that
the total
budget
in front of it,
director?
but they funded 1 year at a time.
I know that. I'm not asking you
Okay,
that.
so
I'm
it's
asking
not
you
like
how
expired.
much. I'm asking you how much. But see, don't let them turn this into a budget dance just about our initiatives.
It's more than $300 million.
Right, $300 million is petty. $300 million is petty. If you get that back, you did not have a successful budget negotiation. This is a $98 billion budget. Let's stay focused on poverty. Thank you. I have 1,000 more questions, but I'll catch you down the line.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Next, we will have questions from Councilmember Kagan, followed by Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Good morning. Do you hear me well?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. First of all, thank you, Director, for recently meeting with me and my staff and listening to my concerns, and thank you for your presentation today. I also would like to praise the city administration for being very prudent, because we don't know what's coming, like war in Ukraine. We're still not out of a pandemic completely, and we have to be very prudent. I totally disagree with previous speaker regarding NYPD. I strongly believe that given the huge rise in crime in New York City in the last 2 years, we need not just to keep the current budget of NYPD, but even to increase it. On top of this, I strongly believe in terms of pensions for police officers who risk their lives, and as we know very well, sometimes losing their lives. It's so important that we keep our pension obligations to NYPD and police officers. But I have a specific question regarding cuts to Department of Education. I know that administration is trying to cut, to have some budget cuts, budget savings in every agency, including GOE. Specifically, I'm very concerned about proposed cuts to school safety agents, specifically to the proposal to close vacancies of 560 positions for school safety agents. I recently had virtual meeting with majority of my principals in my district in Southern Brooklyn. Each one of them raised hand when I was asked them about school safety agents, whether they need them, do they need more of school safety agents. A few days ago, I visited PS 188 in Coney Island, one of the largest schools in my district. And they have one, I emphasize, one school safety agent for the entire school. Of course, principal wants more school safety agents. So my question is, are you planning to restore this budget cut specifically for to finance more school safety agents, not less, and not to cut this vital safety tool to protect our students and teachers and all school personnel?
Let's go back to the vacant position. As I said, we took some vacant position from that budget, but they are left with over 500. Okay, which is more than they need, because more than they need if they want to backfill those positions. Because currently what they have is they have classes of about like 250, okay, officers, and they usually have like 2 classes a year. So even assuming they have 2 classes a year, and they managed to find 250, because last time, the last class that they had challenges, okay, to get to 200. Okay, they couldn't even get to 200 in the last class that they have. So from my perspective, they have more than enough, okay, to cover the entire fiscal year. Okay, so if, for instance, they manage to backfill all of these positions, okay, and come back to us with needs for more school agents, we will do an assessment at a time and review it, okay, and see if it needs to be funded. At that time, we'll make that decisions. But as far as we are concerned, okay, they had so many vacant positions, okay. By taking some of it, okay, we still left them with more than enough, okay, to hire for the entire year. And if at the end of the year they come back to us with a request for more, we'll make an assessment. We'll review their request and make an assessment to see if we need to add more funding.
Thank you for your answer. So you're basically saying it's up to GOE to speed up the hiring and training and sending school safety guards to schools, because again, every single principal in my district told me that they need more school safety agents, every single one of them.
Yes, and they had a hard time, okay, to fill out the last class that they had. So it's not just them, it's also people applying for this position. As you know, this is a very tight labor market, and a lot of people are, a lot of people do not don't take some of the jobs. so therefore it's not just DOE. You also have to look at the pool of applicants that you have, people applying for the jobs. So as I said, it's up to them. If they need more, if they could backfill those positions and they need more, we will do an assessment, review their request at that time, and make an assessment on whether to add more to give them more resources.
Time expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will now have questions from Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Councilmember Farias. Thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Director, for your presentation this morning. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if you prefer me to ask all the questions and you answer, or if you want me to go individually, just in the interest of time.
It's up to you.
Okay, so I will just give you all of them and ask that you do the best to answer them. So first, I know you mentioned in terms of the mayor's subway safety plan in terms of reallocation of resources right now, but I unfortunately didn't hear a hard number of what it would cost. So just asking it in a different way, recognizing that the mayor needs to prioritize funding for safety mechanisms and scaffolded mental health resources in the budget. How does OMB plan to address these needs in the budget? So I know you said that when the time comes, but we haven't heard a dollar amount there. So I would like to understand how we get there. How do we get to a number and what that number looks like? Next, this year's preliminary budget adds over $32 billion to last year's adopted budget. How much of that funding is federal funding that we will not see in outgoing years? The PEG program forecasts significant budget cuts for DOT's budget in the outgoing years of fiscal 24 and beyond. How will this impact ongoing projects and projects currently in the design phase? And then following the conclusion of ARPA funds, how will DOT and other transportation agencies help close the funding gap in the out years? And lastly, as you know, the speaker and I have advocated for an equitable transit system for all, and providing critical fare reductions for New Yorkers is extremely important. Though I am pleased that the mayor has increased fares to $75 million baselining this program, it's far lower than the speaker's suggested amount to baseline the funding at $106 million. How will this current allocation close the gap, though it's far below the amount needed to shore up resources for New York's neediest families?
Let me start. You ask a lot of questions here, but let me start with the last one first. We believe the $75 million is appropriate in light of ridership currently, the current ridership level that we have. The program, we have not ever spent more than $49 million a year. Okay, so that's from our experience knowing, but again, from our perspective, if ridership were to increase and there is a need for additional resources, we'll work with the council at the time to add resources to adjust the budget to reflect the increased ridership and the increased needs for this, because as I said, this is something that is also very important to the mayor as well. So we would make the appropriate adjustment if there is an increased need for this. Regarding federal funding, as I said earlier, we are currently reviewing every single one of the programs that was created as part of the recovery, and we are assessing the future to see if we're going to continue to fund them. Okay, and we'll continue, more importantly, to seek federal funding as aggressively as we can, because we don't believe that federal funding should stop right now, because New York City is still in a recovery phase. So to the extent that we could get you and the New York delegation to push really hard for New York City to continue to receive federal assistance. We will appreciate your effort, but as I said, we'll review every single one of the programs that were funded by federal stimulus to see in due time whether or not we're going to continue those programs. Regarding the mental health issue that you raised, the Subway plan launched by the mayor that you raised initially, as I said earlier, we currently using existing resources. I mean, the mayor is like, you know what, we have to use existing resources first before we ask for any needs. So if we have programs, we have resources currently available, basically whether it's PD, NYPD, whether it's social services. So we're looking at all the existing programs that we have and then in redeploying them to that particular program. And as I said, if in the future there is a need for more resources, we will make the appropriate adjustment to the budget.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for that very quick answer. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Farias, followed by Councilmember Carr.
Starting time.
Were you able to unmute the council member?
I am, yeah, thank you.
You're muted. You're muted.
How are we now?
Yep. Good.
Okay.
Perfect.
I was saying good morning.
Good morning.
Director, for your presentation. I just want to state first that I'm here asking questions on behalf of my colleague, Councilmember Hudson, who had to step away. And wanted to make sure she got her questions in. So also thank you to Speaker Adams for the earlier question about older adults. They are indeed the jewels of New York. Director Jiha, you didn't make a commitment in your response to the speaker's question, so she wanted to follow up. What can we expect to see for older adults in the executive budget? We don't want to wait until adoption or during negotiations to see investments on our 1.78 million older adults.
Well, as I said, we continue. You know, we're reviewing every single need that comes our way. This is the mayor's first budget, as I said earlier, and you know, the mayor wants to make sure that we got things right. Okay. And I'm sure our folks are working with DIFTA, and if there is a need going forward to adjust the budget to reflect the new need, we will make the adjustment at the appropriate time. As I said, this is a journey. This is the first preliminary budget, and as we go, and this is a new administration, we can have everything done, you know, in one budget. So we continue to review needs, and as part of the discussion, as part of the budget review process, we will work with the council, okay? And wherever then, you know, if we have to make adjustment in the budget to reflect new needs, we'll make the adjustment.
Okay, great, thank you. The council continually negotiates money for core services like addressing case management and home care wait lists. Why not just adjust in baseline?
Can you repeat the question for me? Because I couldn't hear.
Sure. So the council continually negotiates money for core services like addressing the case management and home care wait lists. Her question is, why not just adjust the baseline?
Again, as I said, baselining is something that we do, and if it's a city council project, we usually fund them 1 year at a time. Okay, based on the council allocations, and the council make the decision to fund this program 1 year at a time. And but again, as I said, we will continue to review these things, these needs, and as part of the discussion with the council, we will make the appropriate decision in due time.
Okay, I have two more, but I'm going to try to get through them. So regarding DIFTA and the geriatric mental health expansion, I won't read the full, well, I'm going to try. DFTA's geriatric mental health expansion was initiated in the November plan. The expansion's objective was to increase mental health services at senior centers and for DFTA clients. A similar effort has been occurring within HRA, where they expanded mental health services in domestic violence shelters. Both programs were baselined beginning in the current fiscal year. In the preliminary financial plan, both programs have been re-estimated to cost much less in the current year, suggesting a delay in the rollout of the programs. Funding for FY23 in all out years remain unchanged or has increased. What is the cause of the delays in the expansion of these programs? And are the delays related to capacity issues?
I would defer to DFTA to provide you an explanation for the delay. But on our hand, we have kept resources the same budgeted amount so that the program could expand in fiscal year 23 to 33 more centers. So if there is a delay, I would defer to DFTA because I'm not aware of it. Okay, but we have funding in the budget for it.
Okay, great. I'm sure Councilmember Hudson will be following up. Her last question is not related to our older adults, but lastly, schools are cut, SSAs are back in the NYPD, and the corrections budget is up. What are the administration's priorities in this budget, as it seems like the mayor is focusing on locking folks up rather than setting them up for success?
This is the administration first budget, and mayor's priority, and mayor's has made it clear to everyone, is safety, public safety, justice, equity, streamlining government, and making sure that we recover from COVID. Okay, making sure that our children receive the best education possible. Okay, to make sure that every single dollar that is spent in the school system goes toward improving outcome for New York City children. So as I said, this is our first budget. This is our first budget, and as we move forward, the mayor's priority will continue to reflect in upcoming financial plans.
Thank you for your responses, Director.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will next hear from Councilmember Carr, followed by Councilmember Juan.
Starting time.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Speaker Adams. Director, it's good to see you. My first question is about early retirement incentives. Last year, the state legislature and the governor offered the city an opt-in for ERI for its employees, and the previous administration failed to take it up. Given that there's this focus on the elimination of vacant positions and finding further labor savings through negotiating with our union partners, I wonder if the administration's considering asking for a reoffer of an ERI opt-in so they can offer that to city workers. It obviously means more spending up front, but given the uncertain fiscal outlook for the out years, it may be something that's really necessary for the city's fiscal future. I think you're muted, Director.
All right. Yes, at this point in time, we have not made any decision with respect to this, but I would pass it on to Ken, since Ken has been in discussion with the labor unions to see if whether or not that's an issue that has been raised by our labor partners. Ken?
No. Well, we have not had discussions about this since last year. In the end, last year, we decided that, ultimately it was not worthwhile to take advantage of these programs. I mean, the thing to remember is that ERIs are very costly, and they require, in order to make sense, that requires that you take headcount reductions beyond what you would get through natural attrition. At this point, current attrition seems to be more than sufficient to meet our PEG goals and the headcount reductions that we've already discussed.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about the NYPD hiring. Like Councilmember Kagan, I support the increases in the NYPD budget, but I'm also concerned about the need for additional officers. You know, the mayor at the end of January said it was certainly something he was considering, depending on if the need became emergent. And I'd like to know what the sort of the ongoing assessment of that need is, and if we'll have a determination about that for the exec budget.
At this point in time, the mayor has not made any decision to increase NYPD uniform headcount. Currently, we have about around the uniform headcount covers around 35,000 at this moment in time, and the mayor believes at this point it is enough to meet the needs. But again, as I said, going forward, if there is a need beyond what the mayor is asking PD to do in terms of deploying resources so they could put more cops on the beat, we would at that point in time review the requests and adjust the budget appropriately.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Look, the council led the push for civilianization in 2014 and 2015. A lot was done at that time. I'm not sure how much more you can get out of that particular attempt in order to make better use of the existing officer count. So I hope we can continue conversations about this moving forward. In terms of, again, what Councilmember Kagan was discussing, school safety, I hear the same thing from my principals. There's a desperate need for them. And I think part of the problem is that is actually with turnover, right? Is that, yes, you have vacant positions, but you lose school safety agents. Some of it's to other careers in the civil service, or they go to NYPD, and that's great. But I think it's also because their pay is not competitive, right? You said that it's a competitive labor market, and when that happens, it's hard to fill school safety positions. And so given that's the case, I wonder if there's discussion about better compensating school safety agents, because if we don't, we're always going to have a dearth of staffing in our schools, particularly our high schools, no matter how many vacant positions we kind of quote unquote keep on the books.
Yeah, again, as I said, these are things that we will discuss, but at this point in time, we have enough, more than enough vacant positions, and if there is a need, as I said, because the last class they tried to hire 250, bring a class of 250, they couldn't.
They tried to hire, they tried to fill vacant positions, but they're not going to.
I don't have feedback from them yet in terms of what was the challenge. Okay, but again, I will discuss the challenges with them and see what can be done to basically address the challenges that they're dealing with that stop them from being able to attract more people to that function.
Thank you, Director.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Juan, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Director Jiha. So as the chair of contracts, last month, we just had our hearing on Passport, the city's procurement portal, which now includes OMB as of the latest, the last release of the fourth release. And we know that 2 million transactions have gone through Passport, and transparency across the procurement and payment process is crucial for nonprofits, MWBEs, and all our city vendors and all of our constituents who receive these services. I am very interested in the OMB data for transparency's sake, and I'll be following up with a lot of questions that we have because of time's sake in terms of process. But right now I want to focus us on the time frame at OMB. So my first question is, how long does it take for OMB to review city contracts? And I would like that to be broken down by how long it takes for OMB to review the contract itself, the amendment to contracts, extension to contracts, and change order to contracts.
Can I provide you, a written answer to this? Because each one of these is separate. So I don't think I don't have the answer for each one of them to tell you how much time it takes. It depends on the contract, the nature of the contract, how complicated the contract is. But to provide you, as I said to you earlier, that we try to be as transparent as possible, to work closely with you. And so it would be more productive for us if we could give you a written answer to your questions, because it varies depending on the contract, the nature of the contracts, as you can imagine, and how complicated the contract is.
Okay, so then I'll be following up because
Yeah.
I'm hearing is that depending on the city agency or vendor or the complication of the contract itself, the process will be either faster or slower, because we're trying to understand how long it takes to review and approve these city contracts. Is there at least in speaking in generality, as a director, what is the OMB's goal for a time frame to review procurements? Is it 30 days? Is it 60 days? Is it 90 days? Is there some sort of benchmark that you all try to meet?
We don't have a benchmark. That again, that is part of the process. You know, to me, this is and that's the reason why I supported. We all supported the task force that was created by the controller and the mayor, basically to review. The tax force dealt basically with the not-for-profit, but there's a need for overall review of the entire process, because the process is broken, to be quite honest with you. And we should basically spend some time to review that process, because it puts a lot of burden on a lot of small businesses. A lot of small businesses do not want to do business with New York City because it takes a long time to register a contract, and if they work at risks with us, it takes them even longer time to get paid. So you can imagine the challenges that these businesses are dealing with, and particularly not for profit. So again, from my perspective, there is a need to overhaul the system, and I'm looking forward to working with you, with Marks, and also with the controller to make sure that we streamline the process as best as possible to improve outcome, because there needs to be something done to speed up the procurement process in New York City.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging that it's broken, because we are hearing directly, I'm sure you know also, that vendors are waiting 6 months to a year and sometimes over a year.
I'm aware. I'm fully aware. Yep.
Okay, so I'll be following up via email.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Juan, and we can include your questions in our formal follow-up to the agency if you would like us to do so. Let's be mindful of time, as we are already passing the 11 o'clock hour. Next, can we have Councilmember Sanchez followed by Councilmember Hanks?
Starting time.
Good morning, Director. Thank you so much for being here with us and for your testimony and answering our questions. I first want to say, thank you for sitting down with me and listening to our district's priorities. And as I said then, very, very glad to see some of the investments on SYP, earned income tax credit, and other programs that are going to be really focused on the most vulnerable. My first question is on 421A. It is the most expensive housing program in this city of New York, even though it is controlled by the state. $1.7 billion in fiscal year 22, larger amount than we spend on any other program that provides affordable housing in New York City. And so I understand that you've begun to talk about reforming this program by combining it with an overall property tax reform. So the first question is, would you envision 421A as a replacement or the next iteration as a replacement program for 421A that shrinks in costs, or remain the same? How is OMB and how is the city thinking about the future of this tax break?
Put it this way, we are reviewing this incentive program to ensure that city tax dollars are well spent, okay, in a provision of affordable housing. The mayor has stated on many occasions that he supports the concepts laid out in the governor's 485W program to promote additional affordable housing. We would like to see some tweak in the model, because we want to make sure we get more affordable housing and deeper affordability, okay, to the program. So again, these are, given the broad stroke of the governor's program, we the mayor believes that it's a good program, but we will work with the governor's office and the state to make sure the program is designed in a way that yields a lot more units, okay, and also to make it cheaper, to make it to get to deeper affordability within the program itself. So in essence, overall, we think we could work with the governor because the broad stroke are okay. Okay, we just have to tweak it to get a lot more out of it.
Thank you, Director. And that's going to be really important. I mean, the context of New York City has dramatically changed since 1971. And so this program, as is, in my opinion, is entirely broken, and we need to have a very strong voice in the reform and the next program. So the second question, HPD and DOB, HPD PEG includes 4.7 million in vacancy reductions. DOB includes 6.5 million just about in vacancy reductions. But I understand from some analyses that we have done internally that actually it's taking longer for cases to close, for violations to be corrected by DOB and by HPD. So can you share a bit, if you can, about these vacancy reductions and how they fit in, and how HPD and DOB will continue their ability to do their work and keep our housing stock safe?
As I said earlier to a similar question ways, we still have vacancies left in those agencies, okay? And it's agencies are currently operating, and they still have a lot of vacancies. And our goal is to work with the agencies to make sure they backfill some of these vacancies. And if they are successful, okay, we'll work with them. And if they have more needs, we'll review their requests going forward to see if, if we have the resources to accommodate their requests, we will do so. But at this point in time, we believe they have enough vacancies to backfill those positions and have no impact on services. Okay.
Thank you, Director. And this is critical, especially with the terrible tragedy that the Bronx started this year.
Sure.
And making sure that we have all of the inspectors necessary to make sure we have self-closing doors and all of the other things that help our buildings stay safe. My last question is one that I actually brought up with you, and something that I'm gravely concerned about, and that is the default rate on violations issued, fines issued by HPD and DOB. So I understand that DOB in particular has the highest rate of default and penalty interest. And so my question would be, what are we doing to make sure that we are collecting on these fines, on these debts, when landlords and owners of properties are not maintaining their property? How can we do more to ensure, right? Because one thing is just safety and safety of New Yorkers, but on the other hand, we want to make sure that our tools are preempting and stopping harmful behavior by the city.
Yeah, again, as I said, we will work with you, and we'll work with you and work with DOB and HPD to make sure that they enforce the rules. The rules are there to be enforced, but more importantly, to make sure that landlords pay the penalties, because it's one thing to say, to give somebody a summons, another thing for us to collect the money, because if they don't pay, if it doesn't cost them anything, there's no incentive for them to basically to change their behavior. So we have to make sure we find them and we collect the fees. And so we'll work with you and working with the DOB, HPD, and DOF to make sure that from beginning to end, the entire process is followed.
Time expired.
Thank you. Can we have questions next from Councilmember Hanks, followed by Councilmember Williams?
Starting time.
Hi, good morning. I'd love to thank the director for doing this presentation. I appreciate you coming to my office and meeting with my staff. I appreciate that very much. So my question is going to be brief because I echo the sentiments of Councilmember Kagan and Councilmember Carr when it comes to school safety. But The preliminary plan reverses the transfer of school safety functions out of NYPD and adds 304.6 million and 5,290 positions beginning in fiscal 2023. As stated before, with the decrease in headcount of school safety, what is in the budget for making sure that our school safety agents have the proper training on de-escalation and restorative justice practices under the purview of NYPD. We want to make sure that while we're trying to keep our young children safe, we also want to protect our young people's civil liberties. And so I need to understand what will be done as far as the budget is concerned in making sure that that training has a place in the budget.
Well, again, we are happy to work with you, and but I would defer to PD when it comes to the training of these officers, because I'm not involved in terms of the training of these officers to know what is what kind of training they're getting. But again, the administration has assessed the decision to transfer the school transfer agent, school safety agents out of NYPD, and we believe it is in the best interest of students and parents to keep these functions under the purview of NYPD. And I'm pretty sure that if you work with PD, they would listen to you and take your concerns into account as they create the curriculum to train these officers, okay, these agents. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Williams, followed by Councilmember Mealy.
Starting time.
Hello, Director. Nice to virtually meet you. And thank you to Chair Brannon and Madam Speaker for leading this important hearing. As of December 31st, 2021, the City Commission on Human Rights had 45 vacant staff positions, or 30% of the 154 budgeted positions. 33 of the vacancies were in the Law Enforcement Bureau, responsible for enforcing the New York City human rights law. With a rise in hate crimes and likely a similar rise in discriminatory harassment, how will the administration expedite the filling of these positions?
Again, we will work with the commission and to if they have a need, because I have not seen something coming my way at this point in time. And but if we would work with them to expedite it, and we understand critical. Okay, the critical role that they play in this environment, and if they have needs that come our way, we would expedite them as quickly as possible so that they have the resources to deal with issues related to hate crime.
Absolutely. And so in terms of the 3% cuts, and I definitely have heard you mention that point a few times in response to some of my colleagues' questions. Is it fair to say if the Commission on Human Rights comes to the administration saying that 3% savings would be detrimental to their operations, are you committing to ensuring that they have the resources to offer this important protections for certain people in our city?
Of course, we are very reasonable here, and we will work with the commission, and we listen to everyone, let them make their case. And if they have a solid case, given the resources that they have at their disposal, and if they have redeployed and use the resources as efficiently as possible, and there is a need for more resources, given the challenges that we're dealing with in the city, we will address it appropriately.
Thank you so much, Director. I look forward to working with you in the administration. And I will yield and return back my 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Sure.
Appreciate your efficiency, Councilmember. Councilmember Mealy, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Starting time.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Brandon and the speaker for this meeting. And good morning, Director. I have two questions. The food access, with the mayor's recent recent announcement about fresh food to Human Resources Administration. A priority to the council we have championed that long over. With this expense of the food, fresh food, will the budget increase? You only get, right now it's only 20 million. I was wondering, with more people being laid off, more people have resigned, or more people have been fired, we will have a class of people staying at home. And do you think this 20 million would be enough to sustain this city with this population is being at home and seniors?
As I said
And
earlier,
can we expect additional resources in the executive budget? And if not, how does the budget address high food insecurity rates across the city with our seniors and others?
yeah, as you pretty much know, and you are fully aware of it, we this budget committed about $25 million.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, as I said, we will review the needs as we approach the executive budget, and we will work with the council to address food insecurity. We have committed about $20 million in fiscal year 23, like you said, to this program. And we are also expanding SNAP outreach to help connect more New Yorkers to available food security benefits. Additionally, we have in the budget a home delivery meals program for about $51 million. And again, as I said,
Yes.
this is an issue it's a critical issue. Like you said, food prices have gone up, and a lot of people are under stress because of the increase in food prices. And this is something that we will review, and we will work with the council as part of the executive budget and the adopted budget to adjust the needs if there is a need to adjust it appropriately in the budget.
I beg to differ.
Okay.
You saying if we need to adjust it?
Yes.
You can't hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
We need to address it. We have fresh food every price of living has went up. And these are our seniors and people that will be homebound. And if we do not adjust these prices or this budget, it will be a lot of homeless people again, and food insecurity will be at its highest. So I'm thinking, since all of us will be seniors one day, why can't we just baseline these funding? You're going to be a senior, I'm going to be a senior, and we have to keep coming back to this city asking for more money. Oh, we laughing. We all going to be seniors.
Yes. We the home delivery meals program basically is already baseline in the budget. But as I said, we are open to work with you as part of the exec and adopted budget to review the needs, okay, and make the appropriate adjustment to the budget. I mean, this is part of, as I said, this is a beginning of a conversation, and as we move forward, we would basically assess all the needs throughout New York City to see where we need to adjust the budget, and wherever, if the resources are available, we'll make sure that we address some of these issues.
I know I don't have that much change. But do you think this fiscal 23 and the budget has not changed from 20 million? Don't you feel something is wrong with that? We have to increase this.
I hear you. As I said,
it's still the same.
We will work with you. As I said, we will work with you. And we could only adjust things in the coming budget, and we will work with you and review the need. And at that time, we'll make the appropriate adjustment one way or another. Okay.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we will hear from Council Member Ressler, followed by Council Member Osei.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, congrats to my dear friend and my fellow Brooklynite, Justin Brannon, on chairing his first Finance Committee hearing. We are very, very lucky to have you at the helm of this most important committee in the council. And congrats to my good friend Jacques Jiha on his reappointment as OMB director. It's great to be with you. Look forward to continuing to work closely together. I have the utmost respect for the team at OMB, you and Ken, David, Tara. I mean, there's so many terrific people, and I
Thank you.
Feel lucky to have the opportunity to continue to work together. Thank you for joining us today. My primary concern is about how we maintain services for New Yorkers in need in the middle of a pandemic with these pegs. Pegs that were implemented across agencies that offer the most vital services to New Yorkers. We're experiencing major cuts at the DOE. We're experiencing major cuts at DHS, 131 fewer positions taken away, major cuts at HPD. And when I look at the mayor's platform and his commitments around, for example, supportive housing, where I believe he committed to speeding up our goal of 15,000 supportive housing units in 15 years by 5 years, which would require a massive infusion of resources and a critical commitment from our agencies. At the same time, your all's preliminary budget is cutting those services and cutting that funding. And so, Director Jiha, could you help me reconcile how are we achieving the mayor's necessary, urgent, and ambitious goals on supportive housing? Because, as you know, we've seen the single adult homeless population grow by 1,000 people a year for the last decade. How are we achieving those goals with the cuts that are being imposed at DSS and HPD?
Let me start with the overall concept of trying to reconcile with you the notion of cuts, vacant positions. As I said earlier, these positions are vacant. The agencies are currently operating. Okay. So what we did is basically take away some of the vacancies, the vacant positions away from those agencies. The agencies, all of them, still have, a lot of vacant positions for them to, so our goal is to work with them to backfill those positions. And if we're going to look at every single agency, and if there is a need, we will adjust our budget appropriately.
I hear you, Director Jiha. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we saw many people, if I may, just for a second, lots of people left city government during the pandemic for a variety of different reasons. We're now cutting all of those positions and asking them to hit more ambitious goals. It just doesn't seem realistic. And I worry about a reduction in services for the people who rely most, rather than reaching the goals that the mayor laid out on supportive housing, which is the most important solution to addressing the homelessness crisis in New York City.
Yeah, as I'm pretty sure you know, the city has a very aggressive program when it comes to supportive housing. We are looking to create about 15,000 units by 2030. And also the state, the governor, in a new proposed $25 billion housing plan, also has about 10,000 units of supportive housing, and looking to add $12 million for new beds. So again, we will continue to work, and we will work with you, to make sure that we provide the support and to everyone who has a need for these services. But
I
again,
appreciate it.
Okay.
Can I just sneak in one more question here? So look, I hear you. The mayor had laid out on this platform to speed that timeline up by 5 years. I worked on it when we launched it in 2015, but we need more resources to do that, not less. The other quick thing is, the last administration extended the lifespan of the triple cantilever, but it's still falling apart. We are still on the clock. A disaster is still in the offing. Are there resources in this budget for the transformative solution that we need to fix the triple cantilever, the BQE?
I couldn't hear part of the last part of the question.
Are there resources in the budget to begin the planning for the fixing of the triple cantilever of the BQE?
Yeah, we not in this. We have in the capital plan. There are resources in the budget to deal with the BQE. Yes, not new resources, but there are resources in the plan right now to deal with that particular aspect of the BQE. Yes.
Thank you so much. Look forward to working together. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Ase, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Farias for her own questions.
Thank
Starting
you.
time.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair Brennan, for having us all here today. Nice to see you, Commissioner Jiha. I have a couple of questions, and I do want to start with a bit of an emergency question that has been impacting my district over the 8 weeks that I've been in office. You did state that there are reductions across a majority of agencies because of PEGs. And I did want to ask, how does this reduction impact the FDNY in adequately providing services? Over the past 8 weeks, my district has suffered about 15 fires. Yesterday, a family had a fire in their home. A mother of the age of 22 and their 1-year-old baby perished in the fire. And I wanted to make sure that the cuts to the FDNY do not impact services. And again, I just wanted to ask, how is this reduction going to impact the fire department, especially when it comes to personnel?
Yeah. Put it this way: the PEG that we have at FDNY should not have any impact on services. Okay. The fire department, the PEG that we have is basically FDNY currently operate with 4 firefighters, okay, in 90% of the engine companies. The other 10% are the 5th firefighter, okay, and at the 5th firefighter, and because we currently we have based on the contract that we have with the labor unions, there's a threshold of if medical leave is above 7.5%, there is no need to have a firefighter. Okay, so the 10% of the stations that we have currently operating with 5 firefighters, okay, they have been operating for the past 2 years, most of the time without the 5th firefighter. So we're not expecting reducing the staff level from 5 to 4, okay, like 90% of the rest of the stations throughout New York City would have any impact whatsoever on services. And they have been operating like this for the past 2 years, a lot of them, without any impact on services. So we are not expecting services to be impacted at all by the PEG that we took from the fire department.
All right, thank you so much. And I also have another question. I've been looking at the budget for our uniformed forces. And to me, it seems like agencies like the NYPD and the Department of Corrections have had an increase in baseline funding. I would love to hear from you and to know what the rationale behind these baseline increases are.
PD budget is more or less flat. PD doesn't have any increase in the baseline funding increase that you see is the transfer of the school safety agent from DOE and into PD in the out years. That's what's reflected as an increase in the in PD budget in baseline, but there is no increase in the baseline funding for PD. Okay. There is a small increase. There's an increase in overtime, okay, because of all the events, okay, and because of all the redeployment taking place to fight the spike in crime. Okay, there's an increase in overtime in this particular year. But when it comes to baseline, is a transfer of the school safety agents from DOE into PD.
Okay, but just to follow up, I do understand that maybe there is a reason or A potential reason is why there's an increase in overtime for the NYPD, but in light of what's going on at Rikers Island, I am still curious to understand why there are more investments to corrections.
Yes, we allocated increased resources in the budget for corrections in the preliminary budget to deal with issues related to footage. Okay.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Brick is not muted, so I can't hear the response to your question.
Oh, I said there is an increased investment in the preliminary budget for DOC to deal with staffing shortage issues related to the staffing shortage that they have on Rikers, particularly dealing with correction officers on leave. And so that's there's an increased investment in the preliminary budget to deal with Rikers.
And is that
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Councilmember Farias and then Councilmember De La Rosa. Just want to indicate that we are running behind schedule, so please be as efficient as possible.
Starting time.
Hello, good morning. I'm back for my own questioning, and I will be quick. So I just wanted to state I'm Chair of Economic Development. Workforce is a huge priority for me as chair and for our city's recovery. I see allocations for summer jobs and summer youth employment. We all know the investments made there by our mayor and our labor costs, but I want to know if there's been any deepening in investments around workforce development and job training in the budget.
Not in this budget, but we are currently working. As I said, this is a journey. This is the first budget, but the team is working on a number of initiatives, and I'm pretty sure that many of them will be affected. Some of them will be affected, okay, in upcoming plans.
Okay, great. And do we know if we're like utilizing specifics around data or statistics on where we're seeing dearth of employment throughout the city or the municipality?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for me, please?
Do we know where we're creating these initiatives around answering for some of the unemployment or answering for some of the job creation or workforce development in the city? Are we looking at data and stats? Are we looking at comptroller data? Is there any place where
I'm pretty sure they're working with looking at data throughout New York City. And as I said, I have not seen the final their plan yet, but I'm pretty sure the analysis and the recommendations will be guided by data throughout New York City.
Okay, great. Thank you for that response. I'm really looking forward to working with you and the mayor on our city's recovery and getting people back to work. The only last thing I'd want to say, and it's just a statement, just thank you to Councilmember Osei for bringing up our issues with FDNY and the fires. My district has been impacted in the last 10 days with 2 to 3 fires. And just want to say thank you to Councilmember Milley for asking about emergency food assistance program. Boroughs like mine in the Bronx really need the city to fight for food justice. So thank you. I look forward to working with you, Director Chiha.
Thank you. Looking forward to working with you as well.
Thank you. And finally, Councilmember De La Rosa.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for being with us, and thank you to Chair Brannon for this hearing. So I chair the Committee on Civil Service and Labor, and as many of my colleagues have already said, there is a concern about the reduction in headcount and our ability to recover from this pandemic adequately while bringing services, particularly concerned about the cut to the Department of Education, Sanitation, Homeless Services, CUNY, Department of Social Services, Department of Buildings. As you know, these are critical services in our districts, specifically around in the housing portion, enforcement, around sanitation. You already know all the issues of sanitation that continue to plague our city. And so you said that there's not going to be a direct impact on the current services, but I implore us to look at this in the future term with an understanding that the services as are now are not adequate to begin with. As the chair of the Civil Service and Labor Committee, I must ask you, however, what is the impact that you will see from this cut to our union workforce? They won't lose any jobs, but will they be able to grow? Will they be able to continue to exist and persevere in our city with these cuts?
As I said, we did not lay off a single employee, city worker. The reductions that we have in our budgeted headcount is coming from reducing vacant positions that we have around in many of the city's agencies. And as I said earlier, we will work with the agencies to assess their needs. And if there is a need to improve services in certain areas of the city, and there is a need for them to hire additional resources to do so, we'd be more than happy to do so, as long as it falls within the priorities of the mayor. Okay, that again, as I said, our goal was not to lay off employees, to reduce, to cut services. Okay, so we continue to work with the agencies, and as long as if there is a need, they make a case for there is a need for to expand services and to provide better services, we will review their request, assess the need, and then make the appropriate adjustment in due time to the budget.
Okay, thank you. I see that Councilmember Ayala has raised her hand. Councilmember, please begin.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to, obviously, piggyback off of many things that have been said this morning regarding the PEGs, the social service agencies, and I wonder, were the agencies engaged in the decision to focus the PEGs on vacancies? And, first I'll ask that.
Yes, we work with the agencies to come up, because the agencies basically offered what the recommendations, and we review the recommendations with the agencies, and if we think they are appropriate, they would not have any impact on service deliveries in New York City, we accept them. And if we feel like they would impact services, we reject those. But mainly, those are recommendations coming from the different agencies in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned because, Councilmember Russell hit the nail on the head. I mean, social service providers are like one of the most underpaid groups of working New Yorkers, and we cannot and should not expect them to do more with less. And with less, I mean, I understand and I appreciate the sentiment behind not laying off individuals, but I think that there were reasons why those vacancies were there to begin with, and so to assume that that the agencies would are operating at scale, I don't think is a true assessment of what's necessarily happening. And that concerns me, because oftentimes the people that are doing the work are the ones that are the least engaged in these conversations. And so I look forward to continued conversation about this, because I am seriously concerned with these cuts as well, and hopefully we can come to a resolution. Thank you.
Looking forward to working with you as well.
Chair Brannon.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for staying late. Before I let you go, I want to just share with you our list of the promised follow-up to the questions asked today by my colleagues.
Sure.
Number one, we have information on converting hotels to housing and the reduction of hotel spending for doing so, and what the plan is once that's decided. We have a more rigorous re-estimate of our expected debt service expenses. Question on how is the administration planning on closing the gap for DOT capital? Question about how long does it take OMB to review city contracts, including amendment and extension to contracts. Question about the formula for DOE's seat need cost. More information on what is needed from the state for the council to assist on the earned income tax credit ask, as the amount in the budget is only 250 million. And then finally, how will OMB work with the council to ensure that the DOB and HPD pay fees and penalties for violations? And equally, how will OMB work with the council to ensure that DOB and HPD collect fees and penalties for violations? I obviously can send this to your folks, but just wanted to be sure that we can let you go. Sure. And follow up on this stuff. I really appreciate your time today, Director, and we all, on behalf of the speaker and all my colleagues on the Finance Committee and those who joined us today, look forward to working with you. And today's really the first step in this process. So we look forward to future hearings and negotiations.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I'm also looking forward to working with you. And as I indicated to you, we are here to support you and the entire City Council to make sure that you are successful, because if you are successful, the cities will also be successful.
That's
looking
right.
forward to working with you.
Right
Thank
on.
you.
Right on, Director. Thank you so much.
All right. Pleasure.
Okay, so that will conclude the first portion of today's hearing. Again, I thank the Director and his colleagues for being here today. Next, we'll hear from the New York City Controller, Brad Lander. I'm going to ask my colleagues joining us for the next portion of the hearing to remain on this Zoom with your microphone muted until we are ready to begin.
Would you like to take a brief recess, Chair?
Yeah, that'd be great, Noah.
Okay, we will commence at 11:50. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I guess good morning still, council friends. Good to see you here. Sergeant, should we just test that the screen share is working? Use this couple minutes to do that.
That's an excellent idea. Have we made the comptroller a co-host yet?
And yes, actually, it's Francesco who's going to share the slides.
Okay.
Francesco has co-host ability, so he should be able to share.
Beautiful. It's not surprising you guys are one step ahead. Look at that. All right.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to please stop sharing your screen now that we've established it works. And after the chair's opening remarks, we can let you give your oral testimony and have the PowerPoint advancing in the background.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Noah.
We'll be getting started in 2 more minutes. Chair and sergeants, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. Okay. Ready? Okay. It is still good morning. This is Justin Brannon. I'm privileged to chair the Council's Finance Committee. For those of you returning, those of you just joining, we just heard from the Office of Management and Budget. We'll now hear testimony from New York City Controller Brad Lander after he is sworn in by Council. Controller Lander is joined by Francesco Brindisi, who is the Executive Deputy Controller for Budget and Finance. And in the interest of time, the speaker, as well as myself, we will forego an opening statement and turn it over to committee counsel for some housekeeping and to swear in our witnesses.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Noah Brick, and I am counsel to the Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you have been unmuted, you will lose the ability to unmute yourself. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. In the interest of time, we will be limiting council member questions to 3 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the witnesses. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, Comptroller Lander?
I do.
And Executive Deputy Comptroller Brindisi?
I do.
Thank you both. Comptroller Lander, you may begin when ready.
Thank you so much, Council. Good morning, Finance Chair Brannon. It's still fun to say that. To the members of the Finance Committee and the Council, it's really an honor to be back here. And of course, there's no way I could resist my 13th consecutive preliminary budget hearing. Joining me today, as you heard, is our Executive Deputy Controller for Budget and Finance, Francesco Brindisi. He's going to share some slides, which will also be available on our website, and in addition to our spoken and written testimony. The fiscal year 2023 budget is New York City's chance to invest in the services and infrastructure that our city needs for an inclusive, resilient, long-term recovery. I'm pleased to share with you today our analysis of the city's budget plan, a 60-page document also available on our website, to discuss the spending of federal stimulus money and to talk about what we need to do to focus on the basics, on equity, and on resilience. Our city is reopening, but of course, we're still grappling with many challenges spurred by the pandemic. The city finished 2021 with private employment close to 3.7 million jobs, up 218,000 from January 2021, but still 413,000 below the pre-pandemic peak of February 2020. Restaurant and retail workers were hit especially hard, and employment in these sectors is likely to remain lower than pre-pandemic levels. as many of the office workers who once patronized Manhattan bars, restaurants, and stores continue to work remotely, at least on a part-time basis. Adjusting to remote and hybrid work and its impacts on office space and employment is one of the greatest challenges to the city's economic recovery. Going forward, I hope to see less finger wagging and more creativity and collaboration from both the public and private sectors to reimagine office space and jumpstart the jobs and businesses of tomorrow. Think biotech labs, innovation incubators, CUNY campus, and more Midtown karaoke. We face very real risks and uncertainties: Russia's war on Ukraine, inflation, federal monetary policy, climate change. But there are nonetheless reasons for optimism about our city's economic recovery. Property values have rebounded, residential real estate transactions have been strong, and tax collections to date are $1.6 billion above the November forecast. Since the November plan, OMB has increased its revenue forecast by $1.6 billion, but with 5 months still left in the fiscal year and approximately that amount already collected, my office projects that actual year-end collections will be above OMB's forecast by approximately an additional $1.4 billion this year and $800 million next year. On the expense side, the mayor has rightly asked agencies to trim their headcounts and budgets to achieve recurring savings through attrition and efficiencies, which is a positive change. But at the same time, the city faces numerous risks from under-budgeted expenses, such as overtime, homeless shelters, rental assistance, and Carter cases. As you can see, a lot of red ink on this slide. Some of these risks are perpetually under-budgeted by OMB, while others face a fiscal cliff, as the speaker was saying, when federal COVID funds expire in fiscal year 26. Of note, my office projects that overtime will be above budget by $431 million this year and $348 million in FY23, fueled in part by the high use, of course, of sick leave during the Omicron wave. Unfortunately, the Department of Correction, where reform is urgently needed, was shielded from pegs and cost cutting, despite the fact that it's paying workers who haven't shown up to work in months. DOC spends more than $500,000 per year to detain a single individual, yet 2021 was the deadliest year in city jails in recent memory. Just last week, we lost another person there. It is urgent that DOC and all actors in the criminal legal system actively work toward both a rationalized workforce now and a lower jail population to make the closure of Rikers Island a reality by 2027. Factoring in these increases in both revenue and expenses, my office projects a balanced budget this year and next, with slightly larger gaps than OMB of $3.2 billion in FY24, $2.9 billion in 25, and $4.4 billion in 26. But there are two critical items to note here. First, while OMB has prudently addressed one labor-related risk, another looms large. The illusory $500 million annually in labor savings is thankfully gone, but new labor contracts are not yet factored in. By 2023, all of the city's labor agreements will expire, but there's no funding in the budget for wage increases for the first 2 years of each contract period. Each 1% increases in wages for city employees, including pensions, will cost approximately $450 million in the first full year and compound over time. Obviously, that will impact the city's bottom line. Second, the current plan does not include a credible effort to build up the long-term reserves that the city needs, with only a scant $55 million addition in FY23 and nothing in the remaining years of the plan. We are well below the budget cushion that we need to weather the next fiscal downturn, and this budget includes no plan to get there. It remains urgent to codify regular deposits into the rainy day fund year over year. My office will offer guidance for how to do so in the near future, and we look forward to working with the chair of the committee and the council to make that a reality by the time of adoption. One critical lens on this year's budget is the use of federal COVID aid to ensure that we're wisely using this one-time opportunity to help students, small businesses, and neighborhoods recover. Yesterday, my office unveiled a new dashboard to track the billions New York City is receiving in federal stimulus funding through FY26. And I'm pleased OMB has done so as well. You can't have enough accountability when you're receiving billions of dollars that you only get to spend once. The tracker enables the public to view and download planned and actual spending by agency, unit of appropriation, budget code, and object code. Unfortunately, it's easier to track the spending than it is to track what we're getting for it, because so far we have no reporting on outcomes to measure how these funds are advancing our goals for recovery. I've asked and continue to urge the administration to produce timely interim data on outcomes from academic recovery to housing assistance so we can know what's working and what's not working and make better decisions on how to spend the remainder of this essential one-time resource. As we start to do that, as we look to the future of the city, we need to ensure that we're getting the basics right. Across the 5 boroughs, New Yorkers in every community have told me they're deeply distressed by how dirty their neighborhoods and streets are. And this is an equity issue as well. Black and Latino New Yorkers are twice as likely as white ones to prioritize trash, sanitation, and rat abatement as a priority for city action, not to mention more likely to live near waste transfer stations that affect air quality and health. So the previous administration was smart to allocate $230 million in those stimulus funds for cleaning up neighborhoods. But shouldn't that work have been integrated into our longer-term sanitation priorities like street-level containerization and expanding, not cutting, organic waste collection? We need to make sure all neighborhoods in our city are receiving timely and effective sanitation services that dramatically improve both cleanliness and quality of life. I know that's what Sanitation Chair Nurse is focused on. And a similar focus on the basics is critical in so many other areas as well. I hope the council will be a strong voice for scaling up investments in evidence-based public safety interventions like violence interrupter programs, supportive housing, effective mental health outreach, and community-based responses to hate violence. As we boost funding for these initiatives, we must also appropriately fund the city's reporting and monitoring capacity. So again, we can make sure we're getting the most for every taxpayer dollar. Now, for the long term, as the speaker emphasized, we need to make sure that the dollars we spend take aim at addressing the pre-existing inequalities that the pandemic exacerbated. So I was pleased to see some needed investments in Mayor Adams' first budget proposal, especially in areas the council has long championed, including baseline funding for 100,000 summer youth jobs, baseline fair fares, and increasing funding for Fair Futures. But of course, there is a very long way to go. Given the housing affordability and supply crisis currently facing our city, I was disappointed not to see a more serious commitment to increasing funding for affordable or supportive housing in this budget. I urge the council to push for the $4 billion in capital funding that the broad United for Housing Coalition has identified as what's needed to save NYCHA, preserve our existing affordable housing stock, and invest in new, affordable, and supportive housing, including the next generation of Mitchell-Lama cooperatives, so we can enable low-income and working-class Black and Latino and Asian New Yorkers to become homeowners in this city through affordable cooperative homeownership. Spending our affordable housing subsidies wisely also means pushing the state legislature to end the tax giveaway known as 421A, which Councilmember Sanchez asked about. It's a state policy, but that's $1.7 billion a year in New York City property taxes. And the small tweaks proposed by the governor just won't fix it. The majority of the so-called affordable units are set at 130% of AMI, which is not affordable to fully 75% of New York City households. And that's not proposed to change. In those neighborhoods, it's just a gentrification subsidy. And the cost per unit of the few genuinely affordable units produced is $1.5 million in net present value. So instead, we should let 421A end and take the opportunity it opens to reform our deeply inequitable and confusing property tax system. My neighbors and I in Park Slope are undertaxed relative to homeowners in the Speaker's District in Southeast Queens, in Finance Chair Brandon's district in Southern Brooklyn, in Chair Sanchez's district in the Bronx. There's simply no way to justify it. And our property tax system also discourages rental housing development, a large part of why developers argue 421A is needed in the first place. So I hope you will join me in calling on the state legislature and the governor to allow 421A to expire in June. And then let's set a deadline at the end of this calendar year to adopt comprehensive property tax reform with parity among homeowners across neighborhoods and also between rentals and condos for future development. Finally, having seen what it looks like when we fail to prepare for a crisis, We must invest now in our city's preparedness for the future risks we faced. I mentioned earlier the need to boost our rainy day fund, and we do, but of course, being prepared for a rainy day in New York City of 2022 means that we must focus on climate resilience. Simply put, 6 months after Hurricane Ida, 10 years nearly after Hurricane Sandy, we've done far too little to get our streets, sewers, and vulnerable communities ready for the storms to come. The federal infrastructure bill presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to invest in our infrastructure. We need a laser focus on resilience that creatively integrates federal and local dollars, ensures that projects create local jobs, and enhances both safety and sustainability. In addition, the City Council passed Local Law 97 in 2019, the most aggressive law in the country, requiring owners to retrofit larger buildings for energy efficiency. Yet this budget fails to sufficiently fund the staff needed to implement and enforce it. I also hope you'll consider investing in the public solar NYC entity that we've proposed to dramatically scale up public solar on our rooftops. Would love to talk to you more about how we make that happen. And lastly, based on hard post-disaster conversations with constituents of many of your districts, Councilmember Riley, Williams, Brooke Powers, Finance Chair Brannan, and Speaker Adams, my office has identified the need to establish and fund a disaster recovery support center, a council-funded resource to help communities navigate the complex web of federal and local assistance, insurance, claims, and recovery process after disasters strike. We've already seen too many times in just the last few years the cost of not being prepared for emergencies. And we've seen that those disasters hit the most vulnerable households hardest. So it is incumbent on us to budget now to prepare for the risks ahead. The good news is this, though: focusing on the basics, investing in a more inclusive recovery, and building a more resilient city, those are by far the best ways to build a genuinely thriving New York City for the years ahead. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. I really am delighted to be back here, and we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Controller. I have a couple of quick questions. I want to start with the 421A and affordable housing. So just to set the table, the 421A tax exemption is by far the city's largest tax break at a cost of $1.722, an amount larger than the budgets for many city agencies, including HPD, DOT, DEP, DYCD, among others. You've started to talk about reforming this program by combining it with an overall property tax reform effort, which of course is near and dear to my heart. It appears that the Comptroller's Office argument for this is that the property tax reform could address one of the reasons for the tax break, to address the inequitable treatment of rentals versus condos, and that by doing that, we could more tightly focus 421A and whatever its successor is going to be or may be on affordable housing and housing production. So if your vision were to come true, would you envision a replacement 421A program to shrink in cost from the current one, or do you envision that it remains the same relative to the overall budget and be more of a repurposing of expense towards increased affordable housing production?
Yeah. It's a great question. What I would propose that we do is put property tax reform ahead of 421A tweaking. Like, we all know that program is really badly broken. I gave some of the examples. I mean, the $1.7 billion is a place to start, but if you look at what it's actually buying, it just is an indefensible program. The vast majority now of the so-called affordable units we're getting are in that 130% AMI category. You got to earn $155,000 for a family of four. That's more than what 75% of city residents earn. That's most of the affordable units. I don't mean most of the market rate units, most of the affordable units. And that does not propose to change in the governor's proposal. And even for the genuinely affordable units, the modest number, as I say, it's about $4 million in foregone tax revenue over the life of the unit, $1.5 million in the net present value of what we're giving up. So tweaking it just does not make sense. And a big part of that is that it's trying to make up for the fact that if you're going to build a new development of rentals, you're going to pay twice as much in taxes as if you did for a condo. We've talked a lot about, and we need to focus on the inequities among homeowners. I tried to be real honest about that in my testimony, but there's two different inequities. One is that different homeowners essentially pay different rates. The other is that homeowners are taxed going forward, like a new development. If they build condos, they'll pay half the taxes that they would if they build new rentals. So we should do property tax reform first. We should let 421A just lapse. There is some time to get this right. Let it lapse. Let's do property tax reform that brings parity amongst homeowners in different neighborhoods and equalizes future tax rates between new rental development and new condo development. And we could do all that without exemptions or abatements, but by having a fair property tax system that brings in the revenue that we need in a way that's fair to different owners. And then we get to the question that you asked. Okay, so now we've got that in place. We'll save a lot of money in 421A. How do we focus our property tax breaks on genuinely affordable housing? And I guarantee you we could do dramatically better than 421A. We've got some better other programs to look at, Article 11 and 420C, that are closer to saying, let's make sure the tax break actually follows affordability. But we have to do property tax reform first and address affordability second, or else we're going to be stuck with a clunky, tweaked program. And worse than that, and I guess I want to end with this, I really fear that if what happens in Albany this spring is a warmed over 421A reform with a few tweaks, we'll never get to property tax reform. It's hard to do. We should seize this moment and use it to give ourselves an end of year deadline and try as hard as we possibly can to get it done.
I agree. What do you think is the biggest barrier to addressing the affordable housing crisis in the city? I mean, do you think property taxes is a huge part of that?
Oh, I mean, look, the challenge of land scarcity against growing population and a city with so much inequality. So you have some people that can afford extraordinary homes right next door to people who can't in a market that generally values housing based on market values. It's all of it. We need more supply. That's why I supported the Gowanus rezoning with the right mix of affordability and market rate. We need to target our affordable housing subsidies where they should go. And that's both to people who need them most deeply, to very low income renters and homeless families. But we also need a significant new program for affordable cooperative homeownership. We always say that the Mitchell-Lama program is the most effective public policy in one of New York City's history. It created a generation of Black and brown and working class homeowners, and yet we basically have nothing like it right now. We should spend a much larger chunk of our affordable housing subsidies on working class homeownership. We've obviously got a huge need at NYCHA. So I wish I could tell you there was just one solution. I don't think we'll solve our affordable housing problems by reforming our property tax code and using tax treatment better. But because 421A expires this year, it's one thing we have to do now while we're also finding more room for housing supply, protecting vulnerable renters with good cause eviction protections in Albany would go a long way, and then focusing our subsidies where we need them most.
Okay, quickly on the proposed changes to asset allocation in the city's 5 pension funds.
Yeah.
For alternative assets. So a few weeks ago, you testified up in Albany advocating for increase in the cap for allowable alternative assets in the pension funds from 25% to 35%. This would allow the portfolio to expand the amount it invests in hedge funds, private equity, and private real estate investments, among other types of alternative assets. So what interests your office in this class of alternative assets, and what reactions have you received so far from the 5 pension boards?
Thank you. And I heard your exchange with the budget director about this as well, so I can answer some of the questions you asked about fees and liquidity. And look, I'll acknowledge that you might not have expected, Brad Lander to be coming before you, asking for a little more room in our investment portfolio for private equity and hedge funds, I have to say I've learned a lot over here in my first few days, and I'll tell you why I think it's appropriate. We take our responsibility to balance risk and return very seriously to achieve long-term retirement security. It's our job to take a long-term approach to investing, to keep our returns up over time, which is essential for our retirees, but also for the city budget, because when returns are lower, then we have to put more in year over year, and that's less we could spend on other things. Now, returns have been remarkable in recent years, but they're already, down this year with all the uncertainty we're seeing. And I think we're likely to be in a more challenging investment environment with uncertainties for some time to come. The section we're looking to change, Section 177 of the New York State Retirement and Social Security Law, which is called the Basket Clause. It was established back in 1960 in a very different investing environment, and it constrains pension fund portfolios in New York State. We have to use, by law, 75% of our assets in public equities and fixed incomes, and we're restricted to no more than 25% in a broad variety of alternative asset classes: infrastructure, real estate, private equity, hedge funds, and alternative credit. And it's even more restrictive than that, because that 25% not only includes those categories, but also global equities above 10%, even though those are traded on public markets. And in recent decades, all our peers, US public pension funds, universities and private endowments, they almost all invest more than 25% of their assets in what would count against our basket clause. Yale's portfolio, they're like the most famous. They call the institutional investing the Yale model. They're at 60% in private market assets. Now, we are not looking for that. We're looking for some modest growth from 25 to 35%, or just raise that cap on global equities from 10 to 30. And I got to tell you, it really is consistent with a prudent level of risk. I'll say, our private equity portfolio has outperformed public equities by 300 to 400 basis points over the last decade. And one thing I really misunderstood was how the fees are charged, because, and this is something I've spoken about in the past, but we actually don't pay fee. The majority of the fees we pay are for performance, and they only are paid when a manager exceeds the rate of return that's set, which is generally around 8%. There's this formula 2 and 20. They don't even get to any of the 20 until they've exceeded the hurdle rate, and even the 2 they pay back first. So we really are doing well there. We just want a little more room so that we can guarantee good broad returns. And then finally, we actually negotiate fees which are often quite lower given our size. In alternative credit, for example, it's not 2 and 20, it's a 0.75% management fee and 12% carry. So I'm glad to go into more detail with you, Chair, or with others. We are being prudent here. We'd be glad to talk about the best way to do it. We need a little more flexibility so we can guarantee good returns for the long term, which is necessary both to have the retirement security for retirees, but also so we don't have to increase what the city has to put in the expense budget each year.
Okay, thank you, Controller. I'm going to hand it over to Noah for some other questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. It really is great to see you in that seat.
You too, sir.
Thank you. We will now turn it to council member questions. As a reminder, we only are giving 3 minutes per question to keep us on schedule today.
Noah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I think Speaker Adams has some questions.
Oh, I don't see her hand, but okay, let's go to the speaker, certainly.
Sorry, I didn't do the hand raise. I did not obey those. I apologize.
Madam Speaker, it's so good to see you.
Great to see you, Mr. Controller. Great to see you. I'm just going to harken back. I'm going to defer to my colleagues, of course, so I will be brief, but I'd be remiss if I didn't harken back to a very troublesome day on November 30th, 2019 in South Ozone Park in my district, where the whole city witnessed via the media the horrible disaster that is known as the catastrophic sewer backup in Southeast Queens. That happened in my district, and hundreds of my constituents were affected by that through no fault of their own. And just to throw some buzzwords out there, it was put out there stigmatizing my community, saying that grease was poured down drains and that was the cause. And that insulted an entire community and continues to affect us to this day, knowing the connotation of that and knowing that it was truly a lie perpetuated upon people of color who did not deserve that. So in fast forwarding, Mr. Controller Brad, with this situation and knowing, the significant impact that it took on my constituents and still does to this day, I'd just like to know what you see as hindrances that really set us back quite a bit. Things that we actually could foresee. I mean, myself and several other elected officials, as well as homeowners, could foresee the mold that was to be 3 years later that is now, that has affected my constituents, children, elderly, their health, among a host of other things. But what do you see as hindrances in looking at that situation in 2019 with regard to assessment and compensation provided by the Comptroller's Office? I mean, I could say a whole lot, and we've spoken about this. The recourse and lack thereof because of a lack of legal resources to folks that really do have significant cases, and we've got several claimants now still with outstanding lawsuits with the city because of that. We've had language barriers in dealing with the Comptroller's Office in the past, and people that just did not know that there was an option to actually negotiate how they were paid. And it was just and continues to be a whole host of obstacles. So I'm just curious to get your feedback on that.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing, as you always do, Madam Speaker, your constituents just real felt needs and what they deserve here. And you've expressed that to me before, and I've had the opportunity to sit with some of them out at the Harvest Room in Jamaica and hear from them and some others. And this really is something I'm committed to working together with you to improve. Let me put it in a couple of buckets. The one is how the Comptroller's Office can do better in response, but we have some limitations there, as you and I have spoken about, because the Comptroller's Office is the place where people file a claim against the city when they believe the damage that they experienced was caused by the city, which obviously in too many cases it is. Our responsibility is to negotiate on the city's behalf. And I think that can be confusing for people sometimes. And I've started to work with the staff here on this. We want to reach out, be compassionate, be helpful, be supportive, respond in your language, help you know what your rights are. But as soon as you file a claim, our job is then to negotiate, and the first thing we're legally obligated to consider is, was the city legally liable? And that's not always so simple. We've got a lot of Hurricane Ida claims, and judging whether Hurricane Ida was an act of God, 500-year storm, or whether something happened with the city's sewer system, not so simple. And so what I think would be really valuable is if there was a service that people had that could just have their interests at heart, could advise them, here's what you might be eligible for from FEMA. Let's talk about what you might be eligible for from insurance, and let me help you file a claim with the city. Think about whether the city's liable or whether it's a contractor. In my district, when I was in the council, there was something similar that was caused by a contractor who had been hired by the city. So there was also a question, are you going against the city? Are you going against the contractor and their insurance company? My office, unfortunately, is not legally allowed to help you evaluate those things. And there really right now is no place for people to get that support. So I'd love to talk to you about how we might change that. Maybe that's a city function somehow. Maybe it's a function that could be funded through resources or a contract with one of our great legal service providers. So that's one thing I love to work with you on. We're working in my office to expand our language capacity to make sure we get back to people quickly. I was on the phone the other day with Councilmember Powers in the basement of, she was actually with a constituent who literally had a flood at the moment last week. So I think we can do more to be responsive, but if we set up something that was really like a disaster recovery support center, I really think it would make a difference. And then finally, I do just want to connect the dots between this and our infrastructure investments, because once you've had that flood, what you want is help. dealing with the claims, dealing with FEMA, dealing with mold. But we do have to connect the dots between that and actually fixing our infrastructure so more people's homes don't get damaged. I know there's a couple of $2 billion to be invested in Southeast Queens, but we're not yet anywhere near where we need to be in terms of real planning for infrastructure investing to confront the storms and disasters to come. And I also am committing my office to focus more of our time and attention on what resilience looks like and what it should mean for our capital budget's investment in infrastructure.
I appreciate that very much, particularly continuing the conversation with you around, the vulnerabilities in Southeast Queens and the Rockaways in particular, and how we're going to continue, and other places, of course, in the outer boroughs, and how we're going to continue to be hit with these instances, with claims coming into your office, and what we can do to best mitigate everything all around for the people of the city. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Let me suggest one other thing there that I'd love to work with you and City Hall on. The new federal infrastructure dollars that Senator Schumer did so much to bring us are an amazing opportunity, but we have to really be creative because the lion's share of that is for streets, for roads, for streets. And of course, what we need to fix this problem is on sewers. So I think we're going to need to blend the federal and the city capital to use federal dollars on road reconstruction and then blend it with city dollars on the sewer fixes that we need. And we don't yet have a good model or a real plan for doing that. But to me, it seems like we really do need to take this moment as we're gearing up for the federal infrastructure bill to get that right, like, and not just to be like, let's let it go to this project or that project, but how do we blend it wisely with our capital plan in the neighborhoods that are most vulnerable. There's new opportunities to have that create jobs for people in communities. So I think there's a real opportunity here and look forward to working with you and the council staff on it.
Thank you very much. I look forward to an expansive conversation on all of this. Thank you so much, Mr. Comptroller. Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, now we'll kick it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Wan.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. How you doing, Comptroller Lander?
Great to see you, Councilmember Barron.
Good to see you, sir. Honesty compels me to say that I thought it was interesting that you left out any evaluation of the pension investment in your presentation, and it wasn't until the chair questioned you about it that we get information on it. That is an area I'm very disappointed with because, as you said, a progressive to talk about an increase in the private sector, particularly with hedge funds and not the public sector investment, is problematic for me. And we come up with terms like prudence and flexibility, and I just learned more about this and that. But too often progressives get in office and contradict their progressive politics. Secondly, I'm also concerned about the 100,000 summer youth slots with 75,000 under blocks. Do you know how many youth apply for those slots? Way more than 100,000. It's probably twice as many. That is not an answer to our problem. What about the other 10 months that the youth have to be employed? I agree with you 1,000% on 421A. You got that right. That needs to be scrapped. And then the real property tax, class 1 is homeowners, class 2 is co-ops and condos, class 3 is utilities, and class 4 is commercial. I always wondered, is there a way we can, because they say if you raise it, you have to raise it across the board. Is there any way we can change, maybe, I don't know if it's state legislation, city legislation, where we can hit commercial and utilities and leave the homeowners alone, class 1? So those are the questions I have for you.
Thank you for all those questions. I totally agree with you that we should go beyond 100,000 in summer youth jobs and that there should be year-round youth jobs as well. I praised that as a step forward, but I agree the council should advocate and push further. I heard Councilmember Farias also talking about other workforce development programs. I'll just mention that infrastructure bill that I talked about. It's got the first time ever, it allows local hiring on federal funding for infrastructure projects. So we need to do better to connect people to job opportunities, our young people. Absolutely. Glad to answer more questions or talk to you offline about the pension funds. We take it real seriously. It's job one over here. I really think it is consistent with progressive values. Our job is to invest that money in the marketplace across asset classes to guarantee returns. So those are all profit-making businesses that we're investing in, and we have to find the ones.
Public sector too.
It's not, you can't make money investing in the public sector.
You can satisfy a lot of needs through the public sector investment.
I love the public sector, and I'm a big investor in public goods with public dollars. That's why I want to get rid of 421A and shift to something more like Mitchell Lama and invest in NYCHA. But for earning returns in the pension funds, you got to invest in businesses that pay returns on your investments. On your question about property taxes, Francesco Brindisi, who's our executive deputy controller, is much more an expert than I am in what we can and can't do locally and what we could have state law support us in. So Francesco, will you talk a little in response to the council member's question there?
Yeah, so the city allocates the property tax burden according to a formula that it's set in statute. So there are some tweaks that can be done towards the end of the year when the city council does a tax fixing. But if you were to decide as part of balancing the budget to increase the property tax rate, that has to be allocated according to the formula.
So you cannot do commercial and utilities by itself.
Time expired.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. We will now have Councilmember Juan followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Good to see you, Controller Lander. I have a general question on the agency-wide increase in staff vacancies. From reviewing the preliminary budget this year and from the last period, I noticed that there has been marginal changes, but what has changed is the agency-wide staff vacancy rate. So since the adoption of the fiscal 2020 budget, I noticed that there are 58 new vacancies that have surfaced in your office, with more than half of them coming from 3 bureaus of asset management, law, and adjustment. Law and audit. So how do we interpret there being so many new staff vacancies over a short period of time, and matter of, can you clarify if this is a matter of just staff turnover because of the transition in the administration, or is an actual reflection of a plan or a strategy to refocus your priorities as controller? And then another question that I have is, what are some changes overall in the structure of the agency's budget that you plan to implement in the coming year to appropriately align to the priorities as controller?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Juan. It's been good to already start working with you on procurement reform, and we really look forward to doing that. I think that's actually in response to your last question, as I'm thinking about what we can do better and differently in the controller's office. That's a good example. Traditionally what the controller's office does is register contracts, and we're going to keep doing that. But I want us to be at the forefront of working with you and Mox and the administration on procurement reform to get our nonprofits paid on time, our MWPEs, and speed up and improve our capital projects management. And that will take a few new positions to focus on those things that we haven't had before. And there'll be a few other areas like that. I really want us to focus on sustainability and resilience. In some ways, the controller's job is to take the long-term view. And that means a laser focus on resilience and sustainability. So we just hired a woman named Louise Young as our new chief climate officer, a position that did not exist in the controller's office before, to help us focus on infrastructure and resilience, on things like public solar NYC, on local law 97. So those are a couple of places. On the vacancies, I'll say, I think it's a mix of things. Obviously, over the last 2 years of the pandemic, plenty of people have retired or left their positions more than in previous years. Toward the end of the transition, I think there was a choice by the prior administration not to fill some positions and let us get in office before making some decisions. We are also voluntarily looking at doing a 3% PEG like the mayor has asked agencies. That doesn't apply to us, but it's good for us to do. So we are asking each bureau to look at where we can perhaps give up a few positions. So that's why headcount is down, and we're starting to pick it back up. You mentioned the Bureau of Asset Management. Certainly the additional challenge there is that we're competing with the private sector, where people are paid a lot more for investment jobs. And that is a consistent challenge. We do have a chief investment officer search underway. It's actually going to be launched publicly in the next few days. We've got a great interim CIO, but there's work we know we need to do there. There hasn't actually been a salary comparison benchmark study in about 5 years at this point. So
I'm
glad to
expired.
come back to you and talk further about this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I know that every single time I sat at NYCERS for 8 years, we never could figure out how to do affordable housing, and California could. And I think it's because we have a different structure, but I just want to know if you could comment on that, because it is the #1 question I get about NYCERS. Why can't you do affordable housing? And anyway, that's #1. The second issue is, I know that we're all trying to figure out about pilots. This may be more of an OMB question, but I was teaching this morning at Hunter, so I didn't get a chance. So there are lots of individuals asking, why can't NYU hospitals, et cetera, look like private? They're not. Pay pilots, and I just want to get your opinion on that. I also want to know, I love your new tracker. Is it consistent with what the state controller is doing? I haven't had a chance to compare, so that we can look at apples and apples and figure out where we're at with that. And then I know that you had questions earlier, I think OMB did, about workforce. We're working with my committee and economic development, but there are 21 agencies that look at workforce. Is that the kind of, can you audit that, or do you have to go, agency by agency? How would one go about that kind of an audit? And then just finally, when the chair, Justin Brannan, asked OMB about the rainy day fund, there was also, and I didn't follow this, so Chair Brannan, you could help me. There's also another place where money is kept, which that was news to me. So again, is that the kind of audit that would be appropriate? Because I couldn't understand why I have 2 places. I don't think you got a good answer to that. Those are just some of my questions.
Great. I'm going to leave reserves and rainy day fund to Francesco, who knows the ins and outs of the city budget better than I do. We are looking at the affordable housing question. Actually, I have a meeting next week to start the conversation. How could we use the economically targeted investments piece of the pension portfolio for more investment in affordable housing? I do think one key might be the recreation of something like a 21st century Mitchell-Lama program. We don't have, most of what we have had pension fund investments in affordable housing is in mortgages, and we don't have a big affordable homeownership set of opportunities here to invest in. And most of the big developers, if they're building a rental building, they could get the loans they need from commercial banks, and they don't need the pension fund to assist. We provide subsidy through city capital dollars. So that's one place I want to look. Can we jumpstart a new multifamily affordable cooperative program? That will take some subsidy, but there will be room for invested dollars. And that's one place we will be looking. Would love to sit down with you. And we just hired our deputy controller for audits, Maura Hayes-Chaff. She started on Monday. So I think it'd be great to come talk with you and the staff of the Oversight and Investigations Committee and get a little sense of what you guys are looking at and what we could look at. We can do multi-agency audits, but we need to follow the GAGAS rules and have real clear standards we're auditing against. So let's sit down and talk about where we might be able to blend resources, not duplicate. And I'll turn it over to Francesco for the question about the reserves.
Time expired.
Oops. Well, very briefly, I mean, I can give you a separate briefing, but there are 3 main sources out of that 6.1 billion. It's a general reserve coupled with the capital stabilization reserve, and that's 1.3 billion next year. Then there is a rainy day fund, about $1 billion, and then pretty much the remainder is the health benefit trust fund, which is supposed to, in theory, address the obligation to pay retiree health insurance.
Right. Okay, all right. And my question is, though, that what you're saying, because the rainy day and the health benefit, I know the other ones are not new. They've always been around forever. Is that what you're saying, Francisco?
The general reserve has been around forever, but it was used to be 300 million, and then it was raised to $1 billion or more, and then there is the other 250 million capital stabilization reserve, which was created by the BLUS.
Okay.
We're going to actually work on a little white paper that lays out, what we think the approach should be going forward to deposits and reserves, and we'll try to use it also to have an explainer on some of these things as well. I need that myself, so I'll be glad.
I think it is confusing. It is for those of us who live through the Bloomberg and sort of fudged it a bit. We know we could use some help on understanding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Comptroller. It's great to see you. And thank you for always answering a call in the time of need for my community and for lifting up the issue in terms of the infrastructure concerns across the city. So I just have a few questions for you. Couple of things. One, my office was reached or contacted by the laborers local Union 1010 with regards to the last round of RFPs released. Companies who previously held a bid for $1 million were able to participate. However, the vast majority of small contracting companies don't have bids exceeding $1 million unless they're a subcontractor. And as a proponent of MWBEs, this excludes many companies to participate in these bids. How will the upcoming budget help to equalize the playing field so more companies can participate in these contracts? Also, I wanted to touch on my district continues to see a rise in construction. With that rise in construction, the percentage of MWBEs is not in alignment. What changes will you make to address inequities in the percentage of MWBE subcontractor commitments? In your assessment, you noted the city labor agreements are set to expire by 2023. With collective bargaining set to begin amidst rising inflation, what costs to existing programs would need to be cut to accurately account for the mandated raises? And as you mentioned in your assessment of the preliminary budget analysis, the mayor's budget projects an unexpected strength in the fiscal year 23 tentative assessment roll due to the very high reductions from tax appeals. As you know, my colleagues and I have asked for a property tax rebate for small homeowners dwellings in class 1 and class 2. How does your property tax reform assist the small homeowners most immediately who continually see increases in their property taxes since 2011? And I just would like to also thank you for creating a dashboard to look at the federal dollars coming down. And I'm especially interested in looking at how we can use that tool to ensure efficiency with the spend down of it. And so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And yeah, thank you for calling the other day where you were like literally in the home of a woman who was experiencing flooding. I know you've got the challenges of representing such a district with so many needs and across 2 boroughs, and my office is eager to do all we can to support. I'll take MWBEs and the labor question, and then I'll kick it over to Francesco on property taxes. We're actually looking at how we can sort of reboot our MWBE program over here. What this office has largely done before is some amount of outreach and support for businesses, but a lot of, calling out the shortcomings in the city's system. And there are many shortcomings. This office produced a report toward the end of the year that said MWBE participation last year was 3.8% of city contracting. And if you take out women-owned businesses, closer to 1%. So it's badly broken, but we need to have some different ways of working together to fix it. So I'd like to come back to you with this once I've had a little more time to sit down with SBS, to work with the folks in my office, to talk to you. We kind of got to get all on the same page, because I feel like the finger pointing about how it's broken is not actually increasing the amount of MWBE participation. Sometimes you got to call something out that no one knows. This everyone knows, but we're not getting fixed. So I'd like to work with you and the administration and have a different plan than just kind of pounding fist on the desk at why the numbers are so low. On labor savings, my point was and this is a challenge. They haven't been negotiated yet. They need to be negotiated at the bargaining table. Working New Yorkers who work for the city absolutely during a time of inflation are going to push to earn more money to pay their bills, as they well should. We can't factor that into the budget till we know what it is. but it is gonna increase, just no doubt it's gonna increase expenses as those contracts are negotiated. To your question, how to balance that, that's why we're, having the challenge, why we need to spend the federal resources wisely. It's why we need to be cautious. We want to expand great new programs, but if we expand those programs and we don't have new revenues, then it's hard also to give fair labor increases. So glad to talk more about that. That is a big challenge of this budget cycle for sure. And Francesco, can you give a quick answer on small homeowners?
Yes. So first, we should realize that class one taxation right now is progressive, meaning that the bigger homes and more valuable homes are taxed at the lower rate than smaller homes. The other thing is, as also in the Property Tax Reform Commission, there are programs to address the needs of lower income homeowners. There are circuit breakers, there are homestead exemptions that sort of lower the burden on smaller homeowners and then redistribute it towards more expensive properties.
And we'd be glad to do outreach in communities. If folks are interested in doing either kind of local town halls or things that would dig in on the Property Tax Commission report and what a path might be to reform, we'd be glad to talk to you about it.
No, thank you for that. And I agree, no finger pointing needed. Looking for a collaboration with the administration as well as your office. And thank you for your responses.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Masse.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Chair Brandon and Comptroller Lander, for today's presentation. I have 3 quick questions. One was highlighted earlier. I'll still ask just so that we can have it on the record. I wanted to know, Comptroller Lander, what was your plan to include cost of living adjustments for the government contracted human service workers? We know a majority of them are immigrant and women. And since it wasn't included in the preliminary budget, given that this workforce hasn't had an increase in 3 years, I wanted to know what you were thinking about that. The second one was on MWBE, which Councilmember Brooks Powers mentioned earlier, but I wanted to know if your office has had a conversation with Mayor Adams' administration to increase or sustain the number of city contracts awarded to MWBEs. We know the previous administration had a goal of 30%, and I wanted to know if you were thinking about what the projections would look like for FY23. And my last question is on 3K. In regards to the Comptroller's office, we wanted to know if you were planning on expanding contract relationships in order to broaden the program. We know the previous administration worked on that, so I wanted to know if your office was thinking about that, especially in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
I'll take them in reverse order. On 3K, I will say it's, as I asked some things about how things went in the prior term, that was one of the places where I think the Department of Education, Mayor's Office of Contract Services, and the Controller's Office were able to work pretty productively together across relationships that were not always productive in other places. So, and they did register a lot of new 3K contractors. So we would absolutely be glad. Actually, our new Deputy Controller for Contracting and Procurement was the Chief Procurement Officer at DOE. So I think we'd be glad to look at how to expand and get more 3K programs. I really think that is one of the remarkable successes of the prior administration, and we should work hard to produce on it. I'm sitting down with SBS, and I can't remember whether it's later today or tomorrow, but we're getting started in dialogue with them about how to hold all of us accountable. We do contracting in my office as well, in the Bureau of Asset Management for investment managers. We are better than the city average on MWBEs, but we're nowhere near where we should be. So this has got to be shared accountability, and I'm eager to do it with them and with the council. And you make a good point, and actually Francesco raised this to me the other day on COLA for the contracted social service work. I mentioned in my testimony that we need to pay attention to increases for our city's public sector workers during a time of rising inflation. But if we know it's right that those workers will need raises, then obviously we would know it's right that the even lower income human service workforce of our contracted nonprofit human service partners also need COLAs, which are not in the budget. And that again, is a budget challenge. You can't add to what they're getting paid without having it come from somewhere. But it doesn't help to ignore the issue and not put anything in the budget, neither have COLAs in the contract nor an allowance in the budget. Because what will happen if we just do that is that workforce will continue to, fall behind as inflation erodes their wages.
I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you for your responses.
One small thing there is that I am supporting proposals at the state level to look at raising the minimum wage. Not that long ago, $15 an hour sounded like a lot, but it is, with inflation rising. So if the state raises the minimum wage, that would lift we would have to pay for it as a city for other workers we're paying for, but you wouldn't have to claw for a COLA in quite the same way at the local level if the state did a minimum wage increase.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Velasquez.
Starting time.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, New York City Comptroller Lander. Nice to see you. You did mention in your testimony that the Department of Corrections urgently needs reform, yet money is spent on sick leave for workers who do not want to show up to work. And this was confirmed by the Commissioner Jiha in his testimony today. How will you ensure that going forward, that any money is going into the Department of Corrections in the future goes towards these reforms that you mentioned in your testimony?
Thank you, council member. I have to say, just in general, this is such a delight to be in front of this council with so many people doing such great advocacy for their neighborhoods and for the city. The Department of Corrections has been on the controller's watch lists for, I want to say since 2014, but it has been, certainly been the last few years. So if you go on the controller's website, you'll see that we give additional scrutiny to the Department of Corrections at every time that the budget is shifted, and we'll be doing that again as well. And we are working to drill in on the staffing questions because I think we have a lot of questions for the Department of Corrections about how they're dealing with that set of issues. It is true that if people aren't showing up to work, then that appears as a labor shortage, and the others wind up working doubles and triples, and we don't have people to take people to their hospital visits or their clinic visits. But the answer is not just to hire more people when you're paying lots of people who aren't showing up to work. So that is something my office is drilling down on. And as part of our having Department of Corrections on the controller's watch list, hope to have more to say. We need some information from the department, and hopefully we'll be able to work with them. The goal, of course, is to help them solve that problem, not only call it out.
Absolutely, and thank you for that response. And just to add on to my sentiment, and I hope you have these same feelings within your respective role. We cannot continue to overfund the Department of Corrections just because officers do not want to come to work. As some of my colleagues have said, we need to ensure crucial services are funded, and public safety, as you know, comes from a real investment and resources for the people.
And if you look at those past watch list reports, you'll see, we are the only big city anywhere that has literally more corrections headcount than people being held awaiting trial. It's about 7,500 people in headcount and 5,500 people. We want to get that number down, but 5,500 people awaiting trial. So when we say it costs literally more than $550,000 to detain an individual a year, that's money we want to be spending in neighborhoods on the things that create good jobs and give people good education opportunities, and not on a bloated correctional system. So I entirely agree with you, and we'll absolutely keep up our focus there.
Thank you, Comptroller Lander.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. Great seeing you, Controller Lander.
So good to see you, Councilmember Velasquez.
And thank you so much for having this meeting. Chair Brannon, nice to see you as well. Quick question. The Committee on Consumer Worker Protection, which I chair, will be having a hearing this month on COVID-19 related price gouging and consumer protections during this pandemic. Can you describe what conclusions your audit of DCWP's inspections of price gouging, and what ways do you think the administration, council, and the controller's office can work together to prevent further price gouging of city residents?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for the hearing. We would love to come to it. One irony is, in addition to the fact that we've got, our second audit under my tenure is about pandemic price gouging, Our first deputy controller, Sandra Abelis, was the first deputy controller over at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. So this is one that we have actually seen from multiple sides. Look, I don't think we had an understanding before that being prepared to respond to price gouging has to be part of your emergency response infrastructure. That is sad, it is depressing about the human spirit that what happens in a crisis is that some people look to profit on their neighbor's misery because there's a supply chain challenge. And so some people go in and grab all the N95 masks off and bring them somewhere else and mark them up. And it's depressing that just like you need to have a storehouse of N95 masks and an emergency response protocol, you need a price gouging emergency response. And we didn't have that in place. So DCWP moved pretty quickly to write a new rule and try to get out in front of it, but they just got so many more complaints than they had staff capacity to respond to. And then they tried to prioritize, but they didn't have a clear priority system sort of identified in advance. So mostly what we're recommending is that preparation for the sad fact of crisis price gouging needs to be built into the city's emergency response. It'll look different in different pandemics. For COVID-19, it was masks and PPE. After Sandy, it was gasoline because the infrastructure for bringing gas in. So I'm glad you're doing that hearing. We'll be glad to join it. And I think this just speaks to this broader issue. One thing we have to do out of this pandemic is use it to get ready for the future risks we face, not fight the last battle, be mindful broadly of what the risks are, not just, point fingers at what happened in the past, but really strengthen our capacity for better crisis response going forward. This is such an important time to do it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will hear next from Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Starting time.
Great. Thank you so much, Controller. It's always great to see you. So my question is around your priority and one that I very much share around expanding social housing in the city of New York. And, in particular, I'm curious how you answer to a critique that capacity in the nonprofit sector and the public sector for developing affordable housing is not as high as in the private sector, and therefore limitations on the ability to, say, use community land trusts, land banks, et cetera, to expand our affordable housing stock in a way that is owned and controlled by the public sector and by communities. So yes, would love to hear your take on how you respond to that criticism.
That's a great question and an important one. Like, we really do have to care about the capacity of the organizations and institutions that develop and manage affordable housing. We're not doing anybody a favor if an institution is set up and it can't do a good job at developing and managing people's homes. But the answer cannot be just to sort of shrug it off and say, well, NYCHA's got capacity problems and nonprofits have capacity problems, so let's just let for-profit private developers build rental housing and fight them about whether it's affordable enough. We have plenty of good examples of how we invest in capacities and strengthen them. There are an awful lot of co-ops, for example, like go to Penn South, and you will see that it's entirely possible to have social housing there. Not only do they do an amazing job of preserving housing for working class seniors, they, when the pandemic hit, were like a week earlier than everybody else at actually seeing what was coming. So they have a lot of adaptive capacity. So we have good models for that next generation of land trusts and limited equity co-ops. I think one thing we could learn a lot from are European social housing models. So I don't know if the council wants to sponsor, maybe my office could partner on, but they have organizations that do social housing, but get pretty big. They're 10 or 15,000 units. They still support residents in organizing and support the land trust model, but they've got a real professional capacity underneath those boards to really deliver. And I think that is one model that we should look into. There is, as I think you know, this thing called JOE, the Joint Operating Entity, which is a partnership of nonprofit community-based affordable housing providers, which is trying to build from that model. So I guess what I would say is that is an important thing for us to attend to. I don't shrug it off. I don't pretend it away. Let's work together to invest in the capacity that our communities need to have the affordable housing that they deserve.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler, are you available to ask questions? Can we unmute Councilmember Ressler? Or I guess it's a request to unmute. As he's not coming to his camera, I will suggest he shares questions with the council and we'll pass them on in a follow-up.
We will gladly make ourselves available to address Councilmember Ressler's questions.
Thank you. Chair Brannon, take it away.
Sure. Thank you, Noah. Mr. Controller, appreciate your time. Excited to see you in that chair and looking forward to working with you on getting this right. So
really looking forward to it. Good luck with the many hours ahead you have. And I appreciate that what you said is like the most important part of it is really when the public gets to weigh in here. And I know you really mean that and it shows through. So thank you.
Right on. Thank you, Controller. Okay, this will conclude this portion of today's hearing.
Sorry. Would I have a chance to ask a quick question?
Like in your back, yes.
I'm sorry, I was on a bicycle and my headphones went out. You know, it's life in New York City. But I just want to congratulate Controller Lander. It's so thrilling to have you in this role. And I've loved your framing of the role as Chief Accountability Officer. And I think it's, exactly right. And just wanted to check in with you on Local Law 97, which I think is the most consequential piece of legislation the council has enacted in a long time. As you look to this budget, do you think that we're doing everything in the preliminary budget that we need to do to ensure full implementation of Local Law 97? What more could and should we be thinking about? Welcome any and all recommendations you have on that. Sorry again for missing you for a second.
No, thank you for this really important question and also for walking the talk on sustainability out there on your bike. So, but look, this is so critical and so easy not to do what's necessary. The council passed this great law, and I was proud to be a co-sponsor and to vote for it, to say our larger buildings over 25,000 square feet have to retrofit for energy efficiency with pretty aggressive standards at 2030 and 2050. That law is the big key for New York meeting our targets for reducing our carbon footprint. Like it's the single biggest impact. It's the best law any city has passed, but it is not going to implement itself. We actually need to have a meaningfully aggressive staff at the Department of Buildings in our city's environmental protection infrastructure. And I don't see in this budget the staff lines necessary to do it. We have some good, strong new leadership. I was thrilled to see the mayor appoint Rit Agarwala to lead, to be the chief climate officer. We've got good leadership at the Department of Buildings, but that's not going to substitute for the staff capacity to make this work. And if we don't start right now, then buildings absolutely are not going to hit their targets. And we're going to get to 2030 and we're all going to say, oh my God, can you believe it? That nobody hit their targets. We have not retrofit our buildings for energy efficiency. So the systems to provide outreach and support, the systems to provide enforcement and tracking are really critical, and they are not yet in this budget. And I would love to work with you and the administration to make sure they get there.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Controller.
Great to see you all. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that concludes this portion of today's hearing. I thank all my colleagues on the committee and those who joined us in addition. Next, we're going to hear from the New York City Independent Budget Office. I ask my colleagues who are going to stick around for this portion of the hearing to remain on Zoom with your microphone muted until we are ready to begin.
Chair, are you ready? I think we could go straight through and take a break after this before DOF.
Yeah, let's do it.
Be briefer.
Let's do it.
Are you ready, IPO? Okay. So Chair, can you just flip the page? And
yes, sure. Good afternoon. My name is still Justin Brannon. I am still the chair of the Council Finance Committee. We just heard from the Controller. We're now going to hear testimony from the Director of the Independent Budget Office, George Sweeting, after he is sworn in by Council. Director Sweeting is joined by IBO's Director of Budget Review, Jonathan Rosenberg. In the interest of time, I'll forego any opening statement and turn it back over to Committee Counsel Noah Brick for some housekeeping and to swear in the witnesses.
Thank you. My name is still Noah Brick. I'm still the counsel to the Committee on Finance. If council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting questions to 3 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the witnesses. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? IBO Acting Director Sweeten?
I do.
And Budget Review Director Rosenberg?
I do.
Thank you both. Acting Director Sweeten, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, and members of the Finance Committee. We welcome the opportunity to discuss our latest economic forecast for the city and to present our analysis of the mayor's preliminary budget for 2023 and the financial plan through 2026. As the latest wave of the COVID-19 pandemic brought on by the Omicron variant recedes, the city's economic recovery from the unprecedented employment losses in early 2020 has continued, although the pace has slowed recently. Between the first and second quarters of 2020, the city lost almost 900,000 jobs, or about 20% of its pre-pandemic employment total. IBO's economic outlook assumes that despite job gains each year, the city does not recover those losses until late in 2025, years after the rest of the United States has recovered from its COVID-19 employment losses. And this will leave the city with an unemployment rate more than double the nation's for at least a few more years. As frequently noted, the job losses disproportionately fell on workers in low-wage sectors such as leisure and hospitality, where nearly 50% of workers lost their jobs, and retail trade, where the losses amounted to 17%. Unfortunately, employment recovery has also been inconsistent among industries, with the same low-wage sectors experiencing some of the slowest rates of recovery. Neither leisure and hospitality nor retail trade are expected to regain their pre-pandemic employment levels by the end of 2026. Other economic indicators, however, present a somewhat more upbeat view of the local economy. After falling slightly in 2020, aggregate wages in the city grew by an estimated 9.3% in 2021 and are expected to grow at an annual rate of about 6% in 2022 through 2026. Personal income also continued to grow, even in 2020, helped by the increase in transfer payments such as unemployment benefits, stimulus checks, and refundable tax credits. Although the transfer payments are forecast to return to more normal levels, personal income overall is forecast to grow by 3.1% in 2022, and then accelerate to an average of 5.1% annually in the remaining years of the forecast. Wall Street firms, helped in large part by the Federal Reserve's low interest rate policy in the aftermath of the recession, have enjoyed near record profits that also boosted city tax receipts. With the Fed moving to contain inflation by tightening monetary policy, IBO expects Wall Street profits to return to more typical levels. The city's real estate markets initially fell in 2020, but they also have bounced back strongly, with sales volume in 2021 increasing by 81% from the prior year. Residential sales have been particularly strong, setting an all-time record for aggregate sales volume in 2021. IBO expects a decline in real estate transactions in 2022 as the Federal Reserve's monetary policies are expected to result in higher mortgage rates. The economic recovery that got underway in mid-2020 helped boost tax revenues in fiscal year 2021. And although they are forecast to fall slightly in 2022, the current year, tax revenues still remain well above the forecasts that were made 2 years ago at the depth of the recession. Tax revenues are forecast to grow by 3.1% annually in 2023 through 2026. IBO's forecast for tax revenues in those years exceeds OMB's by from 1.7 billion to 2.5 billion. And although IBO expects spending to also be slightly higher than OMB projects in each year of the plan due to increased costs for uniform overtime, for charter school tuition, the cost of housing vouchers, and others, these stronger than expected tax revenues, combined with $13 billion in federal fiscal relief, have strengthened the city's fiscal shape, at least for the next few years. The preliminary budget restored a staple of financial plans in years before the de Blasio administration, known as the Program to Eliminate the Gap, or the PEG program. Although in function and scale, it is really not that different from what was known as the citywide savings program under de Blasio. IBO's review of the latest PEG program finds that of the $866 million in total savings in 2022, only 48 million result from inefficiencies. Result from efficiencies. By 2026, efficiencies are 72 million out of 1.2 billion in the program. The largest amounts each year come from funding swaps, spending reestimates, and reclaiming vacancies, none of which represent examples of doing more with less. IBO expects the city will end the 2022 fiscal year with a surplus of $187 million more than OMB estimates. And we assume that those will be used to prepay 2023 expenses. Our revenue and spending reestimates result in a projected $1.6 billion surplus in 2023. For 2024 through 2026, IBO is projecting gaps of less than 1 billion in each year. And when you take into account the unallocated reserves of over 1.2 billion built into each year's budget that are available to fill shortfalls should they emerge, these years are essentially in balance right now. While looking brighter, the city's fiscal outlook faces both near-term and long-term risks. In the near term, the course of the pandemic remains uncertain. The emergence of the Delta and Omicron variants highlight the threat that future variants could emerge and undermine the public health progress that has been made so far. Another near-term risk is to the peace and security in Europe brought on by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In addition to the loss of life and the threat of normalizing the use of violence to settle disputes in Europe, the assault has already sparked a jump in energy prices and disrupted supply chains, which could derail the global economic recovery from the COVID-19 recession. Closer to home, the city faces contract negotiations with its municipal labor force with insufficient funds socked away to pay for a settlement on terms similar to those in the expiring contracts. Longer-term risks for the city concern how people and businesses adopt to the post-pandemic world. Will international tourism and business travel return to the pre-pandemic levels, and if so, when? The city's hotels, restaurants, stores, and entertainment venues depend greatly on visitors to the city, and if their numbers are permanently lessened, those businesses and the people who work in them face a difficult future. The city's large businesses that rent space in the city's office buildings have become much more comfortable with remote work and meeting virtually rather than in person. As firms' long-term leases come due, at least some are likely to reduce the amount of space they lease. How many do so and how much space they actually shed will affect the value of office properties in the city, and in turn, the basis for the city's largest tax revenue source, the real property tax. Finally, while early evidence suggests that many of those who left the city in March and April of 2020 have since returned, there still remains a risk that the ease of remote work, lingering health and safety concerns, the need for major transportation infrastructure investment with limited means to pay for it, and the increasing tax cost of living in New York will make the city a less attractive place to live and work and gradually contribute to shrinking the city's population and labor force. Today, IBO has begun issuing the first of a number of reports concerning the mayor's preliminary budget, including a brief outlining our economic and revenue forecasts, a snapshot providing the key findings from our review of the preliminary budget, and a brief on the headcount adjustments made in the program. We also, a few weeks ago, began hosting on our website a COVID tracker, similar to what the Controller's Office has done. I'd be happy to answer any questions about what we're doing there. One of the key things we have is we track the spending against the initiatives that the city has announced for how they're spending the money, so that you can see the budgeted amount and then the actual spending against those particular initiatives. We'll also be releasing additional briefs in the coming weeks highlighting specific issues that are emerging in the preliminary budget. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Let me get right into it with the increased tax revenue projections. The tax collections year to date have exceeded OMB's November plan, the estimates by 1.5 billion. In the fiscal 23 budget, OMB increased its tax revenue projections for fiscal 22 by the same 1.6 billion. So given that the upward revision only captures the additional collections, can you discuss the likelihood that the remaining monthly revenue in fiscal 22 will continue to maintain higher levels than the OMB estimate for the rest of the year?
We think that, we have a higher revenue forecast for 22 and for 23 than they do. That's part of the standard approach that OMB takes to their budgeting, is to primarily initially start their forecast with just dollars that are already in the bank, and depending on exactly where they are in the budget cycle, they don't necessarily recognize that additional revenue in the revenue forecast. Our projections, we have pretty big differences, particularly in 23 through 26, from OMB's revenue forecasts, but they still don't. They represent fairly typical tax revenue growth. It's not that we're projecting any huge burst or any unusually, I don't think we're being unusually optimistic in our forecast.
Okay. The PEGs, we've all been discussing today. The prelim relies on a PEG program that will trim headcount by approximately 7,000 vacant positions to generate 1.8 billion in savings across fiscal 22 and 23. So what impact, if any, does IBO foresee in terms of delivery of services in the city or agency flexibility to address any emerging needs?
Well, first of all, these are vacancies, so there were not people were not currently in those positions. So whatever the agency has been able to do, giving up vacancies shouldn't have a big effect on agency productivity. I'm going to ask Jonathan to just talk a little bit about some of the findings in one of the briefs we released today, which looks specifically at the headcount adjustments and our analysis, which finds that if you take into account places where they're increasing headcount or maintaining the job, but just swapping city dollars with federal dollars to pay for it, and therefore reducing the city-funded headcount, but not necessarily the total headcount. Jonathan, do you want to say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. We just released actually today a report on the headcount changes in the PEG as well as the rest of the plan. Obviously, the PEG itself, as you stated, Chair Brannon, is about 7,000, a reduction of about 7,000. There are some funding swaps, as have been mentioned today, within the Department of Education, where they're using some federal dollars, as well as in some other agencies. So the actual, and some other restorations of previous cuts that were made in the prior administration, as well as some small new needs. So the numbers we're looking at are a little lower when you total those all out. Obviously, these numbers are across agencies, so certain agencies may be hit more, with higher numbers than others as a percentage. We haven't actually looked, to your question as to the actual, agency level ability to provide services. We haven't actually looked at an agency by agency analysis in this report, but we actually may do some further research on that and analysis. But one of the things, as George had mentioned, and I think was also brought up earlier, one of the things we noticed is that vacancies right now are at a recent historical high. It's kind of it's dual rationale or reasoning for that. Is one is, we've seen over the last year and a half, 2 years, a good number of people leaving, city employ for one reason or another, and not hiring back during COVID as quickly as they had prior to COVID. So vacancy rates as a total city, we're about 8% right now, whereas prior to COVID, we were more at 2 to 3% annually. So we do have more vacancies now than we had in any recent history. So I think that, you could look at it both ways. On the one hand, there's more vacancies and we're cutting from a bigger number, but it could have some effect if we were, eventually to hire back, the agencies were eventually to get to a much lower vacancy rate. We'd have to see what the natural kind of vacancy rate would be currently, and that's something we're analyzing. Because if we go back to, say, a 2% vacancy rate, would agencies have enough heads necessarily with these cuts? We don't really think that this cut quite yet is that drastic to get to that, to probably affect that level. But again, at an agency level, as to your question, we haven't done the specific analysis.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. I have a couple more. The financial plan OMB forecast inflation to be more than 4% this year, to average 3% over the forecast period. The collective bargaining reserve is currently funded for only 1% raises for 2 years. And as a new round of collective bargaining begins, do you think inflation will make reaching these agreements more of a challenge?
It quite likely will. They were already going to be a challenge if you were going to really hold the contracts to what's in the labor reserve. But with, assuming inflation remains, at its high level now, or doesn't come down that much, I think it's quite logical. It's quite likely that the unions are going to argue that workers are facing higher costs in their lives, and they need a wage increase. I think one of the concerns with sort of the spillover from what's happening in Ukraine, and I don't mean to sound like we're only focusing on dollars, but one of the consequences of the disruption to energy markets in Europe right now is quite likely putting upward pressure on energy prices. And energy is a global market, and it's quite likely that spillover will have some effect in the U.S. Neither OMB's forecast nor our forecasts were made. They were made before the invasion began, and I know we didn't. I'm pretty sure OMB did not factor in the risk of higher inflation prompted by the Ukraine situation.
Is that something we just need to keep our eye on, or is that, are there other places in the plan where we think inflation is going to be relevant?
The plan has built-in assumptions on the cost of goods. Also, the city buys an awful lot of goods as part of just doing its business, in addition to energy. So it's there in many parts of the budget, not just in PS and not just in energy costs.
Okay, my last question is something I asked the OMB director as well. So I wanted to get IBO's take. According to the financial plan for fiscal 22 and 23, revenues will fall short of spending, so we have to use prior year revenues to balance the budget. This is also true for fiscal 24 to 26, where there are budget gaps uncovered by prior year revenues between 2.3 and 3 billion. Does the city of New York have a structural budget gap of between $2 and $3 billion?
Well, if you use our numbers, the gaps are considerably smaller. They're under $1 billion each year. The city has technically we don't. We follow GAAP and spend our money in the money raised through taxing is spent in the same fiscal year. But we've been operating with this sort of rolling a surplus each year into the next year to balance the budget for decades now. I think the way to think about whether the size of a structural gap is not to focus on, is the gap 2 billion or 3 billion? Is the gap increasing or decreasing in a year? Because that tells you whether, if the gap is going down, that tells you that we're able to using these rolls, we're able to bring money forward, more money forward. And that, that's a sign that, to the extent the city does have a structural gap, that it's shrinking. There have been periods where it's expanding and periods where it's shrinking. But what you want, I think the most useful thing to focus on is whether, hopefully it's getting smaller as you move forward.
And with regard to the general reserve and the capital stabilization reserve, each year from fiscal 23 and on has at least 1.25 billion in the expense budget, but there's no specific purpose and no plan to spend it. Is that something we should be concerned about?
Well, that's certainly the way it's been done for many years. The size of the general reserve has increased. I believe it's either in the city charter or statutorily required that it be 300 million at the start of the year. We've been over $1 billion for at least 10 years probably. So it's one way the city has a reserve available if there were a revenue shortfall, if there were some extraordinary spending increases. Again, because of some of the GAAP accounting rules, until very recently, we couldn't put it into a rainy day fund. So we building in a reserve that's has an appropriation attached to it, but not a specific purpose. What that does is just give, it's a cushion. It is a reserve that's available to the city if things go wrong. And if you don't need it in a particular year, and that's what happens most of the time, you can wind up, it contributes to what you're rolling into the next year. So I don't think it's a sign of bad budgeting or anything. It's a tool the city uses to make sure it's got some protection, and at this point, it's over $1 billion. It's a useful tool.
But last question, I want to hand it over to my colleagues. Do you think that any money that isn't being spent that's parked elsewhere should be officially put in the rainy day fund?
I think one of the things that still remains to be worked out is there are a set of questions around the rainy day fund. IBO doesn't normally take policy positions, but we actually, we did support a rainy day fund as was emerging from the last round of charter revision. Having a rainy day fund is a useful thing. It not only does it give you protection against downturns, but it also it greatly, in the particular case of New York, greatly increases the transparency of how much we have in reserve. Just the questions that people have been asking today about, what is the general reserve? Why is it sitting in the budget without an appropriation? What is even the total of the reserves the city has? Is the health benefit trust fund, is that a reserve? Many people, when it was created, were unsure, was it actually going to be allowed to build up the assets that can be used to pay for retiree health benefits in the future, which is a huge unfunded liability in the city. Or is it going to function, was it a de facto rainy day fund? We now have the authority to have an official rainy day fund, and I think that's a good thing for the city. What still remains to be done is to work out some of the mechanics or the rules of the road for not only when deposits are required, but also what are the terms in which you can take the money out. Because if depending on how loose those rules are, that might change your thinking about how strong you want to make the requirements in terms of deposits. So I think you got to think about both sides. What are the requirements going to be on deposits, and what are the requirements going to be on withdrawals from the rainy day funds?
Thank you, George and Jonathan. Noah?
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Council members, please keep your questions to 3 minutes, including answers. I see 3 hands. I will start with Councilmember Farias, followed by Councilmember Barron. I apologize.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony, Director Sweeting. Just want to kind of go back to some of the things you stated around tourism and business travel. With looking at tourism and business travel and understanding that recovery in this industry will be slow and gradual, we know that hotel taxes will increase. As chair of the Committee on Economic Development, I'm deeply concerned about this industry and the long-term impacts I know your office understands. So my question is around, have we seen any efforts or know of any efforts being made by the administration to help them rebound in the wake of recovery from the pandemic? And are there any areas of opportunity like waivers or property taxes or tourism partnerships that could help alleviate this?
I don't believe that the city has yet taken any specific initiatives there. There's certainly been discussion about maybe finding ways using either grants or tax abatements that you could encourage the conversion of at least some of the hotels into residential housing. That doesn't do much for the people who were working in those hotels at the time, but it's also, it may be, a recognition that, that some of that property could be better used providing affordable housing to people in the city. It's not clear exactly how much of a subsidy or how much of an abatement you would need to offer in order to spur conversions. I think there are things the city has been using hotels for homeless people, and that at least has been keeping the hotel in business, and at least some of the staff that were working in the hotel have some work to do. But the hotel industry is facing some difficult times still ahead. They've already had very hard times. Our forecast assumes that visitors will actually, the tourism will come back, in the next few years. But we expect a permanent reduction in business travel to the city. If you think about, the city used to be used to host for many companies, their meetings where their large staff meetings where they would gather people together.
Time expired.
To conduct their business. And we think that with the experience everyone's had with doing virtual meetings and that, and then given the expense of flying people into New York for a meeting, that's going to become less attractive to businesses. And so we're expecting a permanent reduction, not elimination, but reduction in the amount of business travel to the city. So I don't think I'm giving you much good news, but I think there are programs. There were some federal programs that provided some relief, although those have all expired at this point.
Okay, thank you for your response. I look forward to us being creative and finding other ways to support the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, forgot to unmute myself. Councilmember Barron, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Several questions. I'm going to ask them fast since we only have 3 minutes. One, I find it amazing in all my years of dealing with these budgets how your numbers are so different from the mayor's preliminary budget number, particularly around deficits and surplus. So the revenue estimate he's saying is 98.7 billion. What is your revenue estimate? It has to be very different. That's number one. Number two, what was Wall Street's profits? How much did they make? Because we live in a capitalistic private sector economy, and usually the profit from Wall Street, they benefit sometimes during these crises while we all are suffering. I support a more centralized planned economy, more socialistic. I think it'll be better for our city and nation. And then what's going to be the impact of the 13 billion in the federal fiscal relief once that's gone? When is it going to go? And what's going to be the impact on these numbers that we're looking at now? And then the 7,000 in vacancies. I often find out in my years that they say that now, and then we come back in November because these are all estimates. And then they say, we have to do budget amendments because some things didn't come in that we expected. And so we have to do more cuts. And it usually leads to service cuts and real job loss. And it starts with vacancies, but it ends with real service cuts and real job losses. So I'm just concerned of how your forecast is such a big difference from the mayor's, which is usually the case. And what can we expect? And I would like to have heard more, but I'll read it since it's online, from your evaluation of the mayor's preliminary budget. But I'll catch up with that down the road. I only have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So, our forecast, ranges from about 1.7 billion to 2.5 billion higher than the mayor's. And obviously those are very big numbers, but it's also important to keep in mind that, the city budget is in the range of $100 billion. So $1 or $2 billion difference in the revenue forecast is actually in percentage terms only 1 or 2%. So it's, these are big dollars to normal human beings, but they are the gaps aren't maybe are less dramatic when you think about it in percentage terms. You asked about Wall Street. The reason Wall Street, or one of the big reasons Wall Street's been doing so well the last couple of years, is the Federal Reserve's policy of keeping interest rates extremely low. Almost the rate that they control is almost at zero. And their, interest is a very big factor in Wall Street profits, because basically they borrow money and then lend it back out. And if they're able to borrow at close to 0%, that's a very big savings in their business model. So in calendar year 2020, they actually had profits of almost $50 billion, which was the second largest ever. That was followed up. We don't have the final numbers for 2021, but our estimate is that it's going to be about 55 billion in 2021. That is expected to go back to sort of more typical levels in the future, in the coming years, as the Federal Reserve is now beginning the process of raising the interest rates. So, we no longer will have the federal funds rate at close to zero. It's going to be going up probably 3 or 4 times over the course of this year, and there may be more cuts more increases in the year after that, depending on how inflation responds. But they've had some very good profitable years, certainly, and their bonus payments have also been quite high, which the city captures some of that in its personal income tax, and the state captures a lot in its personal.
And I know we're out of time, but I just wanted that last question. Do you think we would benefit more from a centralized public planned economy than a capitalistic private economy? Get yourself in trouble with me. Don't punk out on this one now.
Those are issues I'd have to study a little bit before I want to give you an answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now, Council Member Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. I have little questions, and then I know you can answer them. One is my usual. Do you believe that the city's budget should include more of the units of appropriation broken down, more units of appropriation, number one? Number two, in the past, we've all tried to deal with these, what I call uncollectibles, meaning the people who don't pay their fines, et cetera. And I just didn't know if you thought there was any movement on that, because every time I ask, it's billions of dollars. I'm told you can't collect it, so stop asking me. So it's really frustrating to see those numbers there, though. Third is, you mentioned in your other briefing about the commercial rent tax, the CRT, which of course goes from Chambers or Murray Street up to 96th Street. And we would love to get rid of it in Manhattan, at least for the storefronts, the grocery stores. I didn't know your position on that. I asked, but didn't get an answer earlier on pilots. We've got some large universities and hospitals, and in other places, they do pay more than what they pay in New York. I just didn't know if you had a position on that. And then just finally, I know this is way over the top, but New York City is so expensive. It's any suggestions? This is a pie in the sky kind of rhetorical question. How to get the city to be less expensive? Is there any practical way to do that, or is there nothing we can do? And thank you, IBO. I'm a big fan.
Thank you, Council Member. In terms of the pilot payments, let me start there. The universities and the hospitals are fully exempt from property tax based on state, in some cases it's in the state constitution, others it's state legislation. So, there's no way we can make them, pay the property tax themselves. There are lots of examples of communities that negotiate some kind of payment from their academic institutions and their hospitals and whatever. And that's certainly a model the city could look at. We actually, in our budget options volume, which is something we produce on an annual basis, which includes over 100 ideas,
right?
Both options that that would raise money by increasing taxes or save money by performing services differently. One of our options in there is to have a pilot payment that would it would be an agreement. We envision that it would be hard to sort of set it up statutorily, but we would try to, you could work out through negotiations with some of these institutions. I believe that's a model that some other cities follow, and that would be a way of getting some revenue from those entities. The commercial rent tax, the city council in the last, I think it was 3 years ago, did pass legislation that significantly raised the threshold for liability. I'm sure there are still some small entities that are caught by it, but it's they did really shift the burden of paying that tax to places with larger leases and larger annual rents. Finally, on the question about making New York cheaper, there are many things that would be very hard to control. The price of land is very high because we don't have that much land. Manhattan is Manhattan. It's not getting that much bigger other than a little landfill around the edges. There's certainly people, some people would say that what you should do is reduce the tax burden in the city. We heard some discussion with Controller Lander about property tax changes, and he's focusing on the disparity between rental properties and homeowner properties. But there's also a pretty big disparity in the way we tax commercial property. Those tax rates are pretty high compared to national standards, and that hurts the competitiveness of the city, and it makes it somewhat more expensive. Jonathan, I don't know if you quickly want to say something about units of appropriation, but
and also uncollectibles.
Okay. I'll pass that to you too.
Okay, thanks. As for U of A's, I mean, council member, you know just as well as I, for the years that we've been talking about this, obviously there's some agencies that in terms of transparency have much better. The city council, for example, has many U of A's. Then there's other agencies, some large, that have just two, one for PS costs and one for OTPS. So I think George mentioned that we're not necessarily in the position to offer policy positions, but I think that is one of the policy positions we supported all along for more transparency in the budget, and we do believe that having more U of A's within agencies would obviously be one step towards that, and also allowing for the council to have a little more budgetary control as well. As for uncollectibles, thank you, George, for passing that to me. I don't really have an answer for that, unfortunately. I know that on both sides, on the one side, council member, as you said, you see all these billions of dollars of uncollected fines and fees, but there's also, on the other hand, what do we do to the people if they can't afford them? Obviously, there's the whole issue regarding property tax and those, and lien sales and things. On that, I assume you're not talking about those kind of fines, but there's the whole debate on how do we handle people who just can't afford some of these things. There are obviously, especially with some of the fines, habitual offenders who probably something else should be done, but unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you for that. But,
thank you.
Thank you, George and Jonathan. We appreciate it. Appreciate all your insight here.
Thank you.
So this will conclude the IBO portion of today's hearing. Next, we're going to hear from the New York City Department of Finance. So I ask my colleagues who will join us for this portion of the hearing to stick around, remain on the Zoom with your microphone muted until we're ready to begin. I think we're going to take like a 5-minute break.
We can. I have to rustle up some of the admin who were with us and dropped off with the delay. So 5 minutes should help us get them back on.
I mean, I'm good to go. But if we need some housekeeping, we could do 5-10 minutes.
Let's take 5 minutes just to get First Deputy Hyman and Deputy Chair on the Zoom.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you. Chair Brennan, we have all of DOF ready when you are.
Okay, give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I'm ready to go. Sorry.
Sergeants, are we ready?
Yes, we're ready to go.
Okay. And I see Commissioner Nebelak on camera. Is the rest of DOF also ready to go? Some indication. Come back.
We're always ready.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. Okay, Chair, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Justin Brennan. I'm the chair of the New York City Council Finance Committee. We just heard from the IBO. Now going to hear testimony from the Commissioner of the Department of Finance, Preston Nyblack.
Always ready.
After he is sworn in by council. Commissioner Nyblack is joined by First Deputy Commissioner Michael Hyman and Acting Sheriff. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Justin Brennan. I'm the chair of the New York City.
Chair, if I can jump in, it sounds like someone is listening to the live stream on delay and that we're picking that up through the microphone. So I'd ask any participant who's watching to mute any live stream and only participate in the Zoom. Thank you.
One of my fans back home. We're also joined by First Deputy Commissioner Michael Hyman and one of my favorites, Acting Sheriff Joe Fucito. In the interest of time, I'll forego an opening statement. I just want to turn it over to our committee counsel, Noah Brick, for some housekeeping and to swear in our witnesses.
Thank you. Chair Brennan, my name is Noah Brick and I am counsel to the City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will remain on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there can be a delay, so please be patient. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Nebelak?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Hyman?
I do.
Thank you. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses. I think we have to mute. Thank you. And Deputy Commissioner Scheer?
I do.
Thank you. And Sheriff Fucito?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, members of the Finance Committee, and members of the City Council. My name is Preston Niblack, and I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on our preliminary budget for fiscal year 2023. As we've noted, I'm joined by Michael Hyman, our First Deputy Commissioner for Treasury and Payment Services, Jeff Scheer, and Sheriff Joe Fucito. Since this is our first hearing together, I thought it'd be helpful to begin with a brief overview of the Department of Finance. So let me just start with our fiscal year 2023 budget, which is just short of $349 million. That includes $183 million in PS funds to support an authorized headcount of 1,992 full-time staff, excuse me, and $166 million for OTPS, which pays for everything from cybersecurity services to banking and credit card processing services, collection services, and maintenance of our revenue generating systems, including our property and business tax systems. The Department of Finance is responsible for collecting more than $44 billion annually in property taxes, business taxes, fines, and other charges. Before collecting property tax revenues, the department must first value over 1 million properties worth a total of nearly $1.4 trillion. Each year, we release a tentative assessment property roll, which values properties based on their status and condition as of January 5th of each year, the so-called taxable status date. The tentative roll for fiscal year 2023, which was released on January 18th, reflected improvement in the residential market with sales prices and rents both having shown strong increases. The picture for commercial properties is more mixed. Office and retail leasing activity and hotel occupancy have picked up in recent quarters, but overall office occupancy remains down. and the lack of office workers and visitors means that retail stores and hotels continue to suffer. As a whole, commercial property remains almost 8% below its fiscal year 2021 pre-pandemic value. Between the publication of the tentative roll and the final assessment roll in May, customers who disagree with the valuation of their properties have a couple of options. They can request that the department review their market value, or they can challenge their assessed value with the independent New York City Tax Commission. Homeowners have until March 15th to do that. The final roll, released in May, generates the values that will be used for property tax purposes when the council sets property tax rates for the next tax year. While valuation is one of our most important functions, the Department of Finance's work goes far beyond property assessment. We also record property-related documents such as deeds, administer the city's business and excise taxes, adjudicate parking tickets, administer the city's bank accounts, and represent the mayor on the city's 5 pension system boards. The Office of the Sheriff performs important civil enforcement and public safety functions, not just for DOF, but citywide. Add all of that up and you have an agency whose work reaches millions of New Yorkers every year. Whether they purchase a home, start a business, or get a parking ticket, it's fair to say that most New Yorkers will interact with the Department of Finance at some point in their lives. We serve them by pursuing our mission, which is to administer the tax and revenue laws of the city fairly, efficiently, and transparently, to instill public confidence and encourage compliance while providing exceptional customer service. That means, for example, not only collecting property taxes, but also administering property tax exemption and abatement programs to help New Yorkers save money and stay in their homes. It means not only enforcing parking violations, but also helping New Yorkers to understand what is needed to contest their tickets, often with help from DOF's Office of the Parking Summons Advocate. And it means partnering with the IRS and the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance to communicate with New Yorkers who did not claim the earned income tax credit, even though they were eligible for it. It means protecting New Yorkers through the sheriff's enforcement of Kendra's law, execution of firearm search warrants, and seizure of vehicles with illegal paper license plates. DOF has a presence in every borough with 5 business centers and over 1,700 employees working out of a dozen different locations. Our goal is that all New Yorkers, including council member offices, find us to be friendly, accessible, and easy to work with. In light of the city's ongoing recovery, DOF is resuming many core collection and enforcement functions that were suspended during the pandemic. Penalties and booting for camera violations resumed last year and will resume for parking violations in May. Later this month, we will send notice to motorists with unpaid parking violations, warning them that penalties will be assessed in 30 days unless they pay or dispute their summons. At the same time, we plan to continue the new policy put in place during the pandemic of granting 2-year payment plans with 20% down payments upon request. And we also have plans of longer length for people experiencing hardship. In addition, business tax warrant bank levies will resume next week, and referrals of environmental control board judgments to city marshals will resume after the conclusion of the fair amnesty program, which ends on March 20th. The resumption of these critical operations is key to ensuring fair and equitable compliance with city tax laws, parking rules, and other regulations. We will provide our customers with ample notice and send multiple communications before resuming these enforcement operations. We will also continue and build upon programs and services implemented during the pandemic to make it easier for New Yorkers to conduct business with the Department of Finance. Improvements that we plan to continue and possibly expand in the coming months include several business center enhancements, such as new payment kiosks, which accept cash and credit cards and checks, appointment scheduling options for popular services, and having staff accessible in all 5 business centers to assist customers with booted vehicle recovery and help resolve legal issues with parking violations. Other improvements we've made over the last couple of years include the introduction of new payment plans, such as the 2-year payment plans now available for parking judgments and booting, the tenant access portal, which allows rent freeze program participants to access information and file applications online PayPal and Venmo payment options, which are currently available for parking violations and which will soon expand to other services. digital outreach via the agency's customer communication platform, and deed fraud prevention, flagging suspicious transactions. Other initiatives that we've developed with the assistance of the council in last year include the welcome packets we mail to new property owners and the email receipts customers can opt to receive for their property tax payments. As an agency, we strive to maintain a culture of continuous improvement, and we're always looking for new and better ways to serve our customers, and we welcome your suggestions. None of these services and none of these service improvements would have been possible without the work of DOF's incredibly talented and dedicated staff. Throughout the pandemic, DOF employees went above and beyond to continue providing the high level of service the public has come to expect from us. Our business center staff and other key support staff, our sheriffs and deputy sheriffs, continue reporting to their offices and serving the public throughout the pandemic. Our facilities team made it possible for the entire agency to return to the office safely. Many of our teams made significant changes to how they do business, such as our property assessors, who successfully conducted property valuations employing advanced street level and aerial imaging technology, limiting the need for on-site inspections. And the sheriff's office took on new responsibilities to help keep our city safe. In short, employees throughout DOF have been flexible and creative, taking on new responsibilities and facing the challenges of COVID-19 as a team. In my first 2 months on the job, I've visited all of our business centers now and all of our work sites. And I have been consistently impressed by the dedication and professionalism of DOF staff. They've really risen to the occasion through difficult times. And I acknowledge that I may be biased, but I think they count among the city's best agency workforces, and their work really deserves our recognition and our gratitude. Before I conclude, let me turn to a couple of important issues related to the administration and collection of property taxes that I know are on your minds. Property tax revenues, of course, account for $30 billion in city tax revenues each year, a third of all city revenues and nearly half of all city tax revenues. As I said earlier, a key part of our mission is to ensure compliance with the city's tax laws. It's important to note that the city's property tax delinquency rate has been just 1.5% on average in recent years. The vast majority of owners pay their taxes on time. We need enforcement tools to ensure that compliance is fair and equitable, that everyone is paying their fair share. And our option of last resort to ensure compliance has been the annual tax lien sale. We can work toward a system that does more to protect those homeowners who are legitimately overburdened and the equity they have built up and hope to pass on to their family members and keep in their communities. So we'll look forward to working with the City Council in the coming months to craft a system that meets our shared goals of effective enforcement tools for those who won't pay their taxes, along with ample assistance and protections for those who can't pay. And we also look forward to reviewing the recommendations of the Advisory Commission on Property Tax Reform. I think we all know that the current system is overly complex, opaque, arcane, and riddled with inequities, particularly for homeowners. At Mayor Adams' direction, we have begun to review in depth the Advisory Commission's recommendations with the goal of ensuring that we have a property tax system that is fairer and more transparent to taxpayers, protects and promotes homeownership, and continues to be the mainstay of city finances. As we work on these and many other issues, please know the Department of Finance is here to be your partner. We share your goal of providing excellent service to your constituents, and we're eager to continue doing our part to ensure that all New Yorkers share in the city's recovery. Excuse me. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. I was first disappointed to see there isn't anything in the budget to clone Sheriff Faceto. So hopefully we can work on that.
Sheriff Faceto is unclonable. He is unique.
Well, we are ready to invest substantial funds into research to see if that's possible. I want to talk about FARA, the Fine and Interest Reduction Enabling Program. And it was authorized by the previous administration and the council. It's administered by DOF, and it allows respondents to resolve outstanding ECB judgments by various city agencies that are adjudicated by oath at a discount, which is great, and also with the opportunity to have interest and penalties waived. Can you give us some numbers or provide an update on what this program has yielded thus far? And I don't know if you mentioned it in your opening, but is it possible, or is the thought to extend this program? Because I think it's been great.
So let me start with the latter question. We the legislation that authorized the FARA program gave us the ability to extend it once, which we did in December. So now it runs through March 20th. There's no more extensions after that available. We've collected about $38 million altogether so far through the FARA program. As far as extending it further, I think we're, with all amnesty programs, you hit a point of diminishing returns. And we were collecting a pretty robust $2.5 million a year a week rather, in the beginning of the amnesty program. And now we're down to under 500,000. So, and amnesty is a great tool, and certainly people who owe money to the city appreciate it. But at some point you sort of exhaust the people who are going to come forward and pay it voluntarily, even with the incentives of the discounts available. You're muted, Chair Brandon.
Sorry about that. All right, property taxes. So you're saying all the right things: opaque, arcane, awful, hideous. We're all on the same page there. And I appreciate that this administration is not going to kick the can down the road any further and really wants to grab this thing by the lapels and deal with it. So, and this is, I know this is personally important to the mayor as well. I've spoken to him about it myself. Do we have a timeline of when we can expect to hear an opening salvo from the administration on property tax reform?
Excuse me. I don't know that we have gotten to the point of sort of having a timeline yet. As I said, we've begun drilling down. We had an initial conversation with the mayor over the weekend, and I don't need to tell you it's a complicated system and a complicated system to fix. I thought the advisory commission's report laid out a great start. We would just want to consider all their recommendations carefully, drill down, see if there's any other recommendations we would make, any we'd change, any we'd abandon, and then come up with a proposal. I don't, I can't give you a firm timeline at this point, but, we're certainly engaged on it. As you said, the mayor is obviously personally taking an interest in this, so I'm sure he'll keep us moving along. Okay.
I mean, is it something that we hope can be done, at least started in this calendar year?
I'm sure. I'm sure that, given that we're in March 2nd now, that between now and, during this calendar year, we will start, developing a proposal on it and speaking to the council about it.
Okay. I mean, we've spoken about this, you and I as well. I mean, this is something that is obviously very important to me personally, to the speaker, to so many of my colleagues. So consider us your partners on this to get this done, because I know ultimately then we can't get it done without Albany. So we have to be aligned before we can then take the fight upstate. So
absolutely,
I'm looking forward to working with you on this. Okay, authorized versus active full-time headcount. For fiscal 23, authorized full-time headcount for Department of Finance is just under 2,000 positions, 1,992, while total active headcount as of December 21 was 1,790. So has the hiring freeze had any impact on your onboarding process?
So I think the hiring freeze, the pandemic, just a whole host of factors contributed to attrition in the agency, as in every other agency in the city. And there was, as you noted, a hiring freeze that was in place for a while. We've now, since the preliminary budget come out, been working with OMB to start filling the vacancies that we have. And, I anticipate that we will be able to, we have begun hiring staff. We have a sheriff's class right now going on. We have been hiring assessors. So we're moving forward with our hiring.
Are there positions that you want to, focus on fast tracking?
Yes, lots of positions. I'd like to focus on fast tracking. I'm very eager to hire in a variety of areas. We have, we're down on headcount in a number of areas. So we're just going to act as quickly as we can across the board to start bringing it back up.
Okay, so in relation to vacancy reduction, preliminary plan includes savings FY22 related to a reduction of 167 staff vacancies. So are these vacancies associated with any particular titles?
I would say that they are fairly distributed across the agency. We have been more able to hire auditors and assessors and deputy sheriffs in the past than necessarily other titles. And I think we were concerned about getting very thin on the ground in some other areas as well. So, we're really focused on everything from auditors, assessors, deputy sheriffs to the PAAs, the clerical associates who work in our business centers, really everything. Everything and everybody.
Okay. A couple more. Revocable consents. The preliminary plan includes $9 million in fiscal 23 and in the out years to reflect revenue from the valuation of revocable consents by utility companies in public access areas. So it appears this revenue source is relatively new to Department of Finance. Why is that?
Well, it really was enabled. So this is real property that's usually it's private. It's used by consent of the Department of Transportation. It includes pipes and cables. You can imagine cables running under the ground between two office buildings, et cetera. And it's real property. It's taxable. The problem is been sort of getting information about it because it's not visible for the most part. We began a data sharing effort with the Department of Transportation a couple of years ago, and we've been employing optical character recognition to take sort of PDF file copies of the consents themselves and begin to extract information that allowed us to begin assessing them. So we added, if I remember correctly, about $20 million in revenue from this last year, and added another $9 million this year as we've sort of continued to look at the stock of revocable consents that we've gotten from DOT.
So do we think revenue, the collected revenue there is in subsequent years is going to rise, or that's about?
I think we've probably gotten most of the most valuable property. I expect we're continuing to work on this, and I expect we'll see, we could see some more incremental revenue, but not another big jump, I don't think.
Okay. Okay, tentative roll. The tentative assessment roll for FY23 shows total market value for all New York City properties to be 1.39 trillion. And 8.2% increase from fiscal 22 citywide. So taxable billable assessed value, the portion of market value to which tax rates are applied, increased by 8.1% to 277.4 billion. So what are we doing to help individuals that are unable to handle these increases, especially with the impact of COVID on the economy?
So we have put in place during the pandemic, in particular, a number of innovations to help people. We have our standard, we have exemptions and abatements that are available to certain homeowners, citizens, senior citizens, homeowner exemption, disabled homeowner exemption, et cetera, that we administer. One of the things, just to pause on that for a moment, one of the things we did last year, which I believe we're planning to do again this year, is opt into the automatic renewal of those, for which I thank you and the council. It's very helpful to us to not have to go chase people down. It means that people get their renewals automatically. So that's terrific. We've also put in place a program called PTA, Property Tax and Interest Deferral, which allows people, homeowners in certain classes to have a sort of more generous payment plan option. And we have now really pretty much, anybody who comes forward and asks for a payment plan, if, rather than fall behind on their taxes and get delinquent, we will enter into a payment plan with them.
Okay, I have one more on the tentative roll, and it relates to testimony or back and forth earlier with me and Director Jiha. So typically the total assessed values decreases by 1% between the tentative and final assessment rolls, reflecting the tax commission actions and adjustments by Department of Finance. However, OMB's forecast in the FY23 prelim expects assessments to decline almost 3% between the tentative and final rolls. Now, if this were to be true, it would represent the highest tentative to final roll decline in 2 decades. Director Jiha defended the assumption, saying that Department of Finance had not finished processing a large number of exemptions for the higher value class 2 and class 4 properties. Is this true? And what caused the unusual delay? How can we avoid it in the future?
So there really is no delay per se. We are at the same place or even slightly better in terms of processing exemptions than we were at this time last year. Last year's change between the tentative and final rolls was about 1.4%. If the exemption application is not in the queue by the time of the taxable status date on January 5th, it's not recorded on the property tax assessment. As it comes in, it will get recorded, but we're not behind where we were last year at all.
So are there other reasons that the final roll might be reduced so significantly?
Very typically, you'll see a markdown that arises from our own, taxpayers' request that we review, that we correct errors, et cetera, that people go to the tax commission, get their valuations changed. So, all of that will typically reduce our initial tentative roll down, but that's like, as you noted, in the neighborhood of 1% roughly. So I don't necessarily expect that would be much greater this year. We will see, what the filings look like with the tax commission, but we haven't seen an unusual volume, I don't think, so far this year.
Okay, Commissioner, I appreciate it. I appreciate your team being here and looking forward to working with you going forward, of course. I'm going to hand it over to Noah to have my colleagues ask some questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Noah Brick, and I'm counsel to the City Council Committee on Finance. If any council members have questions, please use the raise hand function and you'll be called in order. As a reminder, we are allotting 3 minutes for questions, including answers. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will start with questions from Council Member Barron, followed by Majority Whip Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Hello, Commissioner. How you doing?
Good to see you, Council Member.
Good to see you.
Been a long time.
Yeah, been a minute. I believe we live in a colonial capitalist system, and Black and brown communities are domestic colonies of this system, and its ideology is racism. It permeates every institution, including the Department of Finance, especially when it comes to property assessments and evaluations. When you look at Black and brown poor communities without property and how it's assessed compared to the white communities whose property is more valuable, they have a lower assessment. In many instances, I looked it up, these $1 million homes sometimes have a lower assessment than some of our homes. And then we get trapped in this vicious cycle. The assessment is racist. Then we got to deal with foreclosures and predatory lending. which creates another problem for us losing property, and then the tax lien sales. So now that we victims of that, here we now have to lose our homes to tax lien sales that are going to white men and profit-making corporations. Commissioner, that is a real problem, especially when $30 billion of property tax is used as revenue to generate for this city. That's unfair, and I'd like to know what you're going to do about it. Straight talk.
Will do. So the disparities that you're describing are really a function of the property tax system that's in place now. And I think that the recommendations that were in the Advisory Commission's final report that was delivered in December were intended to really address a lot of those very same problems of assessments that you're talking about. For an example, to give you an example, you have a home in Brownsville or St. Albans or wherever that is, a single family home that's assessed by a comparable sales method. But a condominium or co-op on Park Avenue is assessed according to quote unquote comparable rentals. The problem is that there's not, that comparable rentals don't really reflect the kind of sale prices that you can get for those co-ops and condos. And so it tends to compress the values of the highest end properties. That's built in to the property tax system. And it's a flaw that, I think the Advisory Commission was trying to address, and one which I know that the mayor wants to address also. Let me talk about the tax lien sale for a moment. I think the mayor, I think, is clearly wants to both ensure that we have a way to enforce property tax collections from everybody equally so that people are not unjustly and unfairly avoiding taxes who can pay. People who can't pay is a different question. And I think people who, lower income households who fall behind in their taxes are the ones that he most wants to sort of us to figure out a way to help address so that no one ends up losing their home over unpaid property taxes, and we find solutions for them to allow them to stay in their home. So on both on the front end, if you will, the property tax reform, and on the back end, the tax lien sale, the need for which I would hope would be reduced by a good property tax reform would allow us to, I think, greatly mitigate the problems that you're describing.
And I hope so also these rising Con Edison bills and water bills also lead to us losing properties. Water bills and Con Ed bills, which are extremely over the top and needs to be investigated. Thank you.
Con Ed's out of my purview, but yes.
Good.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Majority Whip Brooks Powers, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Thank you for your presentation. Just had a few questions that I wanted to ask. Starting with, what more can DDC and other agencies do to increase the overall MWBE participation and performance? In response to DDC's abysmal rate, the MWBE rate specifically, DDC launched a new mentoring program. What is the participation rate from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22? And how has this new program increased the rate? As you know, DDC projects incur significant shortfalls, which have only exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic. What cost reforms are you implementing to decrease the shortfalls? As you know, Brookville Road in my district has significant flooding. Recently, DDC stated the revised construction date, which will begin in 2025 at a cost of $103 million.
Brooks Farris, I just want to interject. We have DOF in front of us, not DDC yet. They're
I'm
joining us
sorry.
subsequently.
Sorry.
Can we save your question for the next?
I apologize for that. Yes, we'll hold that.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Hello, Commissioner. Thank you so much for being here and congratulations on the appointment. So my question, Councilmember Barron beat me to the punch, but I did want to follow up on the question about the tax lien sale. You know, specifically because, yes, completely agree. We as the city of New York need a means to collect on our property taxes, and we need a means. There's a third of the city is funded that way, and you know, luckily for us, it's only a third of the city, and cities around the nation, it's largely the property tax that funds all of their services. But that said, you know, specifically concerned about these small property owners, like you said, those that are burdened and that have that don't have the ability to pay. Do you, first, let me frame the question this way. One, are you calling for a renewal of the lien sale with modifications, or are you calling for a new system entirely? And two, what are the characteristics of whatever it is that you're calling for? What are the characteristics of that new system? And will there be, you know, for instance, a tax impact that the city is, the mayor and the Department of Finance is willing to take in order to protect those most vulnerable homeowners?
So thank you for the question. We're looking at this now actively, and you know, I think the mayor's instruction to us was to overhaul the tax lien sale process. And, you know, with some specific goals in mind that I spoke about. I can't really tell you exactly what that proposals are going to look like yet. We have, in fact, I had a meeting that was scheduled for 2:30, but we've moved that to talk about the lien sale process and how we can reform it. So we're very actively engaged on this right now, and of course, this is, you know, something that we will be talking to you all about once we have proposals in place.
Excellent, thank you. I look forward to those conversations as chair of housing, you know, really protecting Black and Brown home ownership, those historically excluded from opportunities for ownership. So thank you so much.
I look forward to it as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I like calling you that. I have 3 or 4 little questions. First of all, I believe that the Department of Finance collects vacancy information on the storefronts. That's my bill. But there seem to be a lot of questions about it. It's not a budget issue, so maybe we don't discuss it now, but it's not enough in real time. It's not collected enough, etc. So because people want to know how many vacancies, storefronts we have in the city of New York. So another conversation, because it's not a budget item, but it needs upgrading. This is weird, but the Manhattan Tow Pound no longer exists. And I just didn't know if you're collecting less because the tow pound has to be in, the police department cannot find a place to replace the Pier 76 that to the credit of Governor Cuomo, he made it a park. So I don't know if you're collecting less from cars that get towed because now the owners have to go to Brooklyn, Bronx, and Queens. Now I don't, you know, I know that we shouldn't feel sorry for them, but I do a little bit. 3-on-1 calls are immense. So that's number one. Number two, I've asked in the past about uncollectibles, but I think one of the questions we had was whether you can handle the increased collection rates at Oath, what I call Oath. And also, how do you work with some of these debt collectors? Do they really come through? How does that work in terms of the funding? And then with all due respect, I get a call recently from those who work with tenants and they know what marshals do, but nobody has any idea why the sheriff is now involved with tenants. And we're all nervous about them getting evicted. And that came up. And then finally, again, another discussion, but the tax bill is still, I get it, it's still very hard to understand. And I would love to have some say about how it could be understood by regular people, not the mortgage companies, but people like me who have to pay it because it doesn't make a lot of sense. So mostly it's about the tow pound, the sheriff, and how does it go in terms of collecting with the collection agencies?
Great. So on tax bills, we're always open to do talking to anybody about how we can make tax bills clearer. We often get mandated to put additional information, which sort of clutters it up and makes it a little bit harder to read. Excuse me. So, you know, I am of course always happy to sit down and tell you exactly how much you owe, council member. So
I know I owe nothing.
I think the primary reason we've seen fewer tows is because we simply suspended operations or reduced operations during the pandemic. There was a gubernatorial order which expired last March that at that time we reinstituted camera violations and booting for camera violations because of the public safety dimension of moving violations. We're only now starting to resume parking violations. And there will be, you know, we rely primarily on booting these days, but there will be some towing. And I could ask whether there's a capacity issue, but I've not heard that. With respect to the sheriff and evictions, you know, the sheriff does not typically get involved in evictions unless there is a kind of physical danger element to it. So I want to ask Sheriff Faceto to actually describe to you sort of what the sheriff's role is in evictions, if that's all right. Sheriff Faceto.
Yes. I don't know if I'm can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay, yes. Hi. First off, hi, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Brannan, thank you for the compliment. The sheriff's office is the court's enforcement officer. So we have 400 years. We're actually going on 400 years of doing this for the city of New York. We have an unbroken line of sheriffs for 400 years. And one of the roles is to carry out court orders. Now, most evictions in the city can be executed by the sheriff, but most people bring them to city marshals. We're agnostic to whether people bring it to the sheriff or marshal. We just stand here ready to execute the court's process. When you see more activity from the sheriff's office, it's because the Supreme Court is probably being more active in issuing what we call ejectment orders, which is a little different. An eviction, it looks like an eviction to everyone, but an ejectment is somewhat different animal. For example, let's say you're getting divorced, and in part of the divorce decree, let's say the spouse is entitled to possession of the home and the other spouse refuses to leave, they would issue an ejectment order. And it's carried out much like an eviction. So that's an example of a type of ejectment that the sheriff does. And we have dozens of examples where it's related to public safety. Let's say the building is in danger of collapse and they opted, instead of getting a vacate order, they get an order for the sheriff to go in and remove the individuals from the building. So with that said, those are the types of evictions we get. We do not get a lot of evictions. We never have. Pre-COVID in 2019, we only received 190 eviction type orders. So that's not a lot. Obviously with COVID, we have several years worth of backlog. So several years worth of people who've been divorced, several years worth of these types of scenarios where the court has stated. So now the sheriff is more active, but it's nothing unusual.
Okay, thank you. Nobody knew that. And then the other thing is this, the
Time
uncollectible.
expired.
Well, how about my uncollectibles and how they use the agencies, the collection agencies? How does that work? And how much money do they get and so on?
Quickly on collection agencies, we added for each type of debt, we have collection agencies that we use for particular circumstances. So business taxes, ECB, and parking. And we actually have 3 collection agencies for each type. So there are 9 contracts altogether. We refer it initially to the first agency, which has it for 6 months. Anything they don't collect, it goes to the next agency, which has it for 6 months. And then it will go to the third agency. Adding the third agency has actually been helpful and has probably increased. I will ask Jeff Shear to say the number because I probably won't get it right. But it has definitely increased, our revenue, collection revenues from our collection agencies. Jeff, how much is it added to have that third?
Are we having difficulty in muting Commissioner Scheer?
I almost never have trouble hearing Commissioner Scheer, but I will.
Okay.
It looks like he's unmuted now.
There he is.
Yes, it took several clicks. I'm looking this up. I don't have the number at my fingertips, but what I'll say is that it was in excess of $10 million. The impact last year in fiscal year 21 was quite high because the number of new ECB judgments from oath was lower. So that impacted the referrals that we were giving to our first two collection agencies, and we just added our third one. So having that third collection agency really helped our revenues last year. And we'll follow up with the specific figure.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Hudson, followed by Councilmember Hanks.
Starting time.
Hi there. Thank you. I have one question, and I want to, it's about real estate taxes, property taxes, and I want to quote one of my constituents who is the president of the board of directors at University Towers Apartment Corporation, where he says, quote, "It's clear that a lot of this increased revenue the city is seeing is coming on the backs of its working and middle class property owners and is fueled by a crazy, unfair, unsustainable system, which is based on comparable rentals and fancy, expensive, newly built buildings that in no way translate into comparable rental conditions or prices in existing older buildings where these working and middle class owners currently live," end quote. And I think, that sort of echoes the sentiments that have been shared earlier from some of my colleagues about protecting Black and Brown communities, lower income, working class communities. This happens to be a cooperative development that has had increases in its values ranging from 23% to 55%, and with the taxes increasing in a range of 16% to 21%, with an average of about just over 18%. And so my question is, why isn't there a cap on class 2 properties like there are for class 1, where the rate is capped, where taxes are increased relative to assessed value?
I mean, the short answer to your question is that the caps on the increase in assessments are in state law. And there are caps on smaller class 2 buildings, 4 to 10 unit buildings, but on larger class 2 residential buildings, there are no caps. There's just a transitional period of time. I think if you want to reach out, we will look at anybody's tax assessment, and if you want to have them reach out or reach out directly to us, council member, we're happy to take a look at it and make sure that it is as accurate as we can make it.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would appreciate that opportunity, and we'll definitely follow up.
Great.
I believe my office has already reached out for a meeting, actually. So,
yes.
Okay, I'll just make sure we follow up on that request.
Bring the assessment with you, and we will take a look at it. So.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now have questions from Councilmember Hanks.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues on this call, but I do want to say to Councilmember Barron that property tax unfairness not only affects Black and Brown communities, but entire boroughs. You hear regularly from us on Staten Island that we are the forgotten borough. A lot of times it's true when it comes to transportation and services, but when it's time to collect, we are definitely not forgotten. Staten Island pays the highest effective property tax rate in the city. This body is well aware of the fact that homeowners in predominantly minority neighborhoods are overassessed by an average of per homeowner. From 2013 to 2017, Staten Islanders filed 18,341 appeals to their assessed values on 1 and 3 family homes. 16,467 were denied, while 81% of the approved reductions went to properties in Manhattan. How can we assure that the property tax reform will be fair to the homeowners on Staten Island?
Thank you. I think the property tax reform, the property tax system is very complicated because, in part because of the caps on assessment values and a host of other factors. So it results in some very strange outcomes. There's no question. I think that the goal that the advisory commission had was to find a system that would eliminate those systematically and find a way to transition to new values that would avoid having the kinds of chronic differences in valuation between one community and another community. That's clearly one of the principal goals, if not the principal goal really, of tax reform that we'll be looking at as we move forward.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you and my colleagues to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chair Brannon, I see no further questions at this time.
Okay, I have one last question. I know during the last administration, during COVID, Sheriff Facito's team sort of became a catch-all for all of the various COVID regulations that were coming out, vaccine mandates and whatnot. What is the head count currently for the sheriff's team? And is there a plan to expand his team?
We got some additional headcount last year, 50 positions.
50?
50, yes, for in the electronic monitoring program that was part of the bail reform. We gave up some vacancies as part of our vacancy reduction exercise with OMB, and I will have to get back to you about what the where we are right now. But in general, we are looking, we have a class that's going through training right now. And I believe it's about 30 deputy sheriffs. And we're planning on calling a bunch of candidates and plan to continue hiring and filling, again, as with our other positions, filling vacancies that exist currently against our authorized headcount. And I'll get you the numbers.
Thank you. Were there temporary responsibilities that were given to the sheriff's office that are now being peeled back, or?
I think that there were some, like enforcement of mask mandates. Sheriff Facito can describe exactly what they did during the last couple of years during the pandemic that they may or may not be continuing.
I'll make it very simple, Councilman Brannon. Many processes in the state mirror court enforcement. For example, the collection of taxes is done in the same way as the sheriff collecting a court judgment. The Commissioner of Finance issues mandates to the sheriff, which he enforces like a court order. Same thing with the Commissioner of Health. So the sheriff has no inherent power to do this. We have to be empowered by an entity. And in this case, the health department can direct us to do certain things and issue certain mandates. The governor can issue direct mandates to the sheriff, and the state health commissioner can issue mandates to the sheriff. When these mandates abate, then the sheriff doesn't act on them any longer. So that's the role of the sheriff. We carry out the court orders or quasi-type court orders in the same fashion, and when the court order is done, we don't execute it any longer.
But and I appreciate that. I mean, I'm biased. I think you guys do a great job. I think you do an amazing job with the few and mighty team that you have. I guess during the height of the pandemic, when you were doing a lot of the COVID enforcement, were your typical duties sort of on hold because of COVID, and that's how it worked out, or?
It's unique when there's an emergency, the police department becomes even busier because they already have their regular job and they become busier. since our primary role is court enforcement, if the court shuts down, then that aspect of our work decreases and the public safety aspect of our work increases. That's how we're able to juggle these types of operations. When the court system shuts down, now it didn't shut down entirely. I mean, we still had core functions being done, but child support enforcement wasn't being issued, arrest warrants weren't being issued from family court. So the regular work that we do in normal times diminished significantly, and we were able to step in and do these other types of court orders.
Makes sense. Okay, great, Sheriff. Thank you. Commissioner Noah, we're good, right? No one else?
We are good. We are good.
Okay.
And DDC is here, so you can take some time or roll right through.
Okay, we'll take like a 5-minute break. Commissioner, thank you so much. I look forward to working with you on all this stuff and more. And I congratulate you again and looking forward to working with you guys.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you too, Mr. Chairman.
Cool. Thank you.
Take care, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this will conclude this portion of today's hearing. Again, I want to thank the commissioner and his colleagues from the Finance Department for being here. We're going to hear from the Department of Design and Construction next. I'll ask my colleagues who are sticking around for the next portion of the hearing to remain on the Zoom with your microphone muted. And I guess Noah will take like 5 minutes.
Sure. Let's do 5 of at 2:55. We'll start.
Great. Thank you.
Sergeants, are you ready to go?
Yes, we're ready.
DDC, are you ready? Let's see. If DDC could turn their cameras on, please. Let's see. I see our good friends. Okay. Let's see. Commissioner Foley, are you ready?
I am all set.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna hand it back to the chair then.
Cool. Thank you, Noah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is still Justin Brannon. I am still chairing the Finance Committee of the City Council. And we just heard from the Department of Finance. And now we're going to hear testimony from the Department of Design and Construction and Commissioner Tom Foley after he's sworn in by council. Commissioner Foley today is joined by Chief Financial Officer Rachel Lazarin. I hope I pronounced that correctly. General Counsel David Veroli and Chief Diversity Officer Wayne Lambert. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego an opening statement and turn it over to the committee counsel to swear in this panel.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Noah Brick. I'm counsel to the Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Foley?
I do.
CFO Lazarin?
I do.
Thank you. General Counsel Veroli?
I do.
Thank you. And Chief Diversity Officer Lambert?
I do.
Thank you all. Commissioner Foley, you may begin when ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, members of the committee. I am Tom Foley. I'm very pleased to appear before you today for the first time as Commissioner of New York City's Department of Design and Construction. I am joined by our Chief Financial Officer, Rachel Lazarin, Chief Diversity Officer, Wayne Lambert, and General Counsel, David Veroli, amongst others of our DDC leadership team. The past 12 months have seen important changes at DDC as we improve the way we deliver capital projects for New York City. We are well into a successful pilot phase for our design build program. We recently registered a new round of design contracts for future public buildings projects, with half of the firms being selected as being MWBEs. We continue to implement the process reforms first detailed in our 2019 strategic blueprint, which we continue to update regularly. We're actually going to be updating that this spring as well. While DDC and the city recover from the impacts of COVID and the return to a more formal, normal way of doing business, DDC's work during the pandemic under the emergency procurement and contracting rules continue to be a stellar example of how DDC can perform when given the right tools and the right conditions in which to work. Last month, I had the pleasure of joining Mayor Adams, New York City Health and Hospitals, and many elected officials for the opening of the last of the 3 larger COVID centers of excellence that DDC built for H&H during the pandemic. This facility is 55,000 square foot spread across 5 floors, permanent health facility, and a basement of a 90-year-old building in Brooklyn near Woodhull Hospital. DDC completed $65 million of work in just over 6 months. This normally would have been over a 4-year project, at least under normal circumstances. And we did this all with over 45% MWBE participation. The process reforms we took advantage of during the crisis hold incredible promise for the capital projects we deliver to your districts every day. We will continue to advocate for them strongly, and I'm happy to visit with any of you to discuss this work in greater detail. As the city's primary capital construction manager, DDC builds on behalf of more than 20 city agencies, plus numerous museum and cultural organizations that receive funding from city resources. The January commitment plan contains over $4 billion in new planned commitments in fiscal year 2023 for DDC across its entire portfolio. This includes $1.7 billion for infrastructure projects and $2.1 billion for our public buildings portfolio. The 10-year capital plan includes $8.1 billion for the borough-based jails program related to the closure of Rikers Island, as well as $1.35 billion for the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project to protect Manhattan's East Side from 25th down to Montgomery Street. Our fiscal year 2023 commitments are historic, but they include figures for very large individual programs, including BBJ and East Side Coastal Resiliency, which we refer to as ESCR. The number also reflects sponsor agency priorities as they move to initiate projects that may have been delayed by the pandemic. Capital spending is dictated by the agencies that sponsor our projects and funding we receive from them. We advise sponsors about scope and cost, but ultimately the priorities are policy driven. DDC's fiscal year 2023 operating budget is $160 million. This includes $125 million for personal services, $36 million for other than personal services. Our budgeted headcount is 1306. Our total operating budget includes $136 million in IFA funding and $24 million in city tax levy, CTL. As far as design build is concerned, DDC has regularly spoken about benefits we could see from using our alternative project delivery methods, including design build. Design build puts designers and contractors together as a team with a common business goal, ensuring projects move faster, allowing construction to begin while design is still in development, and reducing conflicts that may arise amongst the groups involved. Today, state law requires a capital project to be designed from start to finish, a process that can take up to 24 months. Construction services are then sent out to bid, another 6 to 9 months at least. The only criteria allowing for selecting a contractor, no matter how challenging the project is by the low bid price. Low bid wins. We cannot select a contractor most qualified to do the work, or take into consideration factors like MWE performance or other important criteria. While low bid works in many, many cases, it is a recipe for disaster in many others, as you can see from my face. In December 2019, the city was authorized by the state to use design build, and today our program is on a clear path for success. We currently have 10 projects at various stages of progress, in addition to 9 for our borough-based jails contracts. 7 of those new projects are for public buildings and 3 are for infrastructure. We firmly believe design build will save an average of over 2 years for each project compared to the old low bid approach. In fact, we're on track to finish our first design build project in Queens. It is a garage and community center, less than 2 years after the project was selected. It's over a $90 million project. We also believe we could save money in the form of change orders avoided because of early collaboration. More important about the design build program is available in a 2021 progress report available on our website. Design build authority is due to expire by the state at the end of 2022, but we are hopeful about renewing the law, and we hope we can count on your continued support. Other delivery methods, including construction manager build, which we call CM build, which was essential to our success during the pandemic. Those tools are also not available to us, but are true game changers for the city's capital program. These delivery tools and others will be discussed in our upcoming progress report and our update to the 2019 strategic blueprint. The progress update will also evaluate other blueprint initiatives, such as our successful expanded work allowance program, EWA, which streamlines the change order process. Thanks to the EWA at Pugsley Creek in the Bronx, we saved 6 months on a massive $106 million project with our colleagues at DEP. Reducing design and construction schedule is the most effective way to reduce delays overall. We are totally committed to reducing the design and construction periods of many of our contracts and projects. New, more ambitious durations will be communicated to our consultants and contractors, and our upcoming blueprint will offer more details on our commitments. We recently completed our first ever online web-based Office of Master Specification document. This is a game changer for us and the industry. I don't recommend this for casual reading. It's over 843 pages of technical specifications detailing everything how the design should use certain type of material on our projects. Specs are an incredibly important part of getting off to the right foot. And today, for the first time, there's one approach, one manual, centralized, online, open to all of our vendors that will make the process more efficient for DDC staff, designers, contractors, and hopefully also for Comptroller Lander, who was on earlier today. Our design build is a tremendous benefit to our largest program, our borough-based jails. With it, we're on track to deliver new humane facilities that will allow us to close Rikers Island once and for all. The Eastside Coastal Resiliency Program continues to make important progress. When complete, the 2.4-mile-long barrier that will protect the Lower East Side from coastal flooding while rebuilding open spaces and parks in the area. Last week, I was present as we installed the first largeable movable gate. It was built in New York near Stuyvesant Cove Park. DDC continues to represent a large percentage of our city's overall contract awards to MWBEs. This is a crucial program not only for DDC, but for the city. In fiscal year 2021, our utilization rate for subjects to local law was nearly 26%, with 334 contracts valued at $600 million. The year prior, 440 contracts were awarded a value of over $335 million, with a utilization rate of nearly 32%. This past November, we announced our latest major initiative, a new mentoring program. The program is the first of its kind at a city agency, is modeled on a successful program at SEA and at the MTA, giving them access to technical assistance and a pool of projects where they can serve as the general contractor. I'm also pleased to announce that we realized significant success procuring diverse architectural design services on our Project Excellence program within our public buildings. Once every 3 years, we select firms who will go on to do the bulk of DDC's vertical contracts, design contracts. In the current round, half of the firms, 10 out of the 20, were MWBEs. In closing, I want to acknowledge the amazing DDC staff who delivered so many COVID-related facilities under extremely difficult conditions and circumstances. We have also kept critical programs such as our borough-based jails on track throughout the pandemic. Our portfolio of project continues to expand, and it's because of these dedicated staff members that we're able to tackle all these new responsibilities while simultaneously changing the way we do business in numerous fundamental ways. This is what we need to do. We also look forward to working with the new council, the new administration, to address these issues for everyday New Yorkers. And thank you, and we're most excited to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. So let's get right into it. So over 60% of the agency's capital budget consists of projects for DOC and DOT, Department of Correction, Department of Transportation. How does DDC plan on prioritizing the projects just to make sure that the smaller projects that don't fit into those two buckets don't get left behind?
Sure, understood. We actually don't decide what projects come to DDC. These priorities are decided by our sponsor agencies. Our front-end planning unit, which we had the pleasure of speaking to the council previously, they actually vet every single project that comes through, both on an infrastructure standpoint and also public buildings. Every single project is important to us. Just because a dollar amount may be more on a specific project or program, that does not dictate of how we manage those projects or the teams and staff that we assign to them. Every project is critical.
Okay. The capital commitment rate. So in fiscal 2021, DDC had actual commitments of approximately 1.6 billion, representing a commitment rate of 94%. So this is a sharp increase from fiscal 2020, the fiscal 2020 commitment of rate of 72%, and mainly due to COVID pandemic restrictions in FY20. So what is the agency's anticipated commitment rate for fiscal 2022?
The coming months are critical. A substantial number of our capital commitments are typically made between now and the end of the fiscal year. We'll have more of an updates in the coming months, and we'll continue to push projects forward.
Okay, and when would we see the impact of the new strategic blueprint in the commitment rates?
The new strategic blueprint will be released this spring, so we're very excited about that, and that'll be shared not only with the council and with also our 28 sponsors that we work with, that we partner with in order to get amazing things done, projects done throughout the city.
Okay. Could you give us an update on the borough-based jails, the current status of these projects in the different boroughs?
Certainly. We currently have 10 we currently within our borough-based jails program. We have a number of projects that are currently in construction, one of which is that I highlighted before, which is the Queens Garage and Community Space, which will be done this year, basically at least 2 years ahead of schedule because it's utilizing design build. Site prep and demolition work has begun on actually on all of the sites. The one up in Brooklyn and the one in Bronx is currently in the cleanup of the old tow pound, the Lincoln Hospital was. And we also in December, we announced we have approved design build teams to develop the detailed proposals for 4 new vertical jails themselves, and how the teams will then achieve the city's vision for building humane facilities and their approaches to ensure efficient, cost-effective construction. So we basically have 9 contracts that are currently in construction and in procurement.
Can you give us an update on the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project?
Absolutely. I was honored and delighted to be there last week when we had the first floodgate, 42 feet long, 10 feet high, made outside of Buffalo, that was installed last Thursday. A lot of the media and outreach teams were there for that. Work is fully underway in Project Area 1, which is basically from Montgomery to 14th. That's the $1.27 billion project. And Project Area 2 from 15th to 25th is in construction as well. That's 163 million. The PA2 will be complete by 2024. We are on schedule and on budget for that project. And our PA1, that's the 1.27, will be complete in 2026.
Okay, I want to hand it over to my colleagues if they have questions. Noah?
Thank you, Chair Brandon. Let's see. If any council members have questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function. You'll be added to the queue. Please wait for the sergeant arms to tell you when your time begins. You'll have 3 minutes. I see questions from Majority Whip Brooks Powers, followed by Council Member Brewer.
Starting time.
Thank you. And hi, Commissioner Foley. It's great to see you virtually. I know we just saw each other a few weeks ago. I'm so excited to speak with you. I came on a little earlier, a while ago, but let's get into the questions. What more can DDC and other agencies do to increase overall MWBE participation and performance? In response to DDC's abysmal rate, MWBE rate, DDC launched a new mentoring program. What is the participation rate from fiscal year 21 to 22? And how has the new program increased the rate? As you know, DDC projects incur significant shortfalls, which have only exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic. What cost reforms are you implementing to decrease the shortfalls? As you know, Brookville Boulevard in my district has significant flooding, and recently DDC stated the revised construction date will begin in 2025 at a cost of $103 million. And with sea levels rising and increased flooding due to climate change, how will this project relieve future flooding projections? And what actions has DDC taken to outreach? And this last question is one I asked in the last term of DDC. And so I want to know what actions DDC has taken to outreach to MWBEs to assist with information about companies that are MWBEs in terms of contracting opportunities with DDC and how to be successful when working on a DDC project. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll just I'll start in, and then I will kick it over to our Chief Diversity Officer, Wayne Lambert. But I'll just start with some percentages and some numbers. I think our numbers are actually very, very good. I will in fiscal year 2020, our MWE participation was 32%. Last year, it's 26%. But one note, I'm not happy with the 26% number, but this is utilizing capital funds. When we were out during, and we continue to be obviously working during the pandemic, working for the city in our response, our field hospitals, our temporary hospitals that we built, our health clinics, our vaccination sites, testing sites, the cumulative percentages for those were over 45% MWE participation. It's not reflected in these numbers because it's using expense dollars, but I think it's really important to highlight these amazing numbers. We have a ways to go, and we have a couple of steps that we're going to get there. The first thing,
sorry, really quick.
Time expired.
Can I just highlight that I know the comptroller had a review, and in fiscal 21, Black Americans were at 8%, Asian Americans at 27.36%, Hispanic Americans 38.17%, and women at 18%. So I just wanted to, put that out there too. Like there was a score that was given on this as well, which wasn't really great.
Understood. And if I could just address that as well. We understand that that there are percentages that are low for different groups. We have on our recent contracts, we're actually targeting, this was approved by Corp Council and obviously by the city, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do it, where we're actually put in specific strategic goals that we're setting for different groups. We sit down on a quarterly basis with an outside advisory, MWE advisory panel. These are requests that had started through the panel, and they're actually hitting the construction term. I'm a civil engineer, but they're actually hitting the contracts right now as we speak, that we're putting in these specific goals. And then this is something that Wayne can discuss as I go through some of the other items that you had raised. As far as our MWE mentorship program, this is where we currently have 25 approved applicants for this, and these are all ways that we're looking to improve our percentages because we make up a large percentage, obviously, for the city of New York, our MWE participations and goals. We have 25 applicants we're still reviewing, and there's a goal of having 50 teams, mentors that we're working with in our mentorship program. We have training set up for this coming month. Actually, the portions of the training are going to start this afternoon. We have a team assigned to that, splitting duties, and we have our summer of 2023 is when we're going to be starting construction with these mentorship programs. We're also implementing an MWBE PQL, which I think is going to be a game changer, and we're really excited for that. We have legal authority to proceed with that. And as I also mentioned, for our project excellence, basically it's a nice way of saying our on-call design contracts, half of those contracts, we had 20 of them, half of those have just been registered by the Comptroller's Office to MWBE firms. So 10 of those firms are MWBs. And our design build program, we're doing extremely well over at our Queens Garage. We're exceeding over 33% Queens Garage and Community Center for our MWBE participation. And I spoke about the over 45% MW participation for our the team's amazing work during the pandemic. And I'll kick it over to Mr. Wayne Lambert for additional things such as the target and some of the contracts that we're looking to, again, increasing percentages. We're open to all ideas, and this is something that it did not come internal. It was through our discussions from advisory boards and others that we're shifting the way. Anyway, we're pivoting as much as possible in order to improve. Wayne?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Councilmember. I definitely want to add here that DDC is fully committed to ensuring that MWBEs have opportunities across the board. As the Commissioner alluded to, we do set disaggregated or targeted goals on all of our projects. And we're looking at projects in different buckets. You have projects subject to local law 1 or administrative code 6129, and then also you have projects outside of that bucket. But across the board, we take it, we take a very detailed approach in setting goals, and we don't just set goals like a 30%. We set actually targeted goals, and we'll set goals for Blacks, goals for Hispanics, and so on, looking at the disparity within the disparity. We also, to the extent possible on our discretionary opportunities, we also ensure that we target Black, Hispanic, Asian women-owned firms and Native American firms. That's an agency and city policy, actually, but we take it one step further to your point about the fact that Black and Hispanic women are not getting as many opportunities. So one of our goals for this year is to increase opportunities for those groups across the board and using our discretionary powers, if you will, to ensure that that happens. On the mentoring program, again, that launched in November, and we have, as Commissioner noted, we have 25 firms, and we're actually training up those firms as we speak. The great thing about the program is that the firms in the program will be supported by a CM mentor and a technical assistance consultant as well, and operating as primes, right? So there will be prime contractors getting opportunities here at DDC and getting the full support, through the consultants and the team to ensure that they're successful. So, definitely a lot that I can speak to more, but I'll pause there.
And thank you for bringing up the diversity. There are a lot of agencies across the city and state that are approaching MWBE programs such as that. And I would also encourage, if you haven't already, to look to like School Construction Authority, DASNY, and MTA, who have definitely been the poster in some instances around MWBE programs and its success. Because I would love to see more engagement and participation from particularly MBEs, especially when you have all of these large developments happening across the city, especially in communities of color. And then when you walk down the street and you don't see someone who looks like you that's working on that project, it's disheartening. I also am not sure what investments are being made in terms of promoting these programs and these resources that DDC has, but I'd like to know that and also encourage it to be something that is very robust, because what I found with the COVID-19 outreach in certain communities, there was a lot more investment in the PR strategy about educating the community about the vaccine or testing. But when you came into communities like the one I represent, there was nothing really there. And so it's important that these MWBEs know and that there's an aggressive outreach effort to be able to allow MWBEs to know that this is available.
I totally agree there, and we're very, not to beat the word to death, but very targeted. So we do look at the online directory of certified firms, for example, and we'll literally pick out Black and Hispanic firms, for example, or in the case of some of our initiatives like Design Build, for example, we looked at the neighboring zip codes of vendors in those communities where the projects are taking place, and did outreach to those Design Build teams to ensure that they are aware which vendors are not, not MWBEs in Jersey and other places, but those in the neighborhood who can get opportunities as well. But to your point, we definitely want to work closely with the council members, those external organizations. We share information as much as possible in terms of like outreach events, networking, and so on, working with our oversight partners to ensure that information gets out there. But any suggestions that you have, recommendations, we're totally open to it.
Definitely. I look forward to working with you on this as well. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Two questions. One is, I certainly know as borough president in the past, the issue with the jails. So I would love to get a little bit more of a breakdown on the Manhattan jail, which is, I think, the most complicated of any of your projects. And then the second issue is picking up on what Chair Brennan was asking. I mean, I know you do libraries and so, you know, some of these other projects. Can you give us a sense of how many you are doing and, you know, some of the other projects? Because the libraries, I think, complain, and you know this, because the markup, they would love to do it themselves. And then you say, perhaps correctly, that, you know, you can do it faster and so on. So I just want to understand, what is the markup for some of these smaller projects? And is that true? Is that why you defend the fact that you can do it in a better space? That would be my question. So that and the Manhattan jail. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, council member. And yes, we had a number of discussions when you're borough president. As far as the Manhattan Correctional Facility is concerned, there are two contracts. One is a dismantle contract that has recently been registered. It was registered in December of last year, December 2021. The contractor is out now meeting with residents to gain access to their buildings and things like that for a documentation, which is a normal process on all of our projects to document existing conditions, videotape, what have you. We also have hired a full-time community liaison that's actually fluent in 4 languages. So they are present in the community and obviously getting contacts, meeting with the community boards, what have you. So that's continuing. As far as the physical work, a lot of it right now is permitting. So the physical work will be starting up within the next couple of months. But right now it's a matter of them going through getting demolition permit, what have you. Parallel to that, right at December of last year as well, we have shortlisted teams and identified teams for each of the 4 facilities. We're currently negotiating and meeting with the team that has been selected for the Manhattan site, and we hope to be in contract with them starting this summer. So it's what's called a design build GMP, guaranteed maximum price model. So we're flushing out some of the concerns and things like that with them now. So that's, you know, the snapshot behind the borough-based jails in the borough-based jail in Manhattan. As far as we actually have 501 active projects right now as an agency. The total value of that is over $16 billion. Huge program, one of the largest in the country obviously within a city owner as a city. And our projects are very varied. And I think that's what makes us, that makes my team, certainly as engineers and architects, extremely engaged with the program, and whether that's doing street highway work for bike lanes and that green infrastructure for DOT, DEP. We're also in the vertical world of obviously building animal shelters, cultural institutions, and working for our critical libraries as well. And that includes Queens Public Library, BPL, Brooklyn Public Library, and obviously New York Public Library. We continue to, every project comes through our front end planning. And that way we're able every project comes through our front end planning, and that's where each project is vetted for budget, scope, and schedule.
Okay. And so what is the markup? Is there such a thing as markup? In other words, everybody, in terms of like a library, like why would it cost more than if they did it themselves?
There's not what we would call a markup. There are certainly contingencies that we put into a contract. So what happens is when a project comes to DDC, and we're asked to evaluate it, we say that this project, this library, for instance, would be it would be $5 million. And we would also build in contingency into that, which is the standard from an engineering and a cost estimating standpoint is 10% in design and 10% in construction. So therefore, that's bringing us up to a value of obviously over the $5 million. So that maybe somebody else may look at that and say, well, actually, that's not, you don't need the $5.3 million for that project. We can do it at 5 million. So we build in contingency. It's all part of our vetting to make sure that the last thing we want to do is to start a project that we don't have a budget, a scope. And that's where we ran into problems as an agency before. We would start projects and then on an annual basis, which ties it into the libraries because they're only getting the money on an annual basis. And oh, let's add this in, let's add another floor in, let's add a reading room in. And that's where we as an agency, and then obviously within the public wants to know when the hell their building is, when their library is going to be back open. So these are some of the challenges that we're trying to address. And we have through our front end planning.
One other issue on the jails, the women detainees, for lack of a better word, they do not want to go to Queens. They want to be in Manhattan. I assume you know that. And so they're calling me about either Bayview or Lincoln, which are 2 state facilities. And I'm up on it. They're both vacant. Nobody's claimed them. So just so you know, they're pushing hard to get out of Queens. I don't know if that impacts what you're doing, but that's a reality. And the other thing is, the federal jail is, there's a big controversy. I assume we'll just go ahead with the Manhattan plan, but the federal jail is also vacant. So I don't know if you're gonna, something to think about. It's not your problem. You do when you are told ready to go, but it is an issue. So, all right, thank you very much.
And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sanchez, if you're ready to ask your question.
Starting time.
Hello. Sorry. So thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. And my question is actually related to Councilmember Brewer's question. So particularly with Eastside Coastal Resiliency and BBJ overall, in terms of contracts that have been awarded thus far, can you provide the MWBE percentage and particularly the MBE percentage, just people of color awarded?
Certainly, I'll kick it off and then I will then cover, I'll switch it over to Wayne and to our CFO, Rachel Lazarin, as necessary as well. I do know that our Queens Garage and Community Center, which is currently in construction, we're over 30% MWB. Any of our design build projects are 30% design, 30% construction. And that's a project that we're 2 years ahead of schedule because we, obviously we worked with the council and with the state ledge in order to have the authorization to proceed with this. In regards to Eastside Coastal PA2 and PA1, I'll kick that over to our officer, Wayne Lambert.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, council members. In terms of Eastside Coastal Resiliency, the PA2 project, the $1.2 billion project that was registered, actually all of the projects, they have MWBE goals assigned to them, and the goals are based on availability. Thus far, the initial numbers, we don't have the breakdown in front, I don't have the breakdown in front of me for the MBE numbers, but overall the projections appear to be close to or above the goal based on initial conversations with the project management team. And that's, they have subcontractor approvals that we review as part of the compliance process. But some of those projects haven't, that phase of the work where the MWBs are expected to be utilized hasn't started yet. So we don't have official numbers for the MBE dollars.
Thank you. I'll look forward to follow up because we know that even when we're meeting stated goals, it's not going to people of color, it's going to women that are not people of color. So I will be interested to follow up with you.
Sure. Definitely, please. Okay.
Chair, there are No further questions at this time.
Okay, Commissioner, DDC team, thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you on this budget. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, everyone.
So this will conclude the DDC portion of the hearing. Next, we'll have the public portion, and I'm going to ask my colleagues who will stick around for the public portion to remain on the Zoom with your microphone muted until we're ready to begin.
And I think we've agreed we will take a short recess and begin at 3:45 in about 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Council, I'm good if you're good.
I am good. I was just going through our list of public and seeing who's with us, and we certainly have at least, let me do a quick count, 13 of the people who signed up who are currently on. So
okay,
if sergeants are ready, we can resume.
So we're ready. No, let me know.
I'm good to go if you want to read your text for public.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Justin Brennan. I am privileged to chair the Finance Committee. And we're now this is our final panel today. We're going to hear from the public. It's the most important panel today. As a reminder to everyone that will be testifying, you'll have 2 minutes to deliver your testimony. And because we've got a lot of folks signed up, we request that out of respect for the other people that are waiting to speak, that you please stay within your allotted time of 2 minutes. If there's anyone who'd like to submit written testimony for the record, they may do so by emailing their testimony by this Saturday. It doesn't have to be by today, it has to be by this Saturday to testimony@council.nyc.gov. So I'll now turn it over to the committee council to go through some housekeeping, and then we'll call up the first panel.
Thank you, Chair. I am Noah Brick. I am counsel to the City Council Committee on Finance. Panelists, as a reminder, you'll be on mute until it's your time to testify, at which time your name will be called and you will be unmuted. Please wait for the sergeant at arms to tell you when your time begins. The sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. You only have 2 minutes for your testimony. After you have testified, you will be removed from this Zoom meeting by the host, and you may continue to watch the hearing at the live stream at council.nyc.gov/livestream. We will now hear from, one second as I pull this up. Okay, we will now hear from Paula Siegel, followed by Deborah Ack.
Starting time.
Sorry, thank you so much. I'm Paula Siegel. I'm speaking today as Senior Staff Attorney in the Equitable Neighborhoods practice of Take Root Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify as the Council prepares its response to the Mayor's preliminary fiscal 2023 budget. I'm here to share feedback on 2 aspects of the operations of the Department of Finance. It's staffing for our municipal debt collection system and the need for funding for independent legal services for charity property owners maintaining property tax exemptions as required by state law. I've submitted written testimony that's a little bit more detailed. I'm going to try to talk as fast as I can to hit the highlights of those 2 points. So starting with the staffing of the Department of Finance as it reinvents the debt collection system this year. It was great to hear Commissioner Black state earlier today that the department is open to developing a new system for debt collection that preserves homes while incentivizing people paying their bills. We hope this new system will entirely replace the lien sale, not simply tinker with it while keeping the extractive structure the same. Created by Mayor Rudy Giuliani in 1996, the lien sale outsources the collection of delinquent city bills. This eliminated the need for municipal workers to perform this core service of debt collection and created an opportunity for private servicing firms and wealthy investors to make millions each year in interest and fees. As Councilmember Barron pointed out earlier today, this facilitates great wealth accumulation by a mostly white male sector through direct extraction from our city's most vulnerable BIPOC property owners. We hope that the department will have the resources this year to really work with the council and with advocates and to bring this core function in-house and have the necessary staff. There was a detailed conversation earlier about the staffing of the department, and I didn't hear any mention of how the revamping of debt collection will be reflected in staffing. We would like to see a system that both incentivizes timely payments and allows owners who simply cannot pay to resolve their debt in a manner that increases the city's supply of affordable housing. But
Time
that,
expired.
happy to answer questions.
You want to just finish up? How much more do you have?
A minute? I was planning for 3.
Give me 30 seconds.
All right, well, just very quickly on the need to support charity property owners. As you know, in the city recovering from the pandemic, of forced isolation, our community spaces, our gardens, theaters, mosques, and charity organizations of all sorts are the key to the recovery that'll bring the economy back. And so just so that everybody's aware, charity institutions are entitled to property tax exemption under state law. But in order to actually get that exemption, Department of Finance has a system in place that is actually quite complex. And direct legal services for charity organizations navigating that system, maintaining their exemptions is crucial. We submitted a discretionary funding application to the borough delegations and to Councilmember Brewer, who I believe is still here, for funding to continue to provide those services. We were able to provide them this past year through the outreach funding from the tax lien sale. We hope the tax lien sale will not continue, but that those services are crucial to organizations, even in the absence of the lien sale. And we hope that that funding will continue to come to legal services organizations, including us.
Got it. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you. Next, we have Deborah Ack, followed by Soraya Freeman Gonzalez.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Brannon and all members of the Finance Committee. My name is Deborah Ack, and I'm a resident of East New York, Brooklyn for over 15 years. Along with organizing for the East New York Community Land Trust, better known as the East New York CLT. At the end of 2021, I worked with the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition and the East New York CLT to do outreach to homeowners who had property tax debt and were at risk of the December 17th tax lien sale. We knocked on the doors of every homeowner in District 37 and 42 who were at risk multiple times. People were so grateful that we came to them. Some people said no one had reached out or that they could not get help. They needed to apply for exemptions. We know that it makes a huge difference when people from your community come knocking on your door offering support. Through our outreach, we met Marcus, a senior homeowner in East New York, who is a Vietnam veteran who makes his ends meet through Veterans Affairs and Social Security benefits. Marcus inherited his home from his father after over 12 years ago, and the mortgage is paid off. Marcus struggled to keep up with his property tax and water bills, and several liens were sold on Marcus's home prior to the pandemic. So far, the lien trust has added over $18,000 in fees and interest to his bill, money that the trust will pay to its investors. Marcus was so glad when members of the East New York CLT knocked on his door and helped him. He said no one else had helped him. He told us, I called DOF and they told me to dial 311. I did that and they told me to fill out the forms online. They gave me the website, just a little bit more. They gave me the website, but I am not good with emails or anything like that. We, the East New York CLT, were able to help Marcus get a COVID hardship exemption for the 2021 sale. He should have been eligible for numerous exemptions in the past, since he is a senior, disabled, and a veteran. However, since no one came to his door to provide support or resources, liens were sold on his homes, and now he has a $64,000 debt that he must pay to the lien sale servicing company. Marcus does not want to sell his family's home, but he does not have $64,000 to pay off the debt. He is at real risk of being foreclosed on by the tax lien sale trust. Marcus' situation is not unique. We need funding to do major outreach to all homeowners who have property tax and water bill debt, because we know, and it has been proven, that it makes a difference when someone from your community knocks on your door to give you help. Through this funding, we can also find other people who want to stay in their homes but can't afford to pay off their liens. We may be able to offer them an alternative where we pay off their debt if they want to put their land in the CLT. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, Deborah. Very important. Thank you for all your work.
Okay. Thank you. We will next hear from Soraya Friedman Gonzalez, followed by Hannah Anousheh.
Great. Starting time.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Soraya Friedman Gonzalez, and I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Children, a nonprofit that works to improve the well-being of children and families in the child welfare system, with a particular focus on those aging out of the foster care system. We provide direct educational and financial support to youth and also support other child welfare focused organizations by developing innovative initiatives to fill gaps in the system. We do this through our longstanding partnership with the Administration for Children's Services, the 26 contracted foster care agencies, and many community partners. We typically serve about 1,000 youth per year as they transition out of the child welfare system and into adulthood, a moment when their need for support is the greatest, but there are limited resources available. Our programs make a difference in the lives of the youth we serve. One program, which provides wraparound supports to youth in college, has seen 78% graduation rates compared to 3% graduation rates nationally for youth aging out of foster care. While New Yorkers for Children has been around 25 years, the past few years have proved to be an inflection point due to significant increases in demand, and we have seen exceptional growth in every area of our work. In particular, at the height of the pandemic, New Yorkers for Children served over 2,000 New Yorkers, distributing more than $1.8 million in direct cash transfers to youth and families. We are a key resource and trusted partner to the young people we serve, and I share this to merely highlight the immense needs. Beyond our direct services work, New Yorkers for Children designs, pilots, and manages citywide initiatives. Since our founding, New Yorkers for Children has served as a longstanding partner to ACS, managing multiple grant projects that spur innovation and improve the child welfare system. Additionally, we've launched community partnerships for transformative initiatives, supporting over 14 other New York City child welfare focused organizations, big and small.
Time expired.
Okay. Can I do a couple more minutes? I'm literally almost done.
I can give you 1 minute.
Okay, great. We aim to improve the child welfare system by supporting organizations doing innovative work in areas such as transition age youth needing holistic community-based support, education and career development, mental health, permanency for youth exiting the foster care system to adoption and kin gap, parenting youth who are victims of sex trafficking, and 2-generational caregiver support. While we commend many of the existing investments already made, including Fair Futures, we believe additional investments are needed. Thank you for the time to listen to my testimony, and I hope that with support from City Council, we will be able to build a stronger child welfare landscape in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now hear from Hannah Anousheh, followed by Salma Mohammed.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Brennan and all the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Hannah Anousheh, and I'm the coordinator of the East New York Community Land Trust, an organization led by East New York and Brownsville residents that's dedicated to stopping speculation and taking community ownership of land. So around 2 years ago, one of our members discovered that East New York, Brownsville, and Bushwick had more properties on the tax lien sale than any other district. We convened the Abolish the Tax Lien Sale Coalition, made up of member organizations from around the city, and it's dedicated to getting rid of New York City's current predatory and privatized system of debt collection. Now that the tax lien sale law has expired, there's a real opportunity to create a system that removes this private trust from the equation and protects homeowners and tenants. But this new system that we propose is essentially a housing preservation program that requires resources, as any preservation program does. But we also know that it's much more affordable than new development and will save the city a lot of money in so many ways in the long run. So we really need to make sure that the Department of Finance and community groups like us have the resources to bring debt collection back under the control of the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you. We now have Salma Mohammed, followed by Kin Mai Ong.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, City Council members, and community members. My name is Salma Mohammed, and I am the Partnership and Capacity Building Specialist at the Arab American Family Support Center, AAFSC. At the Arab American Family Support Center, we provide a range of free social services citywide, such as adult education classes, academic enrichment for youth, mental health services, domestic violence case management support, cash assistance, access to health insurance, food security programs, and much more. We welcome all those who are in need, but with 27 years of experience, we have developed a research-driven, community-focused, trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and linguistically competent approach to serving New York's growing Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian AMEMSA communities. Communities that have been historically underrepresented and underserved. Our staff is representative of our client base. We speak 36 languages, enabling us to serve people that mainstream providers are largely unable to effectively reach. Seeing the increase in need in 2021, we scaled our efforts to provide wraparound support, serving 10,000 people. Over the past year, our research institute has challenged the mainstream tendency to paint our communities in broad strokes through community-based data collection and disaggregation, working diligently to understand their nuanced needs. There has been a 625% increase in the proportion of households reporting a need for mental health support over the past 2 years. Similarly, food insecurity in our communities has reached an unprecedented level, with 44% of our needs assessment respondents reporting inadequate access to food. Alarmingly, 66% also reported at least 1 month of, at least one unmet health-related need. AAFSC joins the Asian American Federation in requesting that the committee expand funding for citywide initiatives that ensure more AAPI or immigrant-led and serving groups like the Arab American Family Support Center are adequately funded to support those with the most pressing needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Salma. Very familiar with you guys and all the work you do. I appreciate you.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Thank you, Salma. We have Kin Mai Ong, followed by JT Falcone.
Starting time.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to submit testimony. I'm Kin Mai Ong, the Executive Director of Generation Citizen New York. Generation Citizen is very thankful for the Council's $500,000 investment this year in our programming and youth civics education through the Civics Education and City Schools Initiative. In fiscal year 2023, we're seeking an increase of $100,000 for a grant of $600,000 to support our major expansion of programming throughout New York City. Last year, in fiscal year 2021, Generation Citizen New York served 1,750 students in 70 classrooms through our Action Civics curriculum, in which secondary school students apply social studies learning to the real world by studying and, more importantly, advocating for an issue of importance in their communities. In fall 2021, our students advocated on a range of issues, including rallying for American Sign Language classes at their schools, for healthy school lunch options, lead-free water, improved regulation of metal detectors in their schools. Some classes tackled broader social concerns like homelessness, poverty, sexual violence, and climate change. In this current fiscal year 2022, we've embarked on an ambitious programmatic expansion from 70 classes to at least 170 classrooms, serving at least 4,250 students. We've achieved this through systematic partnerships with school districts and networks, specifically the Harlem Renaissance Education Pipeline in New York City School District 5, New York City School District 24 in Queens, the Urban Assembly, New Visions for Public Schools, and CUNY Medgar Evers. And through these partnerships, we're creating lasting communities of service that can collaborate across networks for mutual support. In fiscal year 2023, we are on a trajectory to add even more classrooms through these and other systematic partnerships, and we want to make sure we have enough funds and capacity to do so and meet the need, the growing need for our work. We've been able, time, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We next have JT Falcone, followed by Deirdre Sully.
Starting time.
Hey there, I'm JT Falcone with United Neighborhood Houses, the membership organization for New York Settlement House Community. I will be submitting written testimony with much more information, much more details, and some thanks to go around, especially for the Summer Youth Employment Program, which we're really excited to see the expansion this year. I want to take my 2 minutes here, though, to hone in on our most pressing budget concern at this time, which is that there is not sufficient funding for summer programming in the preliminary budget. And at this time, there's only enough funding to serve approximately 45,000 elementary school students, falling short of capacity last year. And there's no money for middle school summer programs. In order to plan for a successful summer in 2022, providers need to be assured that funding is in place as early as possible. Failing to include this funding in the preliminary budget has cost the provider community very valuable time as we ramp up for summer 2022. We urge the council to ensure that funding for summer programming is lifted up over the course of this month as you are talking about the executive budget proposal, and ensure that the administration includes that funding in the executive budget proposal. Last summer, providers went above and beyond for the Summer Rising program to make that happen. And frankly, in conversations with providers, I'm hearing that it took a really hard cost on the provider community. And if we don't get clear guidance as well as funding out the door to providers ASAP for this summer, then we could face a mass exodus of the workforce from youth development staff. I also want to shout out the need for increased funding for human service workforce. We are advocating, along with our partners, for a $21 per hour wage floor, as well as a comprehensive wage and benefit schedule, and COLAs. As you know, Chair Brennan, last year we were advocating for a COLA for human services, and we only got a one-time bonus at about half the amount that we were asking for. So we really want to see that addressed in this year's budget. Thanks for the time. Sorry that I spent time focusing on the negative. There were a lot of great things in the budget too. That was cool. Thank you.
Thanks, JT.
Okay, thank you. We next have Deirdre Sully, followed by Paul.
Starting time.
Good afternoon to the committee chair, Brandon, and the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Madam Speaker, thank you for your time today. My name is Deirdre Sully. I'm the Senior Director of Health Policy and Community Affairs at Public Health Solutions. At Public Health Solutions, our mission is to support underserved New Yorkers and their families in achieving optimal health and building pathways to reach their potential. We provide services to other nonprofit organizations as well as direct services that address public health challenges, including food security, reproductive health, healthcare access, and tobacco control. I want to just highlight two specific issues for today: continued resources for public health and social service programming, as well as standing with our colleagues in the human services field and the work, which is the workforce compensation with the Just Pay campaign. So regarding the continued resources for public health, they are crucial. The programming is key to closing the health equity gap, and PHS addresses the issue through both direct service as well as contracting and management services. Our direct services programs like sexual and reproductive health, Access Health Initiative, and maternal and child health are aimed at providing vital services that improve the health of low-income and high-risk families. Continued services and resources like the dedicated contraception fund allows us to continue to close those gaps. As far as the workforce compensation and our Standing with our colleagues in Just Pay campaign, to attain our mission and vision, we must ensure that our workforce is duly compensated in a manner that allows them to meet basic needs: food, clothing, and shelter. So as the testimony before, 3 main points: establishing a fund to provide automatic cost of living adjustment of 5.4%, setting a living wage floor, and leveling the playing field between city and state salaries that would incorporate a comprehensive wage and benefit schedule. Thank you and thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Next, we will hear from Paul Tucker, followed by Andy Bowen.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you, Chairman Brennan, and members of the New York City Council Committee on Finance for hearing our testimony today. My name is Paul Tucker, and I'm here on behalf of NYCH2O. Our mission is to inspire and educate New Yorkers of all ages to learn about, enjoy, and protect the city's water ecology. Through providing public and school programs at historic reservoirs and parklands, we encourage diverse citizens to advocate for responsible public policy. Our activities promote science-based knowledge in New York City's local ecosystems and of what is needed of urban water resilience in a time of escalating climate change impacts. Sorry, people walk by, distract me. I'm here today to talk about our citywide ecological sustainability proposal with Jamaica Bay Rockaway Parks Conservancy, Bronx River Alliance, Natural Areas Conservancy, and Van Cortlandt Park Alliance. As part of our Greener NYC initiative, we propose a citywide ecological sustainability program to protect the city's valuable ecosystem, mitigate increasing climate changes impacts, and improve open spaces and waterways. Our coalition has formulated a citywide plan that will engage the public in environmental education, stewardship, and provide green jobs and training designed to improve the ecosystems in public spaces, parklands, and wetlands. According to our partners at the National Areas Conservancy, there are 20,000 acres of forest and wetlands in NYC. Divided across 20,000 acres, our proposal comes at around $90 an acre. NYCH2O has a successful track record in organizing cleanups, beaches across the city, and at Ridgewood Reservoir and Highland Park. Bringing together hundreds of volunteers a year, we're able to do the same work the city normally spends 4 to 5 times more on through contract work. The benefits are more than just cost savings. Our work provides New Yorkers the opportunity to get involved in their local communities, experience our city's natural environment, and learn something new. I just got one more sentence. We believe that getting people out and into nature is the best way to foster a connection with the environment and encourage community engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration. We have submitted a longer proposal as written testimony.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Andy Bowen, followed by Human Services Council.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, Speaker Adams, council members and staff. I'm Andy Bowen. I'm Principal of Bowen Public Affairs Consulting. I'm here to discuss briefly some of my asks. I have a much longer testimony. But everything I'm asking for, I want to focus on initiatives primarily. So first of all, I want to talk about 2 proposed initiatives. One is the Domestic Worker and Employer Empowerment Initiative, which is being put together by Carroll Gardens Association, National Domestic Worker Alliance, Hand in Hand, and Attacar. This is aiming to help enforce workers' rights, domestic workers' rights, both by providing workers about education and educating the employer end, and overall helping do sort of some community enforcement of Local Law 88 around domestic workers being added to the Human Rights Code. And that the proposed cost of that initiative would be $400,000. I am also working with several organizations, including Destination Tomorrow, 1199 Employment and Training Fund, Non-Traditional Employment for Women and others, on something we're calling the Pride at Work initiatives. Pride at Work initiative, and that would be to get LGBTQ people into unionized careers. And that would be through multiple sectors and multiple pathways. LGBTQ people face horrible unemployment rates. That'd be between $600,000 and $700,000. I want to ask for at least level funding of trans equity programs which are just everything, including the kitchen sink for trans and gender nonconforming communities. We were funded at $3.275 million last year. The ask is being finalized, but we'll at least be at that. And then the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, we're asking for 5.012. That is funding to lift up the community of companies that are workers and owners at the same time. Thank you for your time. My written testimony has more asks on it, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Next, we have a representative from the Human Services Council, followed by Jahay Fisher.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brandon and members of the City Council Finance Committee. My name is Gloria Kim, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst of the Human Services Council. We are a membership organization representing over 170 human services providers in New York City. We serve our membership as a coordinating body, advocate, and an intermediary between the human services sector and government. Government has transferred most legally mandated human services for New Yorkers to the nonprofit sector to save on costs. Nonprofits are not just more cost effective, but also deliver higher quality services than government can alone by combining government and private resources and being able to adapt to community needs. However, providers are met with chronic delays in payment, underfunding, and a lack of sincere collaboration to create meaningful and lasting interventions, which strips away at limited resources. So we're proud members of the Just Pay campaign, which is a racial equity and gender justice campaign committed to ending the government exploitation of human services workers by demanding contracted staff to be paid fair wages for their labor. Years of underfunding have resulted in the sector being some of the lowest compensated workers in the city's economy. This has resulted in nearly 25% of all human services workers qualifying for food stamps in 2016 to 2018. So we asked the city to establish, fund, and enforce an automatic annual cost of living adjustment on all human services contracts, as it wasn't in the preliminary budget and is key to strong contracts with the city. Recovery from the impact of COVID-19 is an opportunity to rebuild better and not an excuse to maintain the status quo. Reforming the way government contracts with nonprofits to ensure essential human services workers are paid fair wages is an essential part of an equitable recovery. Thank you for your continued support and providing me with this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Jahay Fisher, followed by Ravi Reddy.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Jiha Fisher. I'm the Executive Director of the Korean American Family Service Center. Thank you, Chair Brennan and the members of Committee on Finance and Speaker Adams for this opportunity to testify. For over 33 years, the Korean American Family Service Center has served Asian immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, including domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. Our survivors and their children are the most marginalized and vulnerable at the best of times, and even more so during this time. 100% of KFSC staff are bilingual and bicultural. 98% of our clients are immigrants and come from low-income backgrounds. All our services are provided in a culturally and linguistically appropriate setting. KFSC's 24-hour hotline call volume has tripled since the pandemic, and our crisis intervention services have increased to respond to the increasing number of violent incidents. In 2021, 88% of our hotline calls are related to domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. The rest are COVID-19 related issues, such as food and housing insecurities, other public benefits, information, language assistance, access to digital devices, and navigating the rise in Asian hate crime and unwarranted attacks targeting AAPI members in the community. Now more than ever, our services are needed by these immigrant survivors and their children, especially as we look towards the recovery efforts. Community-based organizations like KFSC that serve the immigrant population are critical partners for the city, and we urgently ask the city to continue providing fair and equitable city funding to the providers that are working on the front line as essential workers. We ask the committee for the investment in the culturally affirming, free, and confidential counseling services, ensuring AAPI community support initiative during this difficult time, expansion of the DOV citywide, DV intervention and prevention, sexual assault for immigrant survivors, DB prevention and intervention for young Asian American immigrants, Young Women's Leadership Development Initiative, adult literacy, digital literacy initiatives for AAPI-led and operated organizations that are providing direct and essential service to our AAPI community that is going through a trauma. We will be submitting the more detailed, comprehensive written testimony. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Ravi Reddy, followed by MJ Okla.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Committee Chair Brannon and the council members of the Finance Committee for giving the Asian American Federation the opportunity to testify on this year's budget. I'm Ravi Reddy, the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at AAF, and this year's budget is an opportunity for us to focus on an equitable pandemic recovery that prioritizes those who sustained us. Since 2010, our population in New York City has increased 34%, growing from over 1.1 million Asian New Yorkers in 2010 to 1.5 in 2020, making up 17.3% of our city's total population. But while Asian New Yorkers comprise more than 10% of the population in 28 of our council districts and 36 more have some of the fastest growing Asian populations, our community service providers continue to be dramatically underfunded, and this city council and this city budget present a rare opportunity to address and reverse that trend. So I'm going to be real quick here and go over our top line budget asks. Regarding anti-Asian hate, we want to acknowledge the city's initial investment last year as an acknowledgement that our community was in crisis by the institution of the API Community Support Initiative, but there is still a lot to be done. So this initiative must be made permanent and funding must be increased dramatically to address systemic underfunding in not only the fastest growing community in our state, but also the one that continues to be in crisis. Much of this funding will go towards programming encompassing our Hope Against Hate campaign, community-centered solutions that look towards reinforcing a culture of safety in our community from within. Our written testimony will have more on those numbers in particular. But also to that end, we also need significant investments for our community and other communities of color to build linkages and address the ongoing violence against our communities by reinforcing the work done across the communities and support BIPOC-led and BIPOC-serving providers. I'm just going to go through the quick numbers on the others. For small business, we're asking for an investment of $1 million to keep expanding our small business assistance services rooted in Queens. When it comes to immigration and integration, we're asking for the city to finally start funding a community legal interpreter bank to the tune of $2.25 million, and then commit $300,000 per worker co-op for 3 language translation co-ops covering Asian, African, and Latin American languages. And just my last ask is that you fund the Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund to the tune of $7 million so our nonprofits can invest in capacity building projects as demanded for their work as their work only increases. Our community nonprofits are doing the work, they just need the support. So thank you so much and look forward to some written testimony with more details. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you. We now have MJ Okla, followed by Shane Correa.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is MJ Okma with SAGE, the country's first and largest organization dedicated to improving the lives of LGBTQ+ older people. We provide social services and community building programs through a network of 6 older adult centers across the city, along with virtual programming and services for homebound elders. SAGE also made history for our city in 2020 and 2021 when we opened New York's first LGBTQ+ welcoming elder housing developments in Brooklyn and the Bronx. LGBTQ+ elders are often invisible, disconnected from services, and severely isolated because they're far more likely to live alone and less likely to rely on adult children or other family members for informal caregiving. For many of these elders in New York, SAGE is their lifeline, and it's because of them that I'm here today to ask for the city's council's continued support under the LGBTQ Senior Services in Every Borough initiative and other vital citywide and speaker initiatives that support LGBTQ+ and HIV-affected older New Yorkers. SAGE has seen a groundswell in demand for our services over the past several years due to a variety of factors, including the disproportionate impact COVID-19 has had on LGBTQ+ elders, wider access to services under a hybrid virtual and in-person model, and increased need for low-income elders in and around our recently opened housing developments in their co-located SAGE centers. The program and services that we provide are made possible in partnership with the City Council and have been supported from the by the LGBTQ Senior Services in Every Borough initiative since fiscal year 15. Since then, the Brooklyn allocation of this funding has supported the SAGE Griot Center, a partnership between SAGE and Griot Circle, New York City's only community-based organization specifically serving LGBTQ plus elders of color. Now, with the opening of SAGE Center Brooklyn in the Stonewall House in 2020, there's a rapidly growing demand among this population. This can be addressed with a modest enhancement of $300,000 to the initiative to restore SAGE's $1.2 million in funding and allow Griot Circle to independently apply for $300,000 to directly fund their services. More details on this and other initiatives SAGE is seeking restoration of funding under can be found in my submitted written testimony. Thank you so much for your support and providing me with this opportunity.
Thank you, MJ.
MJ, that was great how you hit the time mark perfectly. Okay, Shane, it's you.
MJ, I'm inspired.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you, members of a historic New York City Council, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Shane Kraya. I am the Deputy Director of Government Partnerships at the Center for Court Innovation. Briefly, we're an organization that researches and implements justice reforms that advance fairness and effectiveness. While we use our research to provide expert assistance across the world, the majority of our direct service sites are here in New York City, where we help improve civil, family, criminal, and non-court-based processes touching the justice system. In fact, I'm a South Bronx native and a participant in one of the programs after 2 of my siblings were arrested and deported for felony crimes back in 2002. Which brings me to talk to you today about what the Center for Court Innovation is doing in justice system reform. Specifically implementing new approaches to addressing intimate partner violence, anti-gun violence programming, reducing unnecessary incarceration through community supervision, coordinating support services to child neglect cases, and addressing housing evictions before they reach the court. All of which the relevant renewal and expansion proposals are in our testimony, and we will be reaching out to the members over the coming weeks from the individual sites to brief you on. Regarding our budget asks, I want to highlight our ask to expand core center programming under the Innovative Criminal Justice Initiative. We use this funding to flexibly respond to needs as they arise throughout all of the sites in all 5 boroughs, and that's included launching remote youth engagement programming during the height of the pandemic to implementing new methods of gun violence responses in the months that followed. We're asking to expand this to $1 million. Similarly, we're asking the city to continue its support of our felony alternatives to incarceration, which pose a unique contribution to shutting down Rikers and diverting populations from prison, and also take over the funding of continuing services in the Manhattan pilot, where our Manhattan Justice Opportunities funding, as supported by the Manhattan DA's asset forfeiture funds, will expire partway through fiscal year 23. Finally, on housing, we operate programs that help solve tenant issues and otherwise prepare them to effectively handle cases prior to court, but also building off of the rich ecosystem that exists in New York but is decentralized. In the coming days, we'll testify on these issues and others, and we look forward to working with council to implement them.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Shane. Chair Brannon, I see no other members of the public present to testify. However, there is still a live stream, so I request that you read the final text.
Okay, I want to thank everyone who testified today. As a reminder, if there's anyone out there who would like to submit written testimony, they can do so by submitting their testimony by this Saturday to testimony@council.nyc.gov. I want to thank all of the agencies that testified today, and obviously the members of the public for this first in a long series of preliminary budget oversight hearings. And we are all invested in working together to deliver a budget and a recovery that works for all under the leadership of Speaker Adams. So with that, thanks to the finance team for this marathon hearing today. I appreciate all the work you guys did behind the scenes to make this happen. And with that, I will gavel out and we will end this hearing.
I think the speaker is requesting to, no, shoot. Okay, I think we're done. Okay, thank you, everyone.